Break up on 3. The Calgary Stampeders kicking off a brand new CFL season today at McMahon Stadium. We will have exclusive radio play-by-play action coming your way just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. That was the audio recap of the offseason. In order of appearance, Dave Dickinson, Clarence Hicks, Dejan Brissett, who wants to dance a lot this season, Craig Dickinson, Tyreek McAllister, Reggie Bagleton, Adrian Green, Steve Allen, who is with the McMahon Stadium Society, Joe Cowley, who is the president of the Calgary Stampede, Stuart Johnson, the CFL commissioner, Jay McNeil, the Stamps president, Eric Rasko, the Stamps first-round draft pick, and Vernon Adams. Grey Cup on 3. Interesting, Dave McIver. The CFL season officially started in 2026 here in Calgary with the winter meetings, the first preseason game here in Calgary, and the season will officially close out at McMahon Stadium. Grey Cup 113, November the 15th at McMahon Stadium.
Now it's just up to the home team to get there. That's
easier said than done.
Well said, because we don't see it very often. So obviously there's a little bit of added pressure this year, because when you're hosting a Grey Cup, you want the home team to be there. They want to be there. But remains to be seen whether that'll happen or not. Gets all kicked off today, pal, and it's going to be an interesting one.
So what was the biggest story of the Calgary Stampeders off-season? We're going to discuss that around the table as we are joined by the voice of the Calgary Stampeders, Mark Stephen. We're going to go around the CFL. When we come back, you're listening to Calgary Stampeder Football, brought to you by the Alberta Ford Dealers. This is QR Calgary.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant, safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right, every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play for 35 years. QR Calgary.
And welcome back to Calgary Stampeder Football for the Alberta Ford Dealers here on QR Calgary. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Dave McIver. We got a very busy pregame show coming your way this afternoon. Of course, we're going to talk to the coach a little bit later on. Greg Peterson will have his keys to the game for the Alberta Ford Dealers. We're going to check out the injury report for the plumbing paramedics. And of course, Greg is going to join us in about 20 minutes, as he always does on the pregame show. Mark Stephen is the longtime radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders, 30 years strong. And we're going to go around the CFL as we welcome in Mark. And, you know, Mark, we just heard that great audio recap of a very busy offseason for the Calgary Stampeders. There were a few things that were missed, kind of like John Huffnagel jumping ship going to the Toronto Argonauts. I see that we no longer have Huff Burgers available here at McMahon Stadium. They've changed them to Iron Burgers. But from your perspective, what was the biggest off-season story for the Calgary Stampeders?
Well, it's kind of a tie. That's one of them for sure. That I wasn't surprised that John Huffnagel didn't return to Calgary, but I am shocked that he took somebody had a 3-year deal waiting for him. So good for him. He keeps working, and he's going to take his expertise to Toronto and see what they do. Obviously, they've got to get their their team back on track. They missed the playoffs last year, so that was a bit of a surprise that he signed somewhere else. The other one that's kind of a tie is getting Vernon Adams signed to an extension. That is a big deal to lock up your quarterback, so no more worry about what's going on. I mean, he was a free agent at the end of the year, so why wait around? Just get it done. So they did. So I think that was a very big and important step.
Certainly a different offseason for the Calgary Stampeders compared to last year.
Oh, yeah. They spent most of their time prioritizing keeping guys in-house. They did a very, very good job of that. I think you'll notice that of the free agents they didn't sign at the deadline, that none of those guys have secured deals elsewhere. I wish them well, but to date they haven't secured deals. So I guess they made the right priority moves.
So you have been here every single day since rookie camp opened. You've been here through training camp. I get a lot of questions from fans wanting to know who are some of the young rookies to watch. Who are you curious to watch today?
Well, I want to see Roscoe. He's really blossomed, the first-round draft pick. I think he's doing quite well. Looking forward to seeing Morris Bash, 91, on the defensive line, see if he's going to continue his plays, move sort of to the number 2 unit, and looking forward to seeing this kicker, or kickers, because Randy Paredes is the kicker here, but, he says he's going to retire after this year, so they have to start grooming his successor, so we'll see part of that today.
Is he going to retire?
I don't know. You know what? I'm going to wait till way into October before we start discussing that. That's not today's topic, but that's his words. But we'll see what happens as the season draws to a close.
Let's see how the season plays out, without a doubt.
Mark, for me, I'm with you. I think the biggest, or at least one of the biggest stories of the offseason was Vernon Adams Jr. re-upping. But I think another big story was the guys who aren't here, because you lost guys who were, let's be honest, stars on this team last year, in Jacob Roberts and Jalen Hutchings and Damian Alford. Those guys aren't in camp because they're down exploring NFL opportunities. I guess it's up to the guys that are in camp to fill those holes.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with those guys. I mean, could they be back? History, and it's history only, suggests that they will be brought back. I mean, in the case of Minnesota, they signed 2 guys from here. Okay, fine. But the GM that sort of signed off on their signing is gone, so I don't know what they're going to do in Minnesota. Maybe they don't know. Hutchings is sort of a free agent, kind of waiting for some kind of a deal. It's probably not the best time to be looking for a job right now, but so be it, and we'll just see what happens. Wish them well, and if they do come back, though, they are free agents, and I believe they really like it in Calgary. I believe Calgary really likes him, but guess what? I think there'll be a pretty frantic bidding war if they come back to the CFL.
The biggest loss off the field was John Hufnagel. Obviously, the biggest loss on the field, I agree with you, Dave, was Jalen Hutchins. And Mark, I do believe that is going to be one hole that we're going to have to see replaced by this team. We don't know the status of Jalen Hutchins, if he's going to come back. Hopefully he does, as you mentioned. But that piece on the defensive line, was so important for this team, because last year we didn't know what to expect from the defense. Last year they went above and beyond. But I really do believe stopping the run is going to be key in that interior.
No question. Yep. And see if they've got a guy that's as good as Hutchings. That'll be difficult. But Wiley's getting a good look at that position right now, and we'll see if he can carry through. He's been here, so it's not like he's completely new, but he's going to get far more responsibility.
Yeah, and then you've got Justin Sambu, who's on the injured list to start the season. So, there are some injury factors that we're going to get into a little bit later on the injury report. So that's the biggest story for the Stampeders in the offseason. Mark, how about your biggest story in the offseason for the Canadian Football League?
Well, I guess there's a couple that jump to mind. One is, we're jumping into this new world of new rules, and there's going to be a new playoff format for the CFL as of next year. I remain skeptical, but I guess we'll let it play out to see what happens. The league did approve the suite of rule changes for 26. As far as, developments involving teams, I was caught quite off guard by Ryan Dinwiddie suddenly bolting for Ottawa, but guess what? Ottawa has to take some big swings. They've been living in the basement for a long time, so they targeted Ryan Dinwiddie and got him to jump over. We'll see how he does. His track record in Toronto was fabulous after a successful time here, so those are some of the stories that caught my eye.
Well, you're exactly right. Hey, the big changes, football fans, are not coming until next year. That's when the league is going to go to the 100-yard field. That is when we're going to see smaller end zones, 15 yards. That is when we're going to see the goalposts move to the back of the end zones. The new new playoff format with 8 of 9 teams making the playoffs. That is 2027 as well. And, of course, they're also moving up the season. But Dave McIver, today we're going to see a new 35-second play clock, which I think will be very interesting. We're going to see a tweak to the Rouge, and that's not a bad thing in my books.
No, I like the new play clock. I think it's going to... We've seen it. We've heard the coach talk about it in recent years. There are teams that are very good at gaming that game clock or the old game clock, right? Substitutions where the play or the score clock's running and then the game clock is stopped. They can't stop the game clock, but the score clock's running, and teams were killing minute and a half off in between plays sometimes. And when it's a 2-score game, those minutes are very crucial. So I think that's going to help out a lot in that regard with this new game clock. And I think, the Rouge changes. Should teams be winning games on Rouges where it's a missed field goal or
bombs through the end zone?
That's always been the league's biggest fear, is a Grey Cup decided like that.
And so, I think when you take that out of it, you're in good shape.
I do get it though, Mark. The fact that hey, you miss a long field goal, you have maybe a dynamic return. That won't be the case this year because we could still see a dynamic return because the goalposts are still at the front of the end zone. Next year, that probably will be a thing of the past.
Yeah, and just. Overall, I know the league has to evolve, so I don't want to sound like I'm, stuck in the 50s with a, raccoon coat on watching the games, that the league can't change and evolve. So I don't want to be too harsh on the changes. I want to see them evolve. I am worried, though, about the pace of the change and the number of changes and the speed at which they are progressing, because for all of the CFL's foibles, and they've created a lot of them themselves, the game has always remained its best selling point, the game period. So, again, I'm not opposed to change, but let's proceed with a little more caution as far as I'm concerned, but it's coming whether we like it or not.
I would agree with that. I would say it's bold and even a little bit dangerous for the Canadian Football League coming into 2027. Hey, I get it. 8 of 9 teams making the playoffs. I get the fact that it generates more revenue. The CFL claims it generates more, more drama, more entertainment. The revenue is obviously a big part of it, but it does devalue the regular season. Even though Commissioner Stuart Johnson doesn't believe it, I do believe it does devalue the regular season when 8 of 9 teams.
See it play out. I'm with you. I'm a little skeptical about things. We'll just have to see it. The one that I still have not been able to wrap my head around, and probably won't, is make the case for the 100-yard field.
I don't mind the 100-yard field because I'm bad at math. I hate the extra point.
Other than that, outside of that, I can't come up with a compelling reason. Yeah,
that was the same reason I came up with. It's like, the math will be easier, but outside that, what is the point in doing that?
Well, the point is, expansion is going to happen, and building stadiums is freaking expensive. And if you can tie in the model with a soccer pitch and have a 100-yard field, and it can fit the dimensions of a CFL field, even if you were to go above and beyond and maybe go into Montana and add a CFL franchise, you can put a CFL field now into those types of stadiums. I'm not saying that's why they're doing it, Mark, but expansion is going to have to happen.
Well, one day, yeah, but I don't think you tear up the tradition because they might go to Montana maybe someday.
And you still have the wide field, you still have the 12 men on the field, you still have a lot of the Canadian elements.
What about the record, though? That's the other thing, too.
The record books? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? If you still have a 100-yard pass, you still have a 100-yard pass. You may have some returns that 120 yards that don't count anymore, but it doesn't affect the passing game. It doesn't affect the passing records. It doesn't affect the running records, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. Or it will, because of the career records, 10 yards less.
Oh, you're still running for, if you rush for 1,000 yards, you rush for 1,000 yards. It doesn't matter if it's a 110-yard field or a 100-yard field, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, we'll watch it play out. It's a brisk pace of change, and we'll see how it plays out.
We will see how it plays out. Anyway, Mark, appreciate your time as we go around the CFL. Look forward to your call just after 1 o'clock today.
Okay, yeah, looking forward to it. Get ready for a game, and nice to be playing.
Quick look at that Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. We are about 75 minutes away from that opening kickoff. Hey, when the Calgary Stampeders are on the road this season, Dave and I are on the road at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. That's right, we're back at the casino again this year. The Stamps' final preseason game is next Friday, not next Friday, but Friday, May the 29th. It's a night at the Knot Hole in Edmonton. Stamps are playing a preseason game at Clark Stadium. That is a 7 o'clock kickoff. Pre-game show live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino at 5:30 in the afternoon. Mark mentioned Vernon Adams gets a new deal. We'll talk about that when we come back. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. We are QR Calgary.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now! Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Traffic headaches. Traffic mornings and afternoons. Traffic when you need it all day long. QR Calgary 770.
We've actually been in conversations since the end of last year, and we've wanted to do it. It's kind of hard to predict the future. And for us, I think Vernon, it took him to, just be comfortable with the numbers, but then also I think he knew we're trying to set this up for not just this year. The continuity and having a quarterback that can lead your team and know who you are, set the culture, do all the things, and continue to play good football, that's the sign of a winning organization. So we wanted to do that, and we're happy to get it done, and excited that Vernon gives us that opportunity.
Setting the culture, a new 3-year contract for Vernon Adams. The Calgary Stampeders handed out a number of 3-year contracts in the offseason. Vernon Adams, likely the most important, and he was happy to get it done as well.
I've been praying on this extension. Like I said, I've always wanted to play here, and I'm glad, I'm thankful that I got to extend my years here, did a good thing last year with the guys, got most of the guys back, and so it's an awesome feeling, and when you're wanted, that feels great, and so I'm glad I'm doing it here. I want to be here. I know a few of my O-line guys, they've extended, I know guys want to be here, you know what I'm saying? The culture has been shifted since last season, so we want to keep building on that. I keep using the word building, and it's just what it is, we want to keep doing that, and if it brings more players here in the future, great players here, awesome.
Dave Dickinson talks about the culture. Vernon Adams talks about the culture. It'll be the second year in the Stampeder offensive system for Vernon Adams. There are high expectations, Dave McIver. There is a new quarterback coach. Jarius Jackson is new on the coaching staff this year. He has head coaching experience in Edmonton. But I would say this is an important year for Vernon Adams. Let's be honest. He's a good quarterback, but he can't get into the elite category until he wins a championship, in my opinion.
Yeah, and can he sustain his success that he generally has in early points of the season throughout the whole season, I think is my biggest question for Vernon Adams, because we heard that when he was coming in, and yeah, there were some injuries last year that kind of hampered things in terms of their building of that offense, but can he be the guy that, he usually is for the first 6 to 8 weeks and then continue to be that guy for the next, 14, 15 weeks and into the playoffs? That's the biggest question mark on Vernon Adams. And for me, Jock, and we talked about it on Friday on Sports Talk, can he stay healthy? He's missed games in almost every season he's played in the CFL, and that's why, obviously, the backup quarterback is a job I'm going to be watching closely. Josh Love, obviously, the front runner right now, but for Vernon, can he be that successful quarterback that he is in the early parts of the season throughout the whole year, and can he stay healthy throughout the whole season as well?
We are expecting Vernon Adams to get the start in this game, maybe playing the first quarter, not playing a lot, as you mentioned. Josh Love, that's one of the big storylines. PK Walker, he had the shoulder injury, a broken shoulder, and obviously he has decided to retire, so the backup quarterback certainly comes into play. Shane Holmes, speaking of the quarterback in the offense, once again partnering with Kids Up Front for another great season through its Yards for Kids program. For every Stampeder offensive yard this regular season, Shane Holmes will once again donate $1 to Kids Up Front. Last year, the Stampeders netted 6,777 yards of offense, and with that, Shane Holmes bumped up the total to a $10,000 donation. So thanks to Shane Holmes and the Stampeder offense, Kids Up Front benefits by $10,000. $100,000, which is fantastic. And realistically, Dave, I do think the offense is going to be one of the strong points of this team this year. You know, you've got the continuity. Hopefully a second year in this offense will be good for Vernon Adams. We're not going to see Dietrich Mills today, but he is the best running back in the Canadian Football League. Obviously led the league in rushing last year. The offensive line looks very, very solid and deep. And even though, you know, there is an issue at the right tackle position, and then you look at the Canadian receiving corps, the Canadian Air Force, I guess you want to call them. We don't know the status of Reggie Begelton when he will return to the lineup, but it's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Philpott really came on at the end of last season. Had a good season overall, but really started to come on at the end of that season. Clark Barnes, you know what he brings to the table. He's another guy. Can he stay healthy all year for the Calgary Stampeders? Because that's a big one. Kalen Horton. You know, does he take another step? Eric Brooks, now he has to focus a lot less on returning kicks and punts. He's a guy, a little speedster you can use in the offense in a bunch of different ways. So probably the group I'm least worried about is the receiving core, especially if you get Reggie back. Like you say, the right side of that offensive line is going to be interesting to watch. Another thing to watch during the 2 preseason games and see where the decision gets made there. But yeah, this offense, you know, bringing back this team, really bringing back almost all the guys that they really wanted to bring back. They were able to do that. So you're going to be strong in a lot of places that you were strong last year, and you're going to continue to hope to grow in those places as well. The
offensive line is certainly a question mark, especially with the injury to Preston Nichols. We're going to talk about that when we come back, because we are going to take a look at the injury report. The injury report brought to you by the Plumbing Paramedics. You're listening to Calgary Stampeder Football, brought to you by the Alberta Ford Dealers. Just a reminder, we got the CFL Insider back this year for Tom's House of Pizza. Glenn Suter. Glenn Suter will join me for Tom's House of Pizza every Tuesday, every Thursday on QR Calgary. We're going to take a break, and then we will come back and we will chat with Greg Peterson, our outstanding longtime color analyst, is going to join us on the pregame show. You go nowhere. Keep it locked here on QR Calgary. We are the home of the Calgary Stampeders.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth & Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth & Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on
Welcome
QR
back
Calgary
to the Calgary
770.
Stampeders pregame show. Jock Wilson, Dave McIver, live from the press box here at McMahon Stadium. The 2026 CFL preseason will kick off this afternoon just after 1 o'clock. Time to welcome in our outstanding long-time color analyst, Greg Peterson, back for another season. You and Mark, a team for 29 years. That's almost as long as I've been married.
A long time. No, it's been a privilege to do it with you guys and with Mark, and but yeah, I can't believe it's 29 years. When I first started doing this, I was going to go 1 year at a time, and 29 years later, I'm still going.
Well, I think it's even your 30th season, because your very first year you were on the sidelines.
I was on the sidelines.
Yeah, that's how I started my career as well. I started on the sidelines, and then I moved into the host role. So it's interesting. There's hope for you yet, Dave McIver. You started on the sidelines.
I'm hanging out.
You're hanging out, going from that standpoint.
I know Greg used to get into the huddles and stuff, right? Because he had just finished playing, and then he would get in trouble. I can't get in there. I might only
change the rules a little bit more difficult for you, Dave.
When I was down on the sidelines, I could get right in behind the bench, and Denny Crean was the defensive coordinator, and he had a very, very potty mouth. He loved dropping the F-bombs, and I would get in there and I would hear Denny Crean rip into the guys on defense. So but now you can't quite get that close.
You can get behind the bench. We can't get in the huddles like Greg, but
okay.
You
actually went in the huddles?
Oh yeah, and I used to. The night before the game, I used to sit on all the meetings. Wally Wona would let me do that, so that was pretty good.
Good time to get to the injury report. The injury report brought to you by Plumbing Paramedics, and injuries are going to be a storyline this coming season because Greg, I look at the big injuries, and for me heading into the season, the health of this team was going to be the biggest story because Reggie Bagleton coming off the broken leg, and he is not ready to go. It looks like he's going to open the season on the 6-game injured list. Flo Orimolade, so important on that defensive line. He had the torn ACL. He is not going to be healthy to start the season. You can add Damon Webb to the mix, a torn pec, and then you throw in the loss of Jalen Hutchins and Jacob Roberts, and obviously the Moose, Damian Alford. Those are big losses for this team, and so we'll see how the injuries do play out this season.
Yeah, like you said, injuries, they can turn a team that's very good into not so good, and a team that's not so good into terrible. So I'm hoping that certainly isn't the case for the Stampeders, the latter one. But, injuries always are part of the game. But when you come into the season with a bunch of injuries where you're counting on guys to be in camp and that, and you're going to have some of these veterans that are going to step in without having any real camp experience. And I don't care what anybody says, it does take a little bit while to get back into the football mode, even if you're a veteran. The only guy that maybe that's not going to affect is Ernie Paredes. I mean, you kick, but when it comes to getting in game time condition, it takes a couple of games to get there.
Yeah, you got a guy like, you look at the injury report right now, Bryce Bell missed basically all of last season with the shoulder injury, and not that he is hurt right now, but he's a veteran, so there's no sense rushing him back in for the first preseason game. But already you're starting the season, Justin Sambu, who was going to play a big role on the defensive line. He was carted off in training camp. He's going to start with a leg injury on the 6-game injured list. Bailey Devine Scott, who was so good on special teams last year, a global player, he got hurt right before training camp with a training camp injury. He's going to start on the 6-game injured list. And I think this is a big loss. Preston Nichols, he's got an arm injury. I think he was penciled in to be the starting right tackle for this football club. But I tell you what, he's going to start on the 6-game injured list.
Yeah, and some of these guys, they might not even back the whole year. They put them on the 6th game. But, I guess we could look at the glass as half empty or half full. Look at it maybe half full. One thing about injuries, it maybe gives a chance for another guy to step in and do it. I never wanted to get injured, Jock, when I played because I was always afraid I'm going to lose my starting position. And you know what? A guy steps in, and it's a good opportunity for some of these young guys to step in.
Greg, you heard VA and Dave there when they were talking about in the last segment about the extension and the culture. The culture was so good here for so long, and then it did feel like a 2 or 3 year dip where things maybe went a little bit sideways. It really felt like last year they got that culture back to where they wanted it to be, and they're going to continue to grow that culture. But just how important was it for them to bring a lot of these guys back from last year so that they can continue, a lot of leaders too, so that they can continue to grow that culture, which felt like it got to a really good place last season.
Yeah, and there's two things that help with building culture. Number one is you win.
Yeah.
If you win games, things are going to go better. Number two is you got to have good leaders. And Vernon is a very good leader. You have to have guys to step up and really take the bull by the horns and be leaders. Every team that accelerates or that does really well, they got those leaders. And you know what? I think we got guys like Vernon. I'm wondering who it is on the defense. Maybe Markel Lee, someone like that. But you got to have those good leaders. And it seems like this year we got guys coming in there taking that role.
Well, we talk about the consistency and the culture and the Calgary Stampeders wanting to take care of their own house. There's still been a lot of changes with this football club. John Hufnagel, as we mentioned, he moves moves to Toronto with the Argos. So Jim Barker and John Hufnagel are part of that Argos front office. You lose quarterback coach Dakota Prukov. He is replaced by Jarius Jackson. Josh Coker is now with the BC Lions. Fraser Mazin is with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Gary Johnson Jr. had an injury. He's not back. Brady Breeze, I think that's a big disappointment for me. He retires and he is not coming back. PK Walker, Will Langlaw, retirement. Anthony Federico, retirement. Lorenzo Malden, retirement. Adam Bighill, retirement. Dominic Rhymes, retirement. Malik Henry, retirement. And then, of course, you lose some NFL players as well. Jalen Hutchins, Jacob Roberts, the Moose, Damian Alford. And let's not forget when the first cuts happened, Rodeem Brown on the offensive line, he was released. He was a 3-year veteran. Kalen St. Cyr, he was released. A 2-year veteran, he is gone. But what that tells me with those releases is, you've got some Canadian talent that you're ready to replace Rodeem Brown and Kalen St. Cyr with.
Yeah, man, Jock, you read off all those and you think, who is left?
It is crazy when you think about it, right?
It is, but you know what? In a way, it's kind of the way pro sports is going a little bit. You're not getting the guys sticking around as much. There's this free agency and all that. I mean, I take a look at college football now down in the States. I talked to Kyle Whittingham, who's now the coach at Michigan, and he was one of my good college buddies at BYU. He goes, Greg, last year, I went in and our entire 8 running backs are gone because of the nil, or they went somewhere else. We have 8 new running backs, and it's kind of dripping down into pro sports as well. We're not getting teams now where they keep the guys where they have 4 or 5 turnovers now. So it's not just the Stamps. You look at every team, and they've got a lot of bit of turnovers, and I think it's coaches that can really adapt to the way things are now, and that's turnover every year, that are going to excel.
And yet the flip side of that is we talk about, trying to build something here in Calgary. Vernon Adams now under contract to 2028. Clarence Hicks, your most outstanding defensive player last year, under contract to 2028. Zach Williams, a key piece of the offensive line, also a 3-year deal. Adrian Green, who had such a great season last year, he is under contract to 2028. And then getting 2-year deals, Deontay Demery, Eric Brooks, Dietrich Mills, all of those pieces will give you some stability moving forward.
It will, and Calgary is still a pretty attractive place to live for the players to come and play. I mean, Calgary's got a good reputation, and so I think our coaching staff, Dave Dickinson, and have done a pretty good job of signing up those players that they really need to. You're going to lose some no matter what, because you're just not going to be able to compete when it comes to free agency with some of the, some guys are just going to leave no matter what because they weren't happy with the pay that they're getting.
Okay, that is the injury report. It's brought to you by Plumbing Paramedics. One click or call for any comfort crisis across plumbing, heating, cooling, and boilers. Visit plumbingparamedics.ca. Help is on the way. And Dave McIver, you're on your way down to the sidelines. Have a great day. It's going to be a nice day for football. But
yeah, a little worried about 3 to 4 with the radar saying maybe a little sprinkle. But hey, it's a beautiful day in May. Football's back. What more can you ask for?
Well, I tell you what, Greg and I will be back. Mark Stephen has exclusive play-by-play action of the Stamps and the Riders preseason action for the Alberta Ford dealers coming your way just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. Up shortly, Spruce It Up Garden Centers, homegrown. A look at a player in today's game with connections to not only our city, but our province as well. This is the pregame show. You're listening to your home for your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Only in Calgary can you wake up to snow and need your air conditioner by lunch. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. From plumbing emergencies and water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, the Plumbing and Heating Paramedics have your back 24/7. Certified, local, standing by when you need us the most. Don't wait. We're one click or call away for any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue.
Don't forget cooling and boilers.
A beloved 75-year-old man washing up, getting ready for bed is brutally beaten and killed. Despite an exhaustive investigation, the killer avoids arrest and then strikes again. I'm Global News crime reporter Nancy Hixt. You might listen to a lot of true crime podcasts this year, but they're not Crime Beat. Search for and follow the award-winning podcast Crime Beat on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, and wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Catch us on the go with the iHeartRadio app. QR Calgary is 770 CHQR AM, a Chorus Entertainment radio station.
A quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. We are 50 minutes away, 5-0 away from the opening kickoff. The Stamps and the Saskatchewan Roughriders as the 2026 CFL season gets underway. Welcome back to the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Greg Peterson. We are live from the press box here at McMahon Stadium. Teams are on the field going through their warm-ups. And, of course, we got the opening kickoff coming your way just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. Why don't we take a quick look at Homegrown? Homegrown is brought to you by Spruce It Up. Spruce It Up Garden Center as we take a look at a player in today's game with some Alberta connections. And who better to chat with than defensive lineman George Adoko. George was born in Calgary, third-round pick in 2024, 28th overall. Here he is with Mark Stephen.
George, let's talk about your experience growing up in Calgary. What was your path that took you, first of all, to the University of Saskatchewan, then back to the Stampeders? Just what was the path?
So growing up in Calgary, playing at St. Francis High School there, I always seen the Stampeders. They were very involved in the community. So even come down to some practice sometimes. So seeing them was like, these guys are massive. Maybe I can do that one day. So it was very inspiring. So actually out of high school, I did commit to U of C, but I ended up getting to a better program school-wise. So that's leading me to go to U of S and walk on because, growing up here, I got Nigerian parents. So it's school first, school also second. Sports is a complete last of them. So I went there pretty much for school. And it just been a journey, walking on to here, just been a blessing each step of the way.
You mentioned the academic part. That's fine. I understand all that. But at St. Francis, the expectation for football is really high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I wanted to be there. I had a lot of friends going to St. Francis, and I want to win championships. I just want to win wherever I go play football. That's the best part about the sport, winning with all your friends, your teammates. That's memories you're going to remember for the rest of your life.
School first, school second, sports third. That's a pretty good philosophy for parents, Greg Peterson.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that every parent should mimic and do because, that education is very important.
And you just don't know if your pro career is going to take off. Hey, if you have talent, the cream does rise to the top without a doubt. Homegrown is brought to you by Spruce It Up Garden Center, Calgary's premier garden center and professional arborist services. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. They have got you covered. And it's interesting because George Adoko, one of 13 defensive linemen dressed for this game today. Going to be a little tough for you and Mark with the call, but it's a very important position that the Stamps do have some holes to fill.
They really do, and I think that the defensive line probably has the most competition, I would say, out of all the other positions. Linebacker, pretty secure there. We know where they are, but there's a lot of these young guys that have stepped up, really did good. Everybody was saying, how are we going to do without Hutchings in the middle? We've had a couple of guys that have really stepped in and done well in the middle, but there's going to be some good competition at that D-line position.
Mm-hmm. We talked about it, no Jalen Hutchins, that interior of the defensive line. Obviously, Miles Brown is not playing in this game today. He's a veteran status. You're not too worried about that position. We don't know when Flo or Amalade is going to come back. So we're going to see. And some of these players, that rush end position is so important. We know Clarence Hicks is going to be a stud this year. He's already predicted he's going to get over 20 sacks. He's not playing in this game. So let's see how this defensive line can deal with the Saskatchewan team that, let's be honest, they're not dressing all of their top guns tonight.
No, and you know what? I really like some of the sophomore second-year guys, like Sean Peterson, no relation to me, by the way. Big
He's
guy.
Much better looking than you, by the way.
Probably, yeah. So, but I wish I had his body type, 6'3", 231. He every time he played last year, he excelled, and every game he played in, he got a sack. So and he should be a lot better this year. And we got a lot of young guys that are coming up. So I think at that defensive end position, we got quite a bit of depth, and so that D line is going to be key this year.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they went out last year. They brought in Lorenzo Malden. It never worked out because of his injuries, and losing Flo was a big hit for this football club.
It really was. He's with Flo on one side, Clarence Hicks on the other. You got two guys that are so quick, and so they on one-on-ones against offensive tackles, they could just beat them all the time. And to have that double-edged sword there on our defensive line was just such a big advantage. But we got to hope some other guys step in and become. One thing about that defensive end position is it's like you get a linebacker out there that's more like 225, 230 going against a 300-pound right tackle or left tackle on the O-line. There's really a physical mismatch. And I think those two guys are two of the more athletic guys in the CFL.
Losing Jacob Roberts to the NFL does hurt your linebacking core a little bit, but I'm not quite as concerned with the linebacking core. Markel Lee, as long as he can stay healthy in the middle. Kyle Wilson was brought in, and he did a really, really nice job at that will position.
Really did. And then you've got a couple guys. Maurice Blackwell, he's great on special teams. He can run. He can play that Sam position, and I know a lot of people think of that as a DB, but linebackers I think are probably the best position right now for the Stamps. They're sitting the best right now.
Well, and I'm okay with their secondary too. Their secondary. Remember how many question marks we had about the secondary coming into last season?
All these new
Well,
guys.
because you didn't know about these rookie halfbacks, and you keep telling me the halfback position is the toughest position for an American to play because they've never had to play it before, and we had two rookies there, with Arnold and Grant, and you're thinking, okay, this could just be exposed. Well, it happened to be one of the strengths of the defense.
One of the strengths of the defense. A little bit worried maybe about the corner. We got Adrian Green back, but they got a lot of Canadians on their secondary, which is kind of unusual. It used to be you'd have maybe 1-2 out of your 8 defensive backs being a Canadian. Now we got lots of good Canadian corner. One guy that's probably has to step up is Ben LaBrosse. Yeah. He had a great rookie year. Last year kind of wasn't so good. They got him on that corner position. He'll be under the gun. He'll be a guy that they're going to be looking at tonight.
Well, you're exactly right, because Adrian Green has that obviously that strong field side corner position locked up. He was a ball hawk last year, scored some defensive touchdowns. Ben LaBrosse, he's going to have to step up his game, because you also got Onyeka out there as well.
Yeah, Onyeka did well, and I think what Ben has to do is just get that confidence. You can't play the defensive back position and not have confidence. It's just you're going to get beat sometimes, and everybody knows it's you. And but if you don't play with confidence at the DB position, you're just not going to play well.
Okay, we're going to take a quick time out here on the pregame show. When we come back, Greg Peterson is going to take a look at the marquee matchup for this afternoon. The marquee matchup brought to you by our friends at Country Hills Toyota. What does Greg think is going to be one of the key competitions for this game today, offensively or defensively? Hey, I get it. It's preseason, but the marquee matchup is coming up next as we roll along here on the home of the Calgary Stampeders. We have been the proud voice of your Stampeders for 35 years.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. QR Calgary 770 or online at qrcalgary.com.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football here on QR Calgary for the Alberta Ford Dealers. I'm Jock Wilson alongside of Greg Peterson as we are live from the press box warming you up for the Stamps and the Riders. The opening kickoff coming your way just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. The gates of McMahon Stadium have opened. Fans are starting to come in, and looks like it's going to be a nice afternoon for football. Greg Peterson, don't see a lot of wind happening right now.
No, beautiful. After the weather we've had this spring, it's been absolutely terrible. But
how's your golf game?
Well, I'm trying to get out, but yeah, it's pretty good. I'll have to kick you out to Willow Park. Perfect for football. You can't ask for a better condition for this game.
After we had snow on Saturday and a little snow yesterday, it's nice to see the sun shining. And as Dave McIver said, maybe we'll get a little bit of the wet stuff later on this afternoon, but hopefully the snow is gone. Let's get to our marquee matchup. The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. I get it. It's a preseason game, so you don't want to spend too much time on the marquee matchup because, you're not just looking at one position, you're looking at so many different position groups in this game. But what's maybe one of the biggest, we've already talked about the defensive line, so maybe pick a different matchup that you're looking for.
Well, I think a big one, normally matchup, you're talking about the other team, but we don't care about the Riders tonight. So right tackle, that's a big matchup. William Barnes and Cameron Dye. I mean, we talked about how we had Preston Nichols, he got hurt, and see which one of those two step to the front because it doesn't get much notoriety, but that offensive line, especially that right tackle position, is a key to having good success on the offense. And number two, always look at who's going to be the backup QB. I think Wooldridge has a little bit of an advantage. He was an early signing, so he got more comfortable with the offense, by getting a lot more time, and he's impressed in camp against Jacoby Griswold. And then Josh Love. One thing about if you're a second-year player, you need to take a big leap forward. And I don't know if Josh Love's really done that as a second-year player. He's expected to be better than Griswold and Wooldridge, but we'll see. So who's going to be the backup QB and even the third QB? That's always a big matchup.
Well, I will say this about Josh Love. The coaching staff really likes him. I've talked to Dave Dickinson about him, and, they're high on him. And it's not like he's a snot-nosed rookie. He's a second-year player in the CFL, but he's got some pro experience. And he's not a young quarterback. He's not a 23 or 24-year-old quarterback that's just getting his feet wet. He's played some pro ball, in the UFL, and, he got a start last year with the Calgary Stampeders. But you're right. That just doesn't guarantee you the number 2 spot. You got to step up and answer the bell.
Yeah, and he's probably not as great an athlete as a guy like Griswold or even Wooldridge, but I'm just saying, Doc, if you're in your second year, you're expected to not just be average anymore, you're past your learning phase, and you can't say you always get the benefit of the doubt maybe as your rookie, but second year, no, you have to step up, not just with the quarterback position, but with every position. And has Josh Love stepped up and really made that big leap forward? I don't know. I haven't really talked to the coaches much about it, but we'll see tonight. He's got to go out there and just not do average, but shine.
I'm expecting him to play at least 2 quarters of this game.
Oh yeah, you got to get him in there and see what he's going to do, and then the other 2 guys are going to be competing for that third position.
And yet the other thing is there seems to be some chemistry, some camaraderie, because when Vernon Adams had his little mini camp that he holds every single year, it was Josh Love and his wife that really did host the team, and it was Josh Love's wife that was able to get the facilities for them to go just outside of Los Angeles, and they brought in a bunch of the veteran receivers. They brought in Dietrich Mills, and so Josh Love was part of that because I think Vernon Adams knows that's the chemistry they want to develop.
Yeah, and to me that goes to show what type of a good character Josh Love is, which is always a big advantage. But along with being a guy with great character, you have to also be a guy that can get the job done at quarterback.
Okay, that's the marquee matchup. The marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota, where you get free winter tires always at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. We got to take another time out here on the pregame show. Deontay McMahon, or is it McMahon? We'll get to the bottom of that when we come back. The new Stampeder running back, as you're listening to the pregame show. We continue after this short break. This is your Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football broadcast on QR Calgary. We are a Chorus Entertainment radio station.
2026 is the year of the horse. and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
QR Calgary hosts podcasts, news, and opinions that you care about, all at QRCalgary.com.
The Calgary Stampeders were not very active in the offseason as far as free agency goes. They did have a big signing in Tyreek McAllister. They did have a big signing in receiver Dejon Brissett. They did have a signing on the defensive side of the ball as well, Dev Bynum, who is going to be your starting halfback on the weak boundary side today. But they also went out and picked up another running back by the name of Deontay McMahon, or is it McMahon? We're going to get to the bottom of that, as Deontay will be one of 4 running backs dressed for the Calgary Stampeders in this game. He's certainly enjoying his first camp in Calgary.
It feels great to be here. They got a different pace of ball. I feel like it's more high tempo. You got to do a lot of running. Yep. But it feels great to be here. The fit feels great for me.
Looks like they got doing a little of everything. You're coming out of the backfield. You're returning. Nice to have that versatility.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I would consider myself an impact player, to where I can impact all 3 phases of the game, or all 2 phases, offense and special teams. Yes, sir.
Let's discuss the offense here. Ryan Dinwiddie was in Toronto for many years and, of course, was here. So do you see some similarities?
Yeah. I would say the offense is pretty similar. So not too much difficulty there.
Okay. Yeah. I have to ask the obvious. You have the surname of the founder of the stadium. You don't pronounce it the same way, but how odd is it to look up and see your name on top of the scoreboard there?
It feels great. Actually, my whole life or my whole career, announcers have said McMahon. So, I've gone by McMahon or McMahon. So, being here at McMahon, it feels great.
So what do you prefer now that you're in Calgary?
Either or, it doesn't matter. I want to go with the niche. So okay. I'll stick with McMahon for now.
Okay, so at least we don't have to call him McMahon. We can call him McMahon.
Great. Yeah, same as Jim McMahon.
Jim McMahon, another quarterback that you played with back in the day at BYU, right?
Yeah.
Was he as crazy as everybody said he was?
He was a crazy guy, but he treated me really good. I was a freshman rookie, and he was very good to me. But, yeah, McMahon, I didn't realize that, but, yeah, you get up and you see your name on this. I'm looking at it right now, the scoreboard
on
there.
The big scoreboard.
I think McMahon, not McMahon or Mahan. No, it's McMahon.
Makes it much easier.
That's what I'm
for
calling
us.
him, okay?
Okay, fair enough. And the running back position is intriguing to me because, hey, we know who the starting running back is going to be. If Dietrich Mills is healthy, dude led the Canadian Football League in rushing last year. He is going to be a big part of the Calgary Stampeder offense moving forward. He is not dressing for this game today. You have Choquette. You have McAllister, Tyreek McAllister. You have Keon Lynch-Adams. And you've got McMahon. So I don't know how they're going to play out the running backs in this game today. But, obviously Choquette is a veteran returning. He started last year. But then you got some 3 new faces in there.
Yeah, and they're kind of different. Like Dietrich Mill, we know what type. He's a bruising back, good blocker because he's a solid, 230 pounds, 227. And then you got Keon Lynch-Adams, who's kind of like that. He's got the same body type as Dietrich. But then you got 2 kind of speedsters with McMahon and he's more of a slight guy, but you maybe worry a little bit about because he's only 175, 180 pounds, 5'8". Is he going to be able to take on a big blitzing linebacker? I don't know. So you got different types, but I remember a couple of years back we had guys that were the speedsters that had that breakaway speed, and then we had the pounders. It's maybe good to have both at times.
Well, it could be more for the return game, and I know Eric Brooks had the nice return for a touchdown last year, but it's tough when you're doing full-time returning and full-time on the offense. So I think Eric Brooks can now focus on just the offense because you've got Tyreek McAllister, you've got Deontay McMahon, who also can return for you.
Yeah, and we got to find. We haven't really had a solid. I don't want to say haven't had a guy that's just a returner that he's specialized in returning, and that's all he does for a long time. And it's maybe McAllister will be the guy, and so it'll be good to have that guy because you're right. It used to be you could have a guy that played DB or wide receiver or running back that also would return punts, kickoffs. Nowadays, with the way the CFL is and the way pro football is, you have to have one guy specializing in that particular spot, being a returner.
And I think if push comes to shove, that guy is going to be Tyreek McAllister.
I think so, too. They brought him in for that reason.
Yeah, without a doubt. He was dynamic, and, of course, then he left the Canadian game, and then he came back to the Canadian game. So that was a big off-season acquisition for the Calgary Stampeders. When we come back, it's our player profile on Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football. We're going to check in with Jason McGugan, the long snapper for the Calgary Stampeders. This is QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now! Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2. QR Calgary 770.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football for the Alberta Ford Dealers. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson, getting closer and closer to the opening kickoff. The Stamps and the Riders as the 2026 CFL preseason schedule gets underway today at McMahon Stadium, a kickoff just after 1 o'clock. Time for our player profile here on the pregame show. Jason McGugan, he is your long snapper, of course, came in on injury relief last season. Now it's his job to lose, as we check in with the voice of the Calgary Stampeders, Mark Stephen.
Well, let's talk about it. Second camp. How much different is this year from 2025?
Yeah, it's big. I mean, I think having the experience of being able to play some regular season games, kind of knowing what the expectations are is big. Feeling more comfortable around all the guys and knowing what I can do and knowing that I can compete at this level. So it's a lot more. I feel like I'm able to enjoy it a lot more this time around.
Yeah, and I guess the fact is you got some game action, and that's very valuable because you saw the ups and downs of football. You were let go, and you were brought back, and then end up playing a bunch of games.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I was fully ready to go back, play my 5th year at Laurier, but obviously an injury happened, and I was called back to play. And it's next man up mentality, and that's the attitude I just try and bring every day.
Your career at Laurier has pretty much only been a special teams guy in terms of a long snapper.
Yep, absolutely. I've been snapping since I think I was 12 years old, and I got told at a very young age by my older brother, if I want a career in football, it's a really good way to do it. So,
okay. Well, let's talk about your brother and the rest of your family. Where are you from?
Burlington, Ontario. Grew up,
I guess I would assume that your first CFL experience was with the Hamilton Tiger Cats?
Yeah. We've had families had season tickets there since I think 2014. So grew up going to Tim Hortons Field, now Hamilton Stadium, But a lot of good memories there.
I bet there are. Let's just discuss other sports that you played in Burlington growing up. Were you strictly a football player?
No, I played hockey as well growing up. I think it's part of the Canadian heritage almost, is learning how to skate at a very young age and playing hockey. So
yeah, that's for sure. Did you have to make a decision somewhere down the line? Was it going to be football or hockey, or what was sort of your path?
I think I kind of learned at a pretty young age that football was what I loved to do most. So I think I started dedicating a lot more time to playing football than I did with training with hockey.
You mentioned the long snapping. It is certainly a very specific skill. I think you got some great mentorship last year from Aaron Crawford, who ironically is now on the Saskatchewan side of the field. Talk about the impact he had.
It was huge. It was huge. You know, he's been a phenomenal mentor to me, and we're still very good friends. We've got a great relationship. I still reach out to him from time to time. Sorry. Just asking questions, picking his brain. You know, he's been doing it for a long time, so he's a great friend, great person, and I hope to keep that relationship going.
Well, let's discuss this team, your thoughts on training camp, and, obviously the expectations, the excitement about a potential Grey Cup home game.
You know, I'm loving it. The energy's great. The compete out here is really good. You know, everyone's flying around. The locker room's great. The guys are all getting along. Everyone's gelling. Really getting that family atmosphere that you need in a winning culture.
Well, Jason, good luck in year 2, and thanks for stopping by.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Crazy thing about the long snapper, Greg Peterson, is you don't want to notice them, because when you notice them, it's usually a bad snap.
No, but you know what? If you know how to throw a football between your legs, you can have a long career as a long snapper, and we've seen a lot of the guys that do that, and it's quite a skill. But it's like you said, it's an important skill, because one little miss and you're not getting those 3 points, you're not getting that extra point.
And he did a very nice job. Yep. You know, when Eric Crawford did go down with the injury last year, and the Stamps really didn't miss a beat.
No, they didn't. And so when Crawford decided he wanted to leave and wasn't going to work out with salary wise for the Stamps, we had a guy stepping right in there. So, it's something I said at the beginning, Jock, with you. When you have an injury, it gives an opportunity for someone else. That's exactly what happened to McKeegan. We probably wouldn't even see him right now if Crawford had not get hurt last year.
Well, it's interesting, because as Mark Steven mentioned earlier, sooner or later, Rene Paredes is going to retire. He's got 1 year left in his contract. Is this his final year? Maybe. We're going to see a couple of, rookie kickers, Dawson Hodge and Jude McNamee kicking today. One is a global player. Dawson is not a global player. Mark Bassett, you don't worry about the punting aspect, but, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the kicking game today.
Yeah, and it's so important in the CFL. And Rennie, it's his job. He hasn't hardly practiced, but he's one guy that doesn't really need to. But it's good that we look to the future, because we have to. How many more years does Rennie have?
Quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. We're just 25 minutes away from that opening kickoff. Just after 1 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to take a look at the Saskatchewan Roughriders a little more in-depth when we come back, as this is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks so much for listening to the pregame show on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth & Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth & Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1H Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
Watching breaking news in your community? Call us, 403-262-NEWS.
And welcome back to the pregame show. Jock Wilson, Greg Peterson, getting closer and closer to the opening kickoff here at McMahon Stadium. Your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder football on QR Calgary, getting ready for our 35th season of Stampeder play-by-play action on these radio airwaves. And Greg Peterson, it is the defending Grey Cup champions, the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Now, granted, this is the first preseason game for both teams, but I look at this Riders team, and do I think they're a playoff team? Yes. But do I think they've got some holes to fill? They do. They're looking for a new backup quarterback. Jake Mayer, is no longer with the team. They're looking for a new kicker, as Brett Lowther is no longer with the team. Maybe more importantly, their defensive line, wow, they were gutted in the offseason. Malik Carney, Haba Baldonado, Shane Ray, Micah Johnson retires. He goes to the coaching staff. A new linebacking core as A.J. Allen and C.J. Rivas are leaving. You know, they've got a new returner as Mario Elford is no longer here. And then their receiving core, Dante Myers, Joe. He gets released for some off-field issues. Sean Bain, Joe Robicelli. This is not exactly the same team that won a Grey Cup championship last year.
No, and we talked about it earlier. It's probably the way pro sports and the way the CFL is now going. You're going to have just high turnover of guys every year, and you just read that list, and shoot, Jock, you read a list with the Stampeders, and both of them were long lists, yes. And that's just the way it is.
Well, and let's be honest, when you win a championship, and we saw it happen here in Calgary as well, teams want to pick your pocket.
Yeah. You can always demand a little bit more on the free agent market. You're exactly right. So winning is just going to be a byproduct of winning. A negative byproduct of it is you're going to get picked by other teams.
And yet, moving forward for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they still have Trevor Harris. He is the Grey Cup MVP. Obviously not playing today. They still got a very solid running back in A.J. Ouellette. I think their offensive line is very, very good. So they're still going to be a force.
They're going to be a force. But I think you hit it on the head when you talked about their defensive line. You talked about their linebackers. You don't have a defense, and that's probably really more important. So they're devastated on defense. We'll see how well they do because they had a good defense last year. How's it going to be this year?
I'm a big Josh Bell guy, and Josh Bell, when he was here in Calgary, loved Josh Bell. I love talking to Josh Bell. He is now the new defensive coordinator. I know Corey Mace is still going to have his fingers all over the defense, but I'm happy for a guy like Josh Bell.
Yeah, it's good to see Josh finally get that coordinating position. I think he kind of shared it with the Argos, but now he's there, and he and Corey Mace go way back. And coaching is just getting a job in coaching, just a matter of who knows you association. So they go way back, and I liked him while he was here too. But now that he's going to be under the gun to produce.
Yeah, true enough. And I will say this: I think Corey Mace is one of the great young coaches in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, I liked him when he was here. He just did creative things. He was a good community guy. So yeah, it's good to see Corey excel there with the Riders.
He seems to win wherever he goes. Goes to Toronto when he wins. He won here in Calgary. Obviously wins in Saskatchewan as well.
Yep.
All right, that's the story on the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and we got to take another time out because we got to hear from the head coach. Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson is up next for Tom's House of Pizza. This is the pregame show as you're listening to your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
What did winter really do to your trees? Damage isn't obvious. Dead wood and weak limbs can quickly become a safety risk in the spring. Get your entire yard spring ready. Call Prune It Up, Calgary's trusted tree care professionals, for expert pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football for the Alberta Ford dealers. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson. Mark Stephen is ready with the call, and he will have that exclusive radio play-by-play call for you just after 1 o'clock this afternoon. But as we get closer and closer to the opening kickoff here at McMahon Stadium, why don't we get the insight from the head coach and general manager, the Coaches Show with Dave Dickinson for Tom's House of Pizza. Once again, here is Mark.
Dave, lots of players at your disposal for preseason game number 1. What's sort of your plan to deploy the roster as you face Saskatchewan?
Just when you get your opportunity, go take advantage of it. We're definitely going to play quite a few of our guys, and we want to make sure we're trying to get better and we're growing and we're getting, I guess to me, game situations and getting yourself ready to go. It's important to me. You only have 2 preseason, and you don't necessarily know you're going to get a lot of snaps, so take advantage of the ones you get.
You have 4 quarterbacks in camp. Obviously, we know who number 1 is, but how's the quarterback competition behind Vernon Adams shaking out there?
Yeah, I'd like to think all 4 would play this game. I don't know about that next one, but I think this game, so it is important, like you said, take advantage. Even Vernon, try to find things and learn things and get used to your receivers and, show that good leadership, make good, solid decisions, be smart. I don't need him to be taking on any linebackers running the ball, but be smart, but still trying to move the ball and get points.
Overall message you've tried to bring to the team in training camp here, and, have you achieved what you hoped to achieve, at least thus far?
It is early. I mean, I think it's been a good camp. I do think we missed a practice yesterday, no big deal, except that I'm a little nervous about coming off the sideline in situations and short yardage, and we just haven't had a chance to really maybe lock in on those type of things. I am kind of a bit of a perfectionist. I want to be organized. I want to be detailed, and that's my only concern is we just haven't been in a flow. We didn't have like what we call a red and white game. So when you have the first preseason game, it's just 2 years in a row for us. Very challenging to be organized and prepared, but we're doing our best.
You selected Orasco as a linebacker with your 6th overall pick. How's he fitting in?
Well, I like what I'm seeing. I think Eric is a football player. He's pushing, obviously he understands the depth charts and all that. He's definitely down a bit, but I think he's pushing. And, I feel like, honestly, he's been a good pick. On a side note, Micah Tight's having a baby, so I think Rasco's going to play a bit more, but good quarterback, or good Canadian contact at the linebacker position.
Well, that's nice to know. Let's also just discuss a couple of openings on the team. Jaden Hutchings has left, and, of course, Flo Ormalad is working to try to get back in the lineup, but he's not there yet. How's the defensive line competition working?
I mean, that's the key. You got to pressure the quarterback and stop the run. I mean, if we can do that. I like some of our guys, but let's see when the lights come on. Let's see how we perform. But certainly I think, watching Flo get better here, I do feel he would be playing sooner rather than later. But there are some jobs to be had and some opportunities there for our guys to take advantage of.
Well, first opportunity for everyone. Looking forward to it. Dave, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Let's see when the lights come on, Greg Peterson, and that's the message from head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson on the Coaches Show. When you get the opportunity, take advantage of it, because you don't get a lot of opportunities in the preseason in the Canadian Football League.
Well, that's exactly, you can't afford to not be average is the way I'll put it. Now we're getting to kind of my keys of the game. You can't just go out there, and you got to do something to get noticed, and it's got to be something good to get noticed, and that's when the opportunity comes for you to, as a defensive back, to make a knockdown or make an interception or make a catch as a wide receiver or the throw as the quarterback, whatever. You make the play. If you don't, you're probably never going to get another opportunity. It's not like practice. It's now game time. You might have 1-2 opportunities. Got to make the play.
Do you remember your first preseason game? What was going through your mind?
You know what, a lot. And you come up here from the United States, and it's just a bigger field, and a lot's going through your mind. You're uncomfortable. You're not as confident. But you gotta. I didn't handle it as well as I thought I could have. But what if someone came to me and said, "What should I do?" I go, just relax and don't put too much pressure on yourself. You just got to let your natural athletic talent show through, because you can't get so hyped up or so nervous that you're not going to make the play.
The interview with the coach is brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza, serving Calgarians pizza made to perfection since 1963. We're going to take our final time out. When we come back, Greg will check out his keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. We are QR Calgary, 770 CHQR.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun! Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
QR Calgary hosts podcasts, news, and opinions that you care about. All at QRCalgary.com.
I love this text on the text line from John, 403-974-8255. He says, fellas, this game for me is all about Josh Love. John, I think that's a very, very good point. And then I got another text here and didn't leave a name, but I can see the number, and it's a long, long number. He says, Jock, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, May 19th. In Bali, Indonesia. So listening all the way from Bali, Indonesia, which is fantastic. That brings us to the keys to the game. Greg Peterson, do you agree with John? Is this game all about Josh Love for you?
Well, I'm going to be a little bit more general. It's not all about Josh Love, but that's a key. I think keys to the game are what I would tell maybe some of these players. And number one is do something to get noticed, but don't be average. Average won't cut it. As a matter of fact, if you're average, you're probably going to get cut. Number two is Dave Dickinson said it, when you get the opportunity, take advantage of it, make a play, because not too many opportunities come your way. And the third thing is you got to play with confidence. You can't be hesitant out there and unsure yourself. A hesitant football player is not a good football player. If I had to, after my 10 years of playing, if I had to say something to these young guys playing their first pro football game, that's what I'd tell them.
Yeah, and I think for the starters, because it is a home game, you do have Vernon Adams starting this game. Protect the quarterback, because if you're a veteran player, I don't think you have a lot to prove.
No, you're gonna, exactly. You just go out there and don't get hurt, and don't really, blow it. Don't really have a terrible game. And so, this first game is for the young guys,
without a doubt. So, do something to get noticed. Don't be average, according to Greg Peterson. Take advantage of your opportunities, because you don't get a lot of opportunities, and play with confidence. Dave Dickinson doesn't like the first preseason game, but I will say this. I think this setup is a little bit better than Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan plays today. 5 days later, they play their second preseason game. At least the Stamps will have a little bit of time in between preseason games to really find
I totally agree with you, Jock. I think that's definitely to our advantage to have it the way the Stamps have it.
All right, there you have it. That is the keys of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers, and that is a wrap to the pregame show, our first pregame show of a brand new season. Of course, the Calgary Stampeders will wrap up their preseason. That will be on June the 29th, as the Stampeders will be in Edmonton, a night at the Knothole at Clark Stadium. That is a 7 o'clock kickoff. Dave McIver and myself will be live from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. The Stamps' regular season kickoff is against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 7:05, Friday, June the 5th. Enjoy the broadcast tonight. Mark Stephen is standing by for the play-by-play, and first he's going to take a look at the starting lineups. Thanks for listening to the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson. This is QR Calgary.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Comfort can turn into a crisis quickly. Good thing there's a team built for emergencies. The Plumbing and Heating Paramedics. From burst pipes and broken water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, we handle it all 24/7. Fast response, skilled pros, no delays or surprise cost. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're just one click or call away to save you from any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770.
And welcome to McMahon Stadium, Holiday Monday. Really glad you're with us wherever you are. Calgary, Southern Alberta, online, driving home. We're really glad to have you part of this CFL preseason opener on Holiday Monday. We're going to take a look at the starting lineups for the Calgary Stampeders. Saskatchewan, 65 players, but most of their heavyweights, their established players are sitting this one out. Guys like Trevor Harris, AJ Ouellette, there's many others. The Stampeders defensively will start this way. Sean Peterson, Charles Wiley, O'Malley, Devante O'Malley, and Carey Main are the front four. The linebackers, Kyle Wilson, Markel Lee, and Morris Blackwell, the starting trio. In the secondary, Anthony Johnson, free agent signing Dev Bynum. Jackson Somback is the starting safety, playing against his brother, actually, who is an undrafted free agent signing by the Rough Riders. Jalen Grant and Adrian Green. These are the starters. A lot of them will play in the season opener. They won't see a lot of action today. Offensively, the line for the Calgary Stampeders, Deontay DeMurray, Zach Williams, Chris Fortin, Bryce Bell sitting out, trying to make sure he's recovered from surgery. Christian Canu and William Barnes, who takes over right tackle. That'll be an important position. The receivers, Kalen Horton, Vashawn Janusis, Eric Brooks, Jalen Philpott, and Clark Barnes. Janusis filling in for Dijon Brissett, who pulled a muscle, and he's going to sit this game out. As far as the running backs are concerned, Ludovic Choquette, who had a fabulous camp last year, and Quincy Vaughn. Vernon Adams, a starting quarterback. But one more time, these guys will not see a lot of time this game. First quarter, maybe a little more, but certainly not much more. If you're in the stadium today and looking out at the field, you're going to see some differences from a regular season game. The CFL's numbering rules are not enforced. There's also been several Stampeders that have changed numbers. For instance, Markel Lee goes from 50 to 8. Kyle Wilson, 31 to 2. So there may be some changes there. As I say, because of the large number of players, 138 in all, the numbering regulations are not enforced, nor are the ratio regulation of the CFL. 73 Stampeders, 65 Rough Riders. The officials, the referee is Richie Miller, the umpire Kyle Mikulak, the down judge is Chris Shapka, the line judge is Sharon Arey, the side judge is Emily Clark, the back judge is Blair Brown, and the field judge is Chris Donaldson. Well, we've got the best weather of what's been a pretty miserable weekend here in Calgary. The sun is out, some clouds are around. Who cares? We're getting ready to play some football. Really looking forward to bringing you this game. Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. Those are your starting lineups. Our play-by-play broadcast only moments away on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR.
That's a wrap on the Stampeders pregame show. Now that you're all set for the game, we're 90 seconds from bringing in Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson with all the play-by-play action. This is your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football. Proud home of the Stamps for 35 seasons. QR Calgary 770.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big deal. Not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Let's go! It's game time on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football. Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson are set. We hope you are too. Kickoff is now on QR Calgary 770.
And welcome back to McMahon Stadium. We welcome you live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. You get free winter tires always under the Toyota at South Point Toyota. And good afternoon, football fans. Calgary Stampeder football is on the air. QR Calgary and the Calgary Stampeders bring you this Canadian Football League matchup involving your Stampeders and the Saskatchewan Roughriders. This game comes to you from McMahon Stadium. I'm Mark Stephen. I have the call. Greg Peterson is our color analyst. Greg, a quick look ahead.
Wow, what a beautiful day for a first preseason game. Mark, some of these players, this will be their last football game, and some this is going to be the start of a great career, and we'll see tonight, which ones those are.
Coming up, the opening kickoff, 90 seconds away. More great Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football on your voice of the Stamps, QR Calgary.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant, safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at VolvoCarsCalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders. Now in our 35th season, Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770.
And welcome to McMahon Stadium. This is where the 2026 football season opens, and this is where it will conclude when the Grey Cup is awarded on November the 15th. We got a long way to go before then. Welcome back to your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR. The Stampeders are out in their white tops with the red numerals, the red pants with the striping down the side, and they've got the candy striping across the shoulders. These uniforms will be worn for the preseason only. Then they will debut their new uniforms for the regular season opener June 5th against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Saskatchewan in their traditional green over green look. They've got the green tops, green pants with the green numerals, and the white name bars with the white numerals. So that's what the Saskatchewan Roughriders doing. They're the Grey Cup champions, but this is not the lineup that won the Grey Cup, as you might expect for this time of year. Mike Rose and James Botters, a couple of former Stampeders, Trevor Harris, and many, many others are at home as well. Well, a big cloud has come over the top, but at field level, Dave McIver, what's it like overall as far as the weather goes?
Well, still a little warm down here, Mark, which is nice, but I do warn you, according to my radar, I am not a weatherman. I state that at least 2 or 3 times a year. There could be some showers today. It looks like around 2 o'clock there might be some rain in the forecast. Let's hope that just kind of does the old McMahon Stadium circle. Doesn't hit us. We'll see what happens, but hopefully it doesn't hamper things. And the last thing we need in the first game of the season is a lightning delay. So we'll keep an eye on that for you.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Well, we'll just hope. Anyway, Stampeders are out to get things going now. They are kicking off from the south end of the stadium. Now, Jude McNatamy is the kicker, an Irish kicker who played for the New York Giants last year. Rennie Paredes is going to have time off, so the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to send their return unit out, and we'll get things going momentarily. As these two teams play, last year the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Stamps met twice, and the Stampeders won both. That's the only team the champions did not beat last year were the Calgary Stampeders. They'll play twice this year. They're back here next month. And then Stamps go to Regina. It's early October 2nd, I believe. So even though it's preseason, Greg, I get it. I'm fired up. How about you?
Yeah, well, even though it's preseason, it's Saskatchewan, and it's always been a big rivalry. Of course, I don't know how many fans are here, but you still see a sprinkling of some green out in the stands, and it's always going to be a big rivalry just because we have so many people here in Calgary that are from Saskatchewan.
Yep, and the Letcher was a returner they signed in the offseason. Saskatchewan did. But he's not going back at this time. Principal returner for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Jalen Johnson. He'll be back to return. There's a practically no wind, let's call, coming in from the north. That may change a little later on. Ball's teed up on the 30. We're ready to get things going. The Calgary Stampeders, Saskatchewan Roughriders kick off the 2026 preseason right here at McMahon Stadium. We'll wait for time to be whistled in and get everything going. These young special teamers on both sides, for that matter, but more for the Stampeders. This is a chance to make the impression. The time is about to be whistled in. So Big Tall McAdamy is ready to kick the ball off. Looks back at the sidelines, gets the signal. Of course, he played 2 years with the New York Giants, so some of this CFL stuff is still in the learning stages.
Well, he impressed in camp with his length on his how far he could kick that ball on kickoff. So we'll see how he does on this opening kick, first time kicking in the CFL.
Yep. So we're waiting for the ball to be teed up, taking our time, but we'll get things going here in just a moment. As he's ready to address the ball. And kicks it off in the direction of Johnson. It's a high kick. He'll run up and catch it inside the 20, outside the numbers. And 25 at the 30, goes to the far sidelines before he's driven out of bounds by several Stampeders, including defensive lineman Morris Brash. And that means the Saskatchewan Roughriders will send their offensive unit on the field, led by quarterback Cone, who's been here in Saskatchewan for a couple of years. It's his time to take a big jump as well and take over the number 2 job. Jake Cone from Notre Dame, and let's see how he does from the 35-yard line.
Third-year player, Mark. A big guy, as you said, 6'3", 218 pounds, and been around. We'll see how well he does.
One back set with the ball on the left side. Hash marks. Anderson shifts to the backfield to the quarterback's left. Now they line up with a tight end right. Play fake. There's a quick stop route thrown. Caught at the 45 and then driven back right away as Dev Bynum is up to knock the receiver down.
Yeah, Dev Bynum, of course, picked up former Elk in his third year. A good, solid hit, but Sam Peters playing zone deep coverage, and good job by the wide receiver of Saskatchewan, and the quarterback picked that up, a little stop and catch, and picked up 9 yards.
It is. They bring in the short yardage unit here.
Are they going to hit the first down?
They are. Yep. Janet made the catch, and they give it the first down, the 45-yard line. Not by much, so Cone runs back in. Calgary Stampeders, front four. Markel Lee is patrolling that middle for the team. Just underway. Riders moving left to right to the scoreboard end of the stadium. Milwaukee in as a tight end left for Saskatchewan. Cone calls out signals. Anderson shifts to his right. And Anderson does get the call. Finds a hole left side that gets 3, 4, driving for more, and then is pushed back by Wilson, the outside linebacker, for a gain of maybe 4 on the play. Second down and 6.
Yeah, you can see this defense really fired up, Mark. Everybody running to the football, gang tackling. You don't want to bring them down with one guy, but everybody get a hat on them, as they say, so limited that gain to 4 yards.
Second down and 6, ball on the left side. Hash marks at the Saskatchewan 49-yard line. Roughriders fan out of the huddle. Marner and Genet going left to the far short side. From the gun, Cone spies that Calgary defense. Cone will go to the air. Short drop, reads the coverage, fires a strike downfield, and ball is incomplete.
Yeah,
trying to find the dropping linebackers, drop back, and right there to knock it away, the linebackers and the Stampeders forced them to kick.
Yeah, Cone just sitting in the pocket, showed good patience that time. The pocket collapsing around and threw that ball at the very end, but a little bit throwing behind Mark, and not a catchable ball.
No, I wasn't sure if one of the defenders coming up, saw him back, the safety, was going to get his hands on it for a potential interception.
Well,
here we are, punt time for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. That ball will be punted deep downfield. Stampeders Tyreek McAllister will watch it bounce over his head, bounces into the end zone, 15 yards deep, then bounces out the far side on the big long punt by Mirko. And there you go, the Stampeders and the Roughriders, the Riders, score the first point of the preseason. All right, we'll take a timeout here. Your Alberta Ford dealer, Stampeder Football, has a home at QR Calgary. The score is Saskatchewan 1, Calgary 0. You're listening to Stampeder Football, now streaming on QRCalgary.com.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
2026 is the year of the horse. and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant, safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Thanks for listening. This is René Paredes, kicker for the Calgary Stampeders. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
The Stampeders on the offense. They start out at the 40-yard line as Vernon Adams is at the controls for the Calgary Stampeders, calling out signals, now checking off at the line, looks at that four-man front. Adams takes the snap, gives it Choquette. He runs left to the near side, turns the corner, 40, 45 at the 50, gets to the secondary before he is pulled down. A nice bit of running before he's pulled down finally by Saskatchewan's Hughes, but it is a first down.
Well, Choquette, who did great last year in preseason, made the team as a rookie, and that time a little sweep, and Stamp's going hurry-up offense, and every time he gets his hands on the ball, Choquette seems to make something happen.
Dedrick Mills is sitting this game out, of course, as Choquette's in the backfield, but Adams goes to the air. He is back, throws it out of the backfield, caught by Choquette, but he's met right away by Hollis in the open field in front of the Stampeders bench, pulled down at the 54-yard line, so let's make that a 4-yard gain. Second down and 6 yards to go.
Stamp's going hurry-up offense. They just want to get Vernon Adams some reps, so they're just getting over the ball, going right away. That time Choquette goes leaks into the flat, quick pass to him, picked up 5.
Philpott and Barnes splitting left to the short side as Adams calls out signals. Second down and 4 from the 55-yard line. Adams will take the snap, 4-man pressure. He is back, throws a stop route, caught at the Saskatchewan 50 by Philpott, moves ahead to the 43-yard line before he's pulled down by Woods, the linebacker, but it is a Stampeder first down to the 42 of the Rough Riders.
Yeah, this might be Vernon Adams' only drive, but doing a good job of just calling the plays right on the line of scrimmage, coming out a little bit different in preseason to do that, but I think it's a good idea.
Time now for the Stampeders' opening drive as here we go. One back set with Choquette, play fake to the line. Adams is back, loads up, pitching deep, looking for Janusz, is deep by the goal line, and that ball is intercepted by Saskatchewan. Pulled in very deep downfield by the Saskatchewan Roughriders Lacombo, so a turnover on downs. All right, Saskatchewan 1, the Stampeders 0. This is football on QR Calgary, Valentine Volvo, and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Stampeder football on QR Calgary, bringing you all your CFL action for 35 years.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1 Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
And welcome back. Stamp defense on the field. It is scoreless, all right? First, it's preseason for the officials as well, and the scorekeepers. Because that ball went out of bounds in the end zone, there is no single. That's one of the changes, so it is a scoreless ball game right now. After the pick, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are on their 30-yard line, far left hash marks. Anderson to the quarterback left in the backfield, and he'll get the call. He dances at the point of attack, but the Stampeders swarm to bring him down. Morris Brash, the lineman there, brings him down. Markel Lee, the middle linebacker as well. A short gain, maybe two. Second down and 8.
Yeah, good job by the Stamp young defensive line. Got a bunch of rookie second-year players in there. They got upfield real quick. A little read pass option by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Good job. Limit that gain to 2 yards.
Welcome back to your Alberta Ford dealers. Stampeder football on QR Calgary. Roughriders flanking Marner wide to the left side of the field on the far side. From the 33-yard line, Stampeders show a 4-man front as Cone goes to the air. Cone is back. Looking short side, nobody open. Squirts free of the pressure. Makes a move. 35 up to the 40, and I think has the first down. Before he was knocked down, he ducked under some linemen, Greg, and picked up first down yardage.
Yeah, good job by the defensive line to collapse on that pocket, but Cohen just kind of ducked down, as you said, and snuck out of there. Avoided the sack, and then with those big, long legs, got upfield really quick, got the first down. Good play by the quarterback.
Out to the 42-yard line. There's 9 minutes, 58 seconds to play in the opening quarter of this ball game. Saskatchewan on the march. Janae and Marner going left to the far side of the field for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Ball in the middle of the field. Milwaukee comes back to the formation to block. Again on the ground for Anderson. Big hole up the middle. Breaks a tackle. 50, 52. Up near midfield before Grant wrestles him down. But that's a big pickup as he exploded right up the middle.
Yeah, if you're going to come up, and they call it mugging on the line of scrimmage, where a linebacker comes up and they're right on the line of scrimmage. And if you don't cancel every gap, you're going to get a good back like Saskatchewan had, and he'll find a sliver of a hole, and he got through there and picked up a good 15 yards.
I don't know if it's rotation or frustration, but the entire Stampeder defensive line has been changed out.
Well, I think they planned that, Mark. They're going to put 4 in, 4 guys out, so that was all planned.
First and 10, midfield, Saskatchewan. Scoreless ball game. 3 receivers right for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Cone takes the ball. He's looking far side, throwing far side on and out. That ball is batted away. Nice play by Anthony Johnson to get a mid out in front of the intended target, Marner on the far side. And it's second down.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson, a good rookie year at corner. He came in later, and he was right there. I thought for a while, he could have stepped in front of that and gone for 6 the other way, but nevertheless, good play by the second-year player.
Yeah, he broke that up. He came in last year, big, tall, athletic corner, playing very, very well. Del Busby goes left for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Weave to the far side as well. It's second down and 10 on the midfield marker. Stampeders show blitz. They back off. Cone is back in the pocket. Pats the ball, pitches across the field. It's caught by Janae on a drag route. Caught at the 40, down to the 38-yard line where Grant pulls him down for the Stampeders. And that'll be a first down to the Calgary 37.
Well, good patience again by Cone. He just sat in that pocket, and Calgary came on kind of a loop-type blitz, Mark, where you're looping around and didn't get to him in time. And then if you got no middle linebacker, you got no inside help if you're a halfback, and Cone knew that, and he threw it right where he needed to.
So Saskatchewan marches to the 37-yard line of the Stampeders. Cone directing traffic, sending receivers to the far side of the field behind him. He'll take the ball, he'll go to the air. Standing, waiting, pitching across the middle. That ball is tipped, and it is intercepted. Kyle Wilson has the ball for the Stampeders. He gets up to the 38-yard line before he's tackled by Saskatchewan. So the Stampeders come through with a big interception to grab the football and get a turnover as they answer a turnover of their own, getting one of their own. This is first quarter Stampeder football. We're here at McMahon Stadium. We're scoreless, and this is Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big Not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza. Or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
This is Micah Tights, number 42. Now back to Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
And speaking of Micah Tights, he's scratched from the lineup today. I don't know the exact status of it, but I understand there is a child, may have been born or maybe about to be born, so he's on maternity watch, and we certainly will get the details and wish Micah all the best. A local product, did play 5 years with Saskatchewan, so we'll get the details as the Stampeders huddle up at the 40-yard line to get things going.
Well, Mark, I will say that I think preseason game or being there, the birth of your child, child's more important.
Not much dispute, is there? Yeah, so good for Micah. We'll get more details later. All right, the Stampeders value the turnover, take over the ball. They're at their 40-yard line. Ball on the far hash marks as they move right to left to the patio end of McMahon Stadium. Backs crossing the backfield behind the quarterback. 12 on the clock. Adams takes the ball. Play fake. He keeps it. Goes off right tackle. 40 breaks the tackle up at the 50-yard line. Or he's brought down. Linebacker, that was Straker out there, and it's enough for a first down. Actually, Lacombo. It's a first down. That was run all the way. Picks up 11.
Well, a little read pass option. He did a good job of faking it, but I saw Vernon Adams take off, and I thought, I don't want Vernon Adams running the football, getting crunked in a preseason game, but he did a good job thing by sliding before he hit a approaching linebacker.
So with the first down, the Stampeders are at their 50-yard line. 7 minutes, 44 seconds to play in this quarter as Ludovic Choquette hands on his knees to the left of the backfield. Play fake by Adams. He throws to the far side. Caught by Janusas, who dropped it. Second-year receiver just dropped it. No other explanation. So it'll be second down. Of course, he's in there looking for a job. Dijon Brissett not playing today.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that in preseason because a good read. They had 4 receivers to the left side, only 1 to the right, and all 4 guys kind of took off and went down the field and cleared out, and Doucette was wide open. He did a stop route, so everybody ran the right route, and Vernon Adams picked it up right away just a drop football.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. Stampeders second down to 10 at their 50-yard line. They have 5 receivers out. Adams takes the snap, flag in the air. Adams is back in the pocket, dancing, throws to his check down man, caught by Choquette. He gets to midfield, not much more. Woods on the tackle, locks onto him for Saskatchewan, but I thought I saw a Rough Rider jump ahead of time, and then after the play, another flag.
Yeah, that's a pushing going on, and it looked to me like a rider jumped offside. It all depends on whether, it looked also to me like our left tackle popped out a little bit early, so we'll have to see what the referees sort out here. As you said, Mark, 2 flags, as Dave Dickinson now talking to the side judge.
Stampeders, by the way, did have Bud Steen, veteran, now retired CFL referee here for most of camp, and every once in a while during a drill, you'd see a flag come flying from the sidelines.
And that's good, Mark,
it sure is,
because wide receivers, they're cheating. They love to go offside during practice and look better, but if you got a referee there to catch that, it makes it so they can't cheat in practice, as now the referee is explaining to Dave Dickinson what's going on.
Well, all I can say, too, is there was time I saw, here's the call coming up, a group of players around Craig Dickinson, the special teams coordinator. Mics don't work at this time of year. It is preseason. Somebody forgot to put the batteries in the off season, I guess, right? Anyway, they had Bud Steen, Craig Dickinson, and a bunch of players talking in the corner just to discuss the rules. So here we go. It's offside Stampeders, roughing Saskatchewan, roughing Calgary.
Roughing Calgary and offside Calgary. So it's going to be second. Stamps going to be way back in the. It's going to be second down and about 20 yards to go.
Exactly what it is. With 7 minutes, 44 seconds remaining, we're in a scoreless ball game right here. Calgary Stampeders.
Well, this is a good time to run a screen pass, or you don't want to try and get it all, but get something.
See what they do as lining up in the gun is Vernon Adams. Looks over that Saskatchewan defense. Adams takes the ball. Adams from the pocket, dancing. He steps up, comes to the line of scrimmage, launching a deep ball. Philpott wide open, catch Saskatchewan 20, at the 10, at the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown! Jalen Philpott
on a 70-yard pass and run.
Well, that's what you want to see out of your veteran. Second down and 20 yards to go. I just finished saying you're in a little bit of a hole there. We've got players now pushing and shoving, a couple rookies, and Vernon Adams steps up into the pocket right away. His eyes are downfield, and he saw Jalen Philpott wide open, a real coverage bust by the Riders, and launched it down, perfect throw, and Jalen could just almost walk into the end zone, and a great play on a 2nd and 20.
Jalen Philpott, he had a couple touchdowns last year, 830 yards. I think he's got more in them this year. He's going to have a big breakout year. I'm convinced of that. So the extra point will be kicked by McAdamy. Now, there's no change to the scoring on touchdowns. That's a touchdown, and the Stampeders lead 6-0 with the extra point to follow. The snap, it is down, it is kicked through, and the Stampeders take a 7-0 lead. Timeout on the field, though, of which we will keep it here with 5:38 remaining in the quarter. I want to welcome everyone back to McMahon Stadium on another season of Calgary Stampeder football. As the best tradition in all of pro football, that touchdown horse racing down the east side behind the Saskatchewan bench. We're here today, really glad to be here. Our next broadcast, the second preseason game from Edmonton on the 29th, May 29th at 7 o'clock from Clark Stadium. That's one thing I've never done in all these years. Clark Stadium. That's where it's going to be. And the opener is June 5. How about Dave McIver's updates from the sidelines?
Yeah, obviously a beautiful touchdown there. Vernon Adams making it rain to Jalen Philpott. Speaking of the rain, fellas, it's starting to fall a little bit down here. Nothing heavy, but I'll keep an eye on it for you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Well, it's been a problem all weekend long. This is the best weather of the weekend. I don't want to say it's been great, but it's the best weather we've had all weekend. So. Anyway, Stampeders send the kickoff unit on. They'll kick off from the 30-yard line. The wind has picked up a little bit, and I'm not trying to make excuses for Vernon Adams, but that ball that he threw for an interception could have thrown it a lot better, but I think it got knocked down a bit by the wind that is starting to pick up the higher you get above field level.
Well, I think Vernon thought, well, I'm going to go for a 50-50 ball, but that wasn't even 50-50 when he threw that interception. They had a safety in behind, a guy right on his hip. Probably Vernon's going to look back on that one and say, I don't throw it. It's not like you got a big guy that's one-on-one down the sideline. You had a safety in behind. It was a safety who made the play, too. It was easy catch. So, but that last play, Vernon really showed what he's good at, and that's making something happen out of nothing, especially when it's 2nd and 20 yards.
He had 21 touchdown passes last year, and you know what? I think there's room for growth. He can build upon those good totals. All right, kickoff about to begin. Now the cloud is over the stadium. It is kind of dark. They switched the lights on just before kickoff, I think in anticipation of exactly this. Sexton and Anderson, the return men for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Stamps kicking into that wind. McNally drives the ball downfield, end over end kick. On the far side, Sexton will catch just inside the 25 on the far side. 30 at the 35. Veers right, but is tripped up in the open field by the Calgary Stampeders. They put him on the ground.
Well, I don't know if there's not much wind, Mark, because on those kickoffs, he's not getting it very deep. Lots of height, Mark, but not too much depth that time. And consequently, the Riders got pretty good field position off that kickoff.
Delaney Robinson, one of those players we mentioned who has switched numbers. He played a little bit last year with the Stamps from the U of R, and he made the tackle. So here comes the Saskatchewan Roughriders with their offense on. 5 minutes, 22 seconds remaining in the first half of our ball game. Going in the gun. Play fake to the line. A quick snap pass to the far side. Del Busby has the ball, runs down the far sidelines and driven out of bounds. And let's see where they spot the ball. It should be enough for a first down.
Yeah, a little bit of a blow in coverage. Calgary's in a cover 3, they call it, where they got 3 deep guys. And going to look down the middle, his first read is to throw the curl route or the crossing route the other way. Nobody there, and he looked in the flat. The guy was wide open. Nobody even came out, and consequently got 9 yards on that play.
They say he stepped out of bounds before he started down the sidelines. Now big, tall Tommy Stevens. Know all about him here. He's in. As a short yardage guy, 2nd down and 1, lines are down. He pushes ahead. He has first down yardage, but there's 2 markers in the air, so we'll await the call.
Tommy Stevens looks like Calgary's probably, when you see the flag thrown right away, 9 times out of 10, it means Stamps lined up offside. Of course, you talk about Tommy Stevens, but Dave Dickinson's halfway out in the field, and he's animated about something. saying to the referee, and they're going to call offside on Calgary, but he's pretty...
Offside. Calgary number 98. 5-yard penalty.
Dante O'Malley, all right. Well, Tommy, I think we may see him, based on what Corey Mason and I discussed, I think we may see him as quarterback, not just the short yardage guy for the team. Let's see.
Well, and we got Quincy Vaughn got better and better last year, short yardage for us. So I think Tommy Stevens is probably the best, but Quincy doing a pretty good job last year.
From the 52-yard line, that's where the Saskatchewan Roughriders are, their own 52-yard line. One back set, and they'll go on the ground. Bertrand Houdan picks his way up to midfield, down to the Calgary 54-yard line. Finally driven back on the play by Larson, a halfback, and that's about a 5, maybe 6-yard gain. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. The Stampeders 7, Saskatchewan 0.
Yeah, Jack Cohen, he's basically running read pass option each time, and he's mostly been given it up. That time got a good 5 yards, but a good upward push against our defensive line by the offensive line of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Just across midfield at the Stampeder 54-yard line. Marner and Genet going wide left. Stampeders watching him to that side. Going from the gun, 6 on the clock. Jones takes a snap, he looks left, now he looks middle, steps up, he will run, midfield, Calgary 50, Calgary 45, then dives ahead, touch tackle made by Johnson, the halfback, but it's a big first down, big hole up the middle, he took advantage.
Yeah, third time he's done that, and Mark, he gets a big, deep drop, and kind of a big guy, as I said, 6'3", 210, hasn't got the quickest of feet, but when he shoots off and goes up the middle, he's getting good yardage. That's the third time he's done that, and second time he's got first down yardage after a second and long.
Well, Trevor Harris is obviously the guy, but Cone here to make a great impression and be ready when he's called on for Saskatchewan. Rough Riders scrimmage at the Stampeder 42-yard line. They're going wide right. Cone looks over the defense. Play fake, he rolls right, dumps it for Rung, who has the ball in and out of his hands. Incomplete.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Good for Calgary because they had nobody in the flat. Looks like, a lot of times guys, rookies, they overemphasize one way. For example, they see the quarterback's eyes go to the curl and they go flying there, and both quarterbacks have taken advantage of guys that have been wide open in the flat.
Saskatchewan on the 42-yard line. Jackson Sombach, Stampeder safety, lines up on the 25. He's playing against his brother, and the Sombachs are a real, almost football royalty in Regina, with 4 members of the family all playing at different levels. Second and 10 at the 42-yard line. 3 receivers left. They start in motion to the line. Snap back to Cone. Flag flies. He sets up. Pitches to the near side. Great diving grab. Did he hang on? He did not. Extending for the ball on the near side.
We got a flag
down. To pull
down.
in was Genet, but also a flag at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and I think I saw a wide receiver look to me like he went offside. And
offside. Calgary number 91.
Oh, again.
It's a 5-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
Horace Brash picks up the infraction.
We usually see offsides by corners or defensive linemen because, you know what, they're just not used to that 1 yard coming up from the American-style game.
In his case, he spent last preseason with the Los Angeles Chargers. Oh, here come the Rough Riders. Second down and 5 to the 37 via penalty. They're trying to Houdan. The veteran crouches to the right of the quarterback in the backfield. Now shifts to the left. Cone will go to the air. Going back. Dancing in the pocket. Sets up. Fires to the far side and led his receiver way too far.
Thrown incomplete.
No chance for Marner to catch up with that ball. It goes incomplete, and a kicking field goal unit runs on the field for Saskatchewan.
Because Lawler, their kicker for the last many years, didn't have a great year the last 2 years, and so Saskatchewan decided to part ways, and we'll see how their new kicker does.
Yep, he does have the favoring wind with him from the 45-yard line. 2 minutes and 4 seconds remaining. Stampeders 7, Rough Riders 0. That may change. The snap, the pin, the kick, it's going, and he nails it. Kim pounds it through, so it's a 7-3 game, and those are the kicks you got to make if you want to win that job. As you say, Greg, it's wide open, and I have no idea who's leading that right now. Maybe the Rough Riders don't either.
Yeah, a lot of new kickers coming up in the CFL, Mark. We got a lot of kickers that have just getting a little bit long in the tooth. Of course, we got one here. I know Rennie's going to be it this year. How many more years, we don't know, but A lot of young guys coming up. And
Well, Vernon Adams has left the ball game, and assuming that was his last play, it was a pretty good one.
Yeah, it was a good one, and I don't think we'll see Vernon Adams the rest of this game.
Josh Love is in the ball game, and he's on the 40-yard line. Second year with the team, had some time. We'll get into his story with 1 minute 39 seconds remaining. Choquette in the backfield. Love calling out signals. Love takes the snap. Love is back, looking right, throwing at a curl downfield. That's in and out of the hands of Eric Brooks under some close coverage. Up at the 45-yard line, Fields close coverage. Yeah, great. Love, I don't quite know how to phrase this, but I'm not going to call him a disappointment, but I think a little more was expected for a returning guy. He's not been terrible, but he's still short a step, I think.
Well, you can't get the benefit of the doubt anymore, as I talked to Jock, and you're expected to be a lot better, and has he been? I don't know. Right now it's been debatable during camp.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. Second down and 10 Stampeders at the 40-yard line. 5 receivers out. Snap back to Love. Love deep in the pocket. Love standing, waiting, throwing it. Ball is deflected at the line of scrimmage. It is on the ground. Batted down somewhere, so it's third down.
2 and out, so Love's got to shake that one off and hopefully get another better series. Both passes, the last one was just blocked. Markey felt the pressure of the pocket collapsing around him, and that's where Vernon Adams does really well. He seems to escape out of the pocket, but Love threw that and it was just deflected.
All right, so the Stampeders will send all-Canadian punter Mark Vassett on the field. Sexton to return. Vassett steps into this kick. A high fluttering kick comes near side. Caught just across the 25 by Sexton. Herky jerk moves. Busts it to the outside, turning left, but the Stampeders are down. Hills leads the charge, but there is a flag on the field, and I'm going to suggest that was no yards.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson was definitely within that 5-yard the catch, so not the greatest kick, not much hang time. And
no yards. Calgary number 44. It's a 15-yard penalty. First down.
I mentioned Bassett, the All-Canadian punter. The Riders had 9 All-Canadians last year. I guess when you win the Grey Cup, you get a lot of All-Stars.
It happens all the time. So Bassett, having a good rookie year, but that wasn't the best kick. Weather's starting to turn a little bit, starting to sprinkle a bit, Mark. I don't think, looks like there's not much wind going the way of the Riders, but
just enough to flutter the flags a bit, yeah. 43 seconds remaining in the quarter as the Saskatchewan Roughriders, 7-3 Stampeders. That ball's on the 42-yard line of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Cone remains in the game at quarterback. Give out of the backfield, hit right away. Very, very little gain on the play.
Well, we just got
Lyle Anderson on the bottom, 2-yard gain, and another flag.
Yeah, some of these guys trying to impress the coaches are a little bit. You got to play mean, ornery, and nasty, but you can't breach the line. I think that was definitely on the Riders. We had an offensive lineman downfield just manhandling one of our linebackers, but we'll have to see what the referees saw. Obviously, Calgary's going to move that one back if it's on the Riders.
Unnecessary roughness, Saskatchewan number 64. 15-yard penalty. Second down repeated.
Yep, 64 from the Riders, one of their offensive linemen. He was halfway downfield tackling a linebacker and doing a little bit of a push job while the guy was on the ground, and referees are going to call that. Usually preseason, Mark, as always, you get a lot of flags. Normally you don't get a lot of unnecessary roughness penalties. You got a lot of offsides and things like that. We've had our share of those already, and already pretty well a flag-filled game.
28-yard line is where Saskatchewan will start out. First down and 25 yards to go. This could be the final play of the quarter, barring a penalty. Stampeders show a 4-man front as Cone takes the ball. It is dropped. Pitch to screen in the near side flat. Caught by Anderson. Gets up to the 30, the 35, before he's dragged down in the open field by linebacker Kalichi Anyalabichi, a second-year Stampeder. All right, we go to break as the first quarter has ended. That's it for the first quarter. The score, Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 3. Up in a moment, second quarter football action. You're listening to Calgary Stampeder football on Calgary 770 CHQR.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
It always happens at the worst time. A pipe bursts, the furnace quits, the AC taps out, or the boiler decides it's done. That's when you call the team trained for it all. Plumbing and heating paramedics. Plumbing, heating, cooling, boilers. Handled quickly, properly, and whenever you need it. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're one clicker call for any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
This is Kalon Thomas, number 77. Thanks for listening, Ghost Downs.
And Peters have two returners back as we open up quarter number 2. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota here at McMahon Stadium. Welcome to second quarter action. Greg Peterson now with the abbreviated first quarter stat story.
Yeah, first down, Saskatchewan Riders. They had 5, Stampeders 4. Total offense, Stamps 108, beat the Riders with 90. But the Riders had time of possession 10 minutes to Stampeders 4 minutes and 59 seconds mark. And another big stat here, difference offensive play, Stamps only 9, Riders 16. So even though the Riders dominated in the time of play, Stampeders still got the lead.
Very efficient, but there you go. But actually, it wasn't a bad quarter for the first. Neither of these teams have had much time to work on offense or anything. So not a bad quarter. Saskatchewan ready to punt the ball away. Returners back for the Stampeder. They're punting into a wind. Snap is back, pounded downfield. Tyreek McAllister looks up. He will catch inside the 25-yard line. Stutter step gets up to the 30, at the 35, and that's where the Riders greet him about the 37-yard line. Several Riders down to put him on the ground, so we'll see what the Calgary Stampeders do with Josh Love at the controls.
Yeah, Tyreek McAllister brought in to be our punt returner, 5'10", 185 pounds. Hopefully he's the kick returner we've been looking for many years, Mark. Did a good job that time, got a good 8-9 yards with nothing there. Showed his vision capability on that last kickoff or punt return.
All right, here comes. Right. Owens in the slot that way. Now Vaughn to the backfield to help block. And they'll give it out of the backfield. Dancing and pushing up the middle. Try to get some yards. Lynch Adams, he gets about 2 or 3 yards. As a rookie trying to crack the roster here with the Stampeders.
Yeah, and as I said in the pregame, he's kind of built just like Dietrich Mills. Good, solid guy, hard runner, but they're going to bring Lukovic Chiquette back in the game.
And second down and 10 yards to go. They rule that no gain on the play.
Second down.
Kevin Jones, second year with the team, goes left. Owens with him to the far side of the field. As the Stampeders look to convert the second down opportunity. They'll take the snap. Back is Love. Standing, waiting, swings it out of the backfield. That ball is caught by the Stampeders. Lynch Adams gets ahead, 38 to about the 39-yard line, where they tackle him. He's finally broken up. Slow to get up is Woods, the linebacker, a free agent signing. But the Stampeders are well short. It'll be third down.
Yeah, a little dump-off pass, and Love sitting in the pocket. Pretty good offensive protection by the offensive line of the Stampeders, but Love not wanting to throw it downfield. A little dump-off pass, and good job by the Riders to come in and have no yak yards after the catch.
Rough Riders have a single returner back, as Mark Bassett will now kick with the wind. Now the sun pokes through. You'll like that. 7-3 is our score. The ball's punted away by Bassett. A beautiful spiral kick. Johnson tracks it inside the 15, far side. Looks for room. 20 up at the 25 before he's brought down by the Stampeders special teamers on the far side, bringing him down. Blackwell on the charge for the Stampeders, along with Godfrey on Yeka. We'll take a timeout here. The Stampeders 7, the Rough Riders 3, 12:50 to play in the quarter, and you're listening to Stampeders football, racking up another great season of football, our 35th season. This is QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
What did winter really do to your trees? Damage isn't obvious. Dead wood. Entire yard spring ready. Call Prune It Up, Calgary's trusted tree care professionals, for expert pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
QR Calgary invites you to support the 35th annual Paperny Family JCC Sports Dinner, May 28th, presented by ATB Financial. This year's guest speaker will be former Toronto outfielder Kevin Pillar and Grant Buchanan as our Master of Ceremonies. Your ticket purchase supports a vital local community center as they continue to provide social, educational, recreational, and cultural programming for people and families of all ages, stages, and backgrounds. Purchase your tickets now at calgaryjcc.com. Proudly supported by QR Calgary.
Hey, Stamps fans, this is Miles Brown. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
The action resumes with the Calgary Stampeders holding a 7-3 lead. We're in the second quarter. And hey, listen, don't forget we got this game underway now, but I hope to see you Saturday for Fan Fest. I'll be here at McMahon Stadium, and yes, I did look at the weather. Yes, it's supposed to be pretty good. Anyway, here come the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Anderson in the backfield for Cone, barking out signals. With the clock running, 12:44 to play in the first half. Cone from Notre Dame. Play fake. Cone is back, standing, throwing down and off his feet, making the catch at the 45 was Janae. Nice grab before he was submarined at the 45. Big pickup. That was a really nice catch.
Good catch because he had a guy right on him. I don't know who that was, Mark, but excellent throw by Cone. He gets a real deep drop and just sits in the pocket and waits until his guy's almost like he's not even paying attention to all the chaos going around him. That's a sign of a good quarterback to be able to focus and throw it down the field and take a hit right as you throw that football.
And LaBrosse on the near side corner. We'll be watching him. Sort of a comeback year for him. He's watching Weeb to the wide side of the field as Cone barks out signals. Cone will take the ball. Standing, throws a crossing route, reaching out, making the grab. Sexton has the ball. Calgary 50, Calgary 45, down to about the 40-yard line before he is.
Angles by the Calgary Stampeders, a little stop route, and if you're coming from the inside, the other side of the field, you kind of go inside out. You got to take a good angle, otherwise the returner's going to, or the wide receiver's going to shoot up field, and you're going to miss a couple of tackles, as happened.
At the 43-yard line of the Calgary Stampeders, Saskatchewan driving. They are down 7-3. Lights on here at McMahon Stadium. Cone again to the air. He is back, leans back, fires a strike over the middle, diving and couldn't pull it in double coverage. Sexton went for the ball, but there's also a marker on the field.
Well, it looks like it's going to be pass interference on the Stampeders, and I didn't see it on the actual receiver where the ball was thrown, so it must
defensive have been pass interference. Calgary number 32. Ball be placed in the spot of the foul.
Okay, yeah, couldn't tell us.
First down.
Dev Bynum, the newcomer from Edmonton.
I think that was not the receiver that he's calling on. He's calling on the guy on the outside, because I thought that was pretty good coverage downfield.
Actually, I did too. I didn't see the infraction, actually, but the referees obviously did. Sexton goes right for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Johnson with him to the far side. They're on the Stampeder 21-yard line. They fake to the line, short drop by Cone. He throws. That was deflected at the line of scrimmage. I think that was third-year Kalon Thomas, or was that Devante O'Malley who got a hand up to deflect the ball? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's on the ground, second down.
Yeah, I think that was Devante O'Malley. He's 6'3", 288 pounds. Did a good job of just timing as your defensive end. If you're getting blocked out, you just kind of stand there and wait till the quarterback cocks his arm and gets ready to throw that football, jump up and make that good block.
O'Malley was here at the end of last year on the practice roster expansion, so they liked him, and obviously he learned some stuff as well. Second and 10 at the 21-yard line on the far side. Hash mark. Stampeders mugging up to the line to show blitz. Cone takes the ball. They blitz. He's in his drop, standing, waiting, looking, hit as he throws. The ball is loose. It's on the ground. Picked up by a Saskatchewan lineman who falls forward. That was Brown. So I don't know if they'll call that a fumble, Greg, or an incomplete pass. Regardless, nice pressure by the Stampeders.
Well, and one thing I said about Cohen is he just sits back there and just looks, and doesn't even move, Mark. And, I was quite impressed with it and the fact that he can just focus with, as I said, chaos going around you. But that time, the chaos ended up into a good solid hit.
Well, it looks like a fumble, and they pick up a yard off of that. So, okay. Saskatchewan running personnel on for the field goal unit. This is certainly a challenge with so many players and so many that are unfamiliar with things. Field goal attempt is kicked by Hale for Saskatchewan, and it is good. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders have a couple of field goals here today.
Yeah, a couple of field goals. Stamp defense. Generally, I thought they played pretty good, Mark. Yep. Now we'll see how Josh, are they going to do a kickoff return? But Josh Love has to get something going here. He has not been too impressive.
Well, we'll find out in the next little bit as we go to break. The score, Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 6. This is second quarter CFL football action on QR Calgary.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on. Really? Now! Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford It's a Big Deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
2026 is the year of the horse. And the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Deontay Demery, left tackle. Thanks for listening.
Ball is teed up for Saskatchewan to kick off on the 30. Welcome back. And I am dying for McMahon to get the ball at McMahon. He is one of the returners for the Stampeders, along with Ludovic Choquette. And my prayer has been answered. The ball is kicked in the direction. No, it's Choquette. Cuts him off at the 20, at the 25. Looks to cut it upfield at the 30, but the Riders special teamers down to put him on the ground.
Ludovic Choquette on the return.
Nice hustle downfield.
Choquette, not known as having prolific speed, ran a 4.7 in the combine, but it's got little short, choppy steps and can break tackles. But you're right. I think we'd rather have a speedster back there with McMahon. He's our main guy, but that was kicked right down the middle, and Choquette decided to take it.
Weaver, the defensive lineman, pulls him down. The Calgary Stampeders. Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary. 770 CHQR. Here come the Stampeders back from the 30-yard line. Lynch Adams in the backfield, and play fake by Love. He is back, sets up, pitching a strike downfield. Jump ball at the midfield marker, and it was blocked away by Bell, the Saskatchewan first-round draft pick, right in front of the intended target, Horton, at midfield, so it's second down.
Well, Love was hit just as he threw that football, Mark. It was kind of a fluttering duck going down the field. His arm was hit just as he threw it, but again, he's got to maybe step away from the pocket at a guy. That's about the third time this game he's had pressure and been hit or had a ball deflected as he's been throwing it.
Exactly 9 minutes remaining in our first half. 7-6 for the Calgary Stampeders. Little Horton goes right. McAllister, he's in an offensive set here. He's part of the three-pack to the wide side. Love leans in. Pressure is on by Saskatchewan. Pitches across the middle on a drag route. That ball is caught and pulled down right away by the Calgary Stampeders. Harper with the catch. A rookie, and he makes the catch. Hunter has the first down. He's from Cal Berkeley and has the first down.
Yeah, the best play so far that Josh Love has had. Stood in the pocket, a little crosser, and he threw a strike as the guy coming across. And as you said, Jeremy Hunter, 6'2", 212 pounds from Washington, making a good solid catch for the first down.
And the Stampeders are out to the 42-yard line. Stampeders leading 7-6, 8:15 remaining. Stampeders set up with a tight end right. But they'll go on the ground to Lynch Adams. He makes a move, finds a hole left side, but he's tackled at the 45, Greg. Weaver, the lineman, brings him down. But, Greg, I think he learned a lesson. Yes, it's a big hole, but with these great pro athletes, they close real quick.
Yeah,
and that's why he only got a couple.
He only got a couple, and he, exactly, the hole closed real fast. You got linebackers that are as fast as DBs, and defensive linemen are as fast as linebackers, so they can close it, and they did on that play. That's why they only picked up 2 yards.
Tyreek McAllister splitting left to the far side, lines up outside the numbers for the Calgary Stampeders. Three-man front for Saskatchewan. Back is Love. Love dancing. Looking for a target, spins away from the pressure. He's back at the 30-yard line. Now leans back and just fires the ball away. Caught, but I think it was out of bounds by the Stampeders. Yeah, I thought a catch, but went up and made it look good was Horton.
Yeah, good play by Love to do a little spinorama. They teach that as a quarterback. You get pressure and you just spin the other way, but then he had another guy right in his face, so I think Love was just throwing that away. So far, Love not been able to really get a sustained drive going for the Stamps. Mark, and I've just been told by Jock that our halftime is going to be cut a little bit short. It's going to be only about 12 minutes due to the weather.
All right, punting away, Mark Vassett with the win for the Calgary Stampeders. Saskatchewan native Weeb, the little receiver, is back. He's really made a great impression. He is a great hustler. Weeb is trying to make the home province team. Oh, is kicked away. A high, lazy kick. Caught outside the numbers, inside the 10. Weeb starts up 20 at the 25. Breaks one tackle, then is brought down just inside 25-yard line. LaBrosse hustling downfield. All right, the Stampeders send the defense on the field. The score is Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 6. This is Stampeder football, and we're the voice of the red and white 770 CHQR.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant, safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth & Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth & Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1H Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right. Only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is DB Jaden Grant.
And welcome back to Calgary Stampeder Football. So glad to be with you on this holiday Monday, wherever you are, driving in from the lake, BC, Montana, wherever. Really glad you're making us part of your afternoon. Cone remains in the game at quarterback. Now the returner Fletcher comes in the game, splitting wide left. LaBrosse watching him. Saskatchewan on offense. Cone is back, standing, waiting, pitching across the middle, reaching up, making the catch. A superb grab over the middle. Pulled in by Sexton for Saskatchewan. Make that, Sexton for Saskatchewan. Actually, Winfrey makes the catch. It's a gain of about 5 or 6.
Good job by the Stampeders, though. They were playing a deep 4 deep coverage, and you want to limit the yards after the catch, and the guy makes the catch, and you come up and no yards after the catch. So limited that gain to 6 yards by good tackling.
6:08 remaining first half. 7-6 for the Calgary Stampeders. The Saskatchewan Roughriders have the ball, 2nd and 4 on their 26-yard line. 3 receivers right. Cone looks over the defense, 6 on the clock, takes the ball. 1-step drop, pitches to the far side. That ball is tipped and into the hands of the receiver Winfrey. He was hit by the defensive back Bynum, lost the ball, but it went right back into his hands. That's a big break. So
yeah, Bynum. But Stampeder defensive backs are playing quite loose, and I don't know if Cone's just seeing that, but they're just doing stop routes. That time it's going to be 3rd down, but it's going to be about a foot, and the Riders, I'm sure, are going to go for this.
Yeah, they gave him a little bit of a gain there, so let's see what they do. Big Tommy Stevens in the ball game. Short yardage expert. Runs over right tackle and has the first down. Well, good to see Tommy in the game. We do have a marker on the field. Of course, began his career here. He went to Saskatchewan last year with Jake Mayer, and Jake has since moved on to Ottawa. So if
offside, Calgary number 91.
Well, that's the 3rd time
first down.
We've had offside by Bross, and right now, I tell you what, John Bowman and Dave Dickinson, they're a little bit ticked off, and they're bringing him out and just saying, look, you got to learn to give that yard. That's 3 offsides.
You're listening, by the way, to QR Calgary as the Calgary Stampeders open up the CFL preseason. Roughriders 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line. Fletcher going wide left, Johnson with them, and Janae for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 4-man front. What the hell? Don't play fake and then rolling right, dumping it out of the backfield. It was not a well-thrown ball.
That was terrible, Mark.
They tried to set Janae on a crossing route, but it was incomplete.
Well, they used a good fake inside. That drew the defensive end and good read pass option. Then he pulled it out, had a guy wide open in the flat. And sometimes if you're a quarterback and the guy's wide open, you tend to rush the throw. And he did that. And when you release the ball a little bit late, it just went down, and just a bad play by Cone, the quarterback. That could have been 10 yards first down, and now it's 2nd down and 10.
Morris Brash is back in the game for the Stampeders. He got an earful on the sidelines. He lines up as an end for the Stampeders. 2nd down and 10. Saskatchewan at the 34-yard line. As Cone will go to the air, looking wide side. Now he's in trouble. Pushed back to the 20-yard line and sacked. Down he goes. Morris Brack to help out, and also is Hills in on the sack, a rookie. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders backpedal, and the Stampeders get their first sack of the day.
I think Hills got that one, but Brash was right there. I guess he came in and said, I got to do something. He assisted on that sack, first sack of the game. Good job, good upfield push by the defensive line, and that would help out. So we got Stamps. No wind, though. The wind has completely died down.
Wright, who's a receiver, is back to get the ball for the Stampeders. As the Roughriders are ready to punt it away into a bit of a wind. Mirko kicks the ball downfield. Right back tacking. Settles under across the 35, far side, gets to the 40, and lost his footing. Tackle at about the 42-yard line as the Roughriders are down to put him on the ground after a decent return on the kick by Hughes, the long snapper. Speaking of long snappers, Aaron Crawford has moved over to Saskatchewan. They just couldn't come to terms here, Greg. Nobody had any bad feelings. The staff said, we're not sure of your health. And he said, I think I can play. They shook hands and said, let's see where this takes us. Well, took him to Saskatchewan. So
well, we talked to Aaron. Yeah, but we talked in the pregame about how we had a guy sitting right in the wings that had good experience and did a good job. McCougan came in, and I don't know, that I think was a factor entering into it.
Sure. Here come the Calgary Stampeders. On offense, Love remaining in the game, has Adams in the backfield. Play fake to the line, roll right is Love, pitches downfield. That ball is caught by McAllister, gets up to the Saskatchewan 50-yard line before he's upended, and it should be enough for a Stampeder first down. Sap, the defensive back, chops him down with 3:05 remaining. Get ready, the 3-minute warning about to arrive.
Well, good read by Love. He was a little read pass option, and then you go through your read progressions. Guy in the flat was covered, so going to go to the guy in the curl, and he was wide open, and they got some yak yards.
Okay. And we're at the 3-minute warning with the Calgary Stampeders 7, Saskatchewan 6. Stay tuned for the final minutes of the second quarter. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
When something goes wrong at home, you don't need a quick fix. You need someone you trust to put your best interests first. At Plumbing and Heating Paramedics, we handle it all. From plumbing to heating, air conditioners, and boilers, for emergencies or cost-saving proactive solutions, our trained professionals are available 24/7. And we do it right for you. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Adrian Green, DB. Thank you for listening.
The Calgary Stampeders take over at the Saskatchewan 51-yard line, empty backfield for the quarterback, Josh Love, who's played all of this second quarter. He'll take the ball and go to the air. Looks right, pumps once, he pulls it down, and he is sacked.
Well, Love isn't getting much of a drop, Mark. He's only getting about 4 yards, so consequently it's tough to get that space that you need as a quarterback to throw the football. And that time, he, instead of getting his fourth knockdown, he tried to pull it down, and a guy right there, I think he's got to get a little bit deeper of a drop.
Ben at the end brings him down for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Free agent signing from Winnipeg. Stampeders are 2nd and 17 at the 52-yard line. One back set, and now back is the quarterback Love. Dumps it in the right flat. Adams has it. Midfield, Saskatchewan 50, Saskatchewan 40, Saskatchewan 35. Down to the 30-yard line as he found a seam and raced up the field before Sapp brings him down. Big pickup, Stampeders.
Yeah, good call. A little screen pass, 2nd and long. Well executed. Had some linemen out in front of him. Good job by Adams to just pick the right hole. So big play. One of the bigger ones for Stamps this game.
Couple of minutes to go in the first half. The clouds have come over McMahon Stadium. We had a brief sprinkle, but let's see how the rest of the game goes. Stampeders are on the Rough Rider 31-yard line. Adams in the backfield as back passing is the quarterback. Love in the pocket, standing, dancing. He has room. He runs 30, 25, at the 20, at the 15, down to the 10-yard line. Found the open field and charged the field. Sapp with the tackle. They're down to the Rough Rider 10.
Yeah, good play by Love. Looked down the field. He didn't want to run that football, and even when he got moved up forward into the pocket, but eventually you got to make a decision, and that decision of Love was to take off and run, and did a good job.
Stampeders are at the Rough Rider 10-yard line as they move the ball downfield. Take a look at the field. Love, one back set. Play fake. He rolls right to the near side, looking downfield, throws down by the goal line. It's caught by McAllister at the 1-yard line as he goes down. Nice play to go down. Ford up to make the tackle from his safety spot. And now the short yardage team of the Stampeders come in as they're on the 1.
Yeah, it's good to see Love get a drive going and get some success there, Mark, and had some good plays. And, yeah, they got him down on the 1-yard line, so by far the best drive that the Stamps have had so far.
Short yardage team is in. Love remains in the game at quarterback, although I don't know if he'll line up at quarterback because
so.
the big guy.
Yeah, you got a big guy in there.
So let's see what the Stampeders do from the 1.
2 quarterbacks in the game. Maybe they got Lindsay.
Okay. Now Love runs up and under center. They stack up that line of scrimmage. The Stampeder do. Lines are down. Love pushing ahead to the right side. Pushes the legs. Flag in the air. Did he break the plane? He did. Pending this flag.
Well, we're going to have offside on the Riders, and we get that a lot with these rookies not knowing or appreciate. You got to give that 1 yard. So good. I'm happy for Josh Love. He drove the team right down the field and capped off with a touchdown.
Nice drive. So the Stampeders take the lead 13-6.
Offside, Saskatchewan defensive line. That penalty is declined. Touchdown.
Okay, well, they didn't single out anybody, just everybody. He all did it.
Well, Josh Love showed some patience there and had the big play where he took off down the middle and made some good reads, and that was a good way. If Josh Love isn't going to get any more playing time, we don't know, but it was a good way if he is not going to get any more to finish off the game.
6 play, 64-yard drive for the Calgary Stampeders. McAnthony is on to kick through the extra point. Long, lean, 6'1", snap his back, it's down, and it is kicked through. On the field is the holder for the Stampeders, who is the punter, Mark Bassett. And Mark really enjoyed last year, but he told me he kind of got worn down a bit with the length of the season. Yes, even for a punter. And he went back home to Australia, spent most of the offseason in Australia, and said he slimmed down a little bit, kind of changed his body composition a little. He's down 10 pounds, and now he's ready for the full season. Remember last year, he was in a contest with Fraser Massine, both two imports. Fraser signed in the offseason with Ottawa or Hamilton, can't remember.
Well, I think
he was just let go by the Tiger Cats.
Well, and I think Mark that said he kind of just took off though at the end and took that starting position, and yeah, he's had a really good game so far. Every one of his punts has been outside the numbers, so coming back, and he's going to do better the second year, just knowing what you need to do to grind through 18, 20 games, and you come from college where you play 10 games, and yeah, it is a bit of a grind.
Hunted in college for Dion Prime Time
Colorado
Saunders. Yeah, and he says he would return there in a minute. Just love to think of Deion Sanders, this flashy, flamboyant guy. He's a heck of a coach.
Well, he's a real player's coach, All
right, Stampeders are going to kick off. They have the favoring win. The Rough Riders send a pair back deep.
Yeah, the Stampeders have not had deep kickoffs. We'll see how this one goes. And again, it looks not much wind at all. The wind's died down. Picked up a little bit there at the end of the first quarter, but right now it's pretty good.
Anderson and McBean are deep for the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. McBean, a draft choice of the team. Ball on the 30-yard line. 1 minute, 19 seconds to play in the half. Stamps by 8. Forward to kick the ball downfield, and end over end kick is caught by McBean on the 1. He starts ahead 10, in stride at the 20, up at the 25-yard line, and that's where the Stampeders greet him. George Adoko, special teamer, brings him down. All I can say, Greg, this is McBean's first game, but he's from Calgary, but his first game in college at UBC. First game, he scored a 98-yard pass and run touchdown. So that's how you make the team. He may still get that later today, but anyway, ball's out to where is it? The 27.
Well, see if Cone stays in the game for the Riders. He's played the entire game. I think he's back in, Mark. So obviously they're really looking at him to be their second guy.
You don't want to. Trevor Harris is going to turn 40 this year. One of the writers asked Corey Mason, "What do you think about the guy turning 40?" And he said, "Just as long as he plays like he did when he's 39."
There was a timing error on the field. That ball will be re-kicked. No penalty.
I don't understand that because the Stampeders did a good job on the coverage. A timing error. Well, why should the Stamps be? I just don't understand. I will have to ask one of the referees later on, but you know what? Why should you have to kick off again and give the Riders another chance by your mistake?
Well, yeah, I don't know what the timing error was, and what does it impact?
Well, not only that, just because they had a timing error doesn't mean you got to kick off again.
But whose timing error was it, I guess? Was it the timers? Was it the Stampeders?
Yeah, but the Stampeders shouldn't be penalized for a timer's error. I don't get it, but I'll have to ask some my referee friends that I talked to about exactly what this one's all about. But
well, now they got this. I think they set the play clock for 35, but under 3 minutes, it's supposed to be 20. So here's the deal. Anyway, couldn't let it go. They didn't. Okay. Well, anyway, 1:19 remains.
Well, the Riders got a big return out of this. Stampeders, I think, didn't get the best out of that one.
Anthony again kicks the ball off. Again kicks in the direction of McBean. This time he's 5 yards deep in the end zone. Hits his shoulder pads. Comes forward. The carom comes out of the end zone. Picks it up on the 1. Comes to the near side. 10, 15 before he is dragged down. in the open field. That was a nice tackle by the Calgary Stampeders as Pope, the defensive back, puts him on the ground.
Well, everything I said I got to take back because the Stamps got better field position. They're glad it happened now, but I'll have to get that explained to me why a referee's error makes you have to kick off a game. Nevertheless, Stampeders did a good job. A huge kick down the field. Returner had to get it 5 yards deep in the end zone, then good coverage.
Was it the referee's error or the timekeeper's error? We don't know. I guess the big picture, just play the game out. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 19, under a minute to go. The Rough Riders on their side of midfield. Back passing as the quarterback Cone steps up. He's tripped up. Down he goes. One of the Stampeders broke through to help put him on the ground. And to pick up his identity. That's Joseph, the veteran, fighting for a spot.
The quarterback in a long time, just been able to block out anything, Mark, but now Stampeders are starting to realize they can just keep collapsing that pocket, and he's going to wait, and that's the third set stack, and he's now going to come out of the game. He kind of got hit in the arm. I don't know who that is.
That's Daniel Joseph, who's coming out of
Daniel
veteran.
Joseph, yep.
Came partway through the season. Now Kepe, one of their draft choices, runs into the game.
He's in his third year, second year Stampeder out of North Carolina State.
2nd and 16, Saskatchewan. 51 seconds remaining in the quarter. 3 receivers left for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Going with 8 on the clock, leans in. Going his back, sets up a screen near side flat. Out of the backfield, Anderson has it. Tries to get ahead. 15 up near the 20 where the Stampeders wrestle him to the ground. O'Malley helping tackle. Rough Riders back near the original line of scrimmage, but they're well short of the first down.
I don't know that our corner, though, was getting blocked and got around the corner on the outside is what you do. You don't let you attack outside in. Don't let the guy get outside, but he was almost tackled by the wide receiver and not a good no call by the referee, and then he got off and made the tackle. That's just a great play by our corner.
Saskatchewan changing up their punters in this situation. They sent Oscar Chapman from Auburn on to punt. 2 returners back. Watley for the Stampeders and Kalen Horton. Horton back for his second year. Watley signed just as camp opened. Not much distance, and it goes out of bounds at the 50-yard line, and a flag is in the air.
Not a good kick.
Not a good kick at all, and it's a bit of a line drive, so Stampeders will get some fabulous field position with just a handful of seconds to play in the quarter.
20 seconds here. You're almost in field goal position. That was a terrible kick by the punter. He should have. He just kind of tried to pooch the ball, and it's going to. Right now they got it at 50. They're going to tack on another 15 yards, I think, or at least 10. Stampeders are going to already be in Argo territory, Rider territory.
Illegal kick out of bounds. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Stamps probably going to have Mark about 2, maybe 3 plays.
At the Rider 49. So we'll see how they handle this. We'll have Dave and Dave on the sidelines right at the end of this half. Stampeders flanking right. Ed Harper wide right, along with McAllister. To the air goes Love. Love is back, reads the coverage, leans back, throwing a long out to the far side, looking for Tevin Jones, can't catch up, incomplete inside the Saskatchewan 15-yard line.
Well covered, had a guy underneath, a guy over top. It was almost like the interception that Vernon Adams threw. Probably Love just had a little bit of a target that time and just
a 14-6 lead on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They'll break the huddle. The veteran Tevin Jones, a rare receiver on special teams. He's in a receiver set here. Owens with him. And Owens comes back to the formation now. Again to the air. Flag in the air, and the play is stopped as Love was
we got a procedure call on our left tackle, Mark. That looked to me like, was it Buford, I think, is the guy that popped outside.
First, Deontay DeMurray, who is the incumbent left tackle.
Well, Dave Dickinson's a little bit ticked off. He's saying, number one, you're kind of putting us out of field goal range here, offense. Number two, get up over the line right now, so we're not going to waste the 15 seconds. They're all back in the huddle, and Dave was yelling at him. The referees are kind of letting everybody wait, so they're going to march off.
Procedure, Calgary number 68. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Well, the Stampeders retreat to the 54 of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Could be our final play of our quarter here. Jones and Owen go left. Owen's in the slot left to that far side of the field. Play clock is at 6. Love takes the ball. Back in the pocket. Dancing. He's going to step up, and he's caught just as he broke upfield as the Roughriders pull him down. It's third down and what, about 15?
Yeah, I think what Dave's going to do is just get out. He's probably not even going to kick this football. Well, he is. He's going to go for the field goal. That's going to be a long one, Mark. They're putting in what's called their bomber team, where they got a bunch of linebackers out there to cover a deep attempted field goal. So this is going to be what?
Well, really deep, 62 yards.
Yeah, 62 yards. Not much wind.
But what there is favors him. So if he gets that ball up, Greg, is get higher up. So I mean, this is a pretty desperate long shot, but hey, why not?
I thought he was just going to eat up the clock, but nope, they're going to go for a 62-yard field goal, which you don't see that too often.
All right, 62-yard kick from the Stampeder 48-yard line. Here we go. Snap is down. McNanamy steps into the ball. It's going, and it is wide right. Riders are going to return from the 10 to the 15. Wilcox with the ball. Gets outside at the 30, up to the 35, up near the 40, at the 45, up near the 50 before he is finally tackled. Well, he took a shot and a nice return by the Riders after the missed field goal. So we'll go to the dressing room with the Calgary Stampeders holding a lead of 7-6 over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. One half is in the books, and do we have the Daves? We do. Dave McIver with
thoughts on the first half?
Disappointed, honestly, with some simple stuff. That's what I'm disappointed in. And we did some nice things and made some nice plays, but simple football, just honestly, I don't understand what we're doing sometimes.
One of those things that did happen, that was one of those nice things. Vernon hooking up with Jalen, nice big play to start the preseason. Got to be some good early signs.
Yeah, no, he just made a play. He extended a play, and they made a mistake on the back end. Same thing as us. We were making mistakes, but he found it and found the touchdown.
Good luck the rest of the way, Coach.
Thank you.
Well, the coach wants more. Why not? Preseason is underway. Halftime has arrived. That's your second quarter. The scoreboard shows the Calgary Stampeders 14, Saskatchewan 6. And this is your radio home for football, QR Calgary.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza. Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
2 quarters down, 2 quarters to go on your Alberta Ford dealers Stampeders football. As the players catch a breather, we turn to our all-star analysis team of Jock Wilson and Dave McIver to break down what we've seen so far. It's the Halftime Show on your home of Stampeders football for 35 years, QR Calgary.
Adams takes the ball. Adams from the pocket, dancing. He steps up, comes to the line of scrimmage, launching a deep ball. Philpott wide open, catch Saskatchewan 20, at the 10, at the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown! Jalen Philpott, a 70-yard. Well, that was the big play of the first quarter. Jalen Philpott takes it to the house. 69 yards officially. The Calgary Stampeders jumping out to a 7-0 lead. 4 plays, 70 yards on that scoring drive for the Calgary Stampeders. The Riders got a couple of field goals, making it 7-6 early in the second quarter. But then Josh Love with a 1-yard touchdown run late in the second quarter. And that is where we stand through 30 minutes of play. The Calgary Stampeders 14, the defending Grey Cup champion Riders 6. But this is preseason football here on QR Calgary, and it's a real pleasure to have you join us for the halftime show. Our game day sponsor today is Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proudly supporting our community and the Calgary Stampeders since 1946. You heard the comments from the coach. There was some good, there was some bad, there was some ugly, but that's what you expect in the first preseason game. The good, from my perspective, Stampeders punt and kickoff coverage was in that first half. 6 penalties for 66 yards. It was a tough start for Josh Love, but he did find his game a little bit later after a couple of early 2-and-outs. Josh Love finishing his quarter and a bit. 5 completions on 10 attempts for 68 yards. He does have the rushing touchdown. Vernon Adams played basically 2/3 of the first quarter. He completed 3 of 5 for 87 yards. The top rusher in this game is actually Josh Love. He had the nice run for 21 yards, so he has 2 carries for 22 in this game. Ludovic Choquette has 1 carry for 11 yards. Vernon Adams also had a carry for 10 yards in this game. Top receiver for the Calgary Stampeders. Well, let's give that to Jalen Philpott. 2 early targets, 2 catches, 83 yards, and the touchdown. And you had Lynch Adams with a couple of catches as well for 34 yards. Tyreek McAllister had a couple of catches for 23 yards. Defensively, there were some nice plays for the Calgary Stampeders. A nice forced fumble, a big hit by Kalechi Anabalechi. He had a really big hit to force a fumble early in the second quarter. You had a couple of sacks by the Calgary Stampeder defense, one by Elijah Hills and one by Daniel Joseph. Most importantly, the Calgary Stampeders do lead this football game 14-6. When we come back on our halftime show, quick update on the defending Grey Cup champions. They've got a very interesting offseason happening. We'll check in with the voice of the Riders, Dave Thomas. This is QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Only in Calgary can you wake up to snow and need your air conditioner by lunch. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. From plumbing emergencies and water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, the Plumbing and Heating Paramedics have your back 24/7. Certified, local, standing by when you need us the most. Don't wait. We're one click or call away for any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cool.
To be. That's why you count on us. QR Calgary 770.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders are the defending champions in the Canadian Football League, but it was an off-season of change for Corey Mace. I asked that question to Dave Thomas, the voice of the Riders on CKRM, and here's what he had to say.
Well, the biggest one is going to be on defense, where the front seven really was decimated. 2 of the 3 linebackers last year that took the brunt of the reps headed towards the Ottawa Redblacks and A.J. Allen and C.J. Rivas. So the 2 of them headed that direction. So the Riders went ahead and they brought in Josh Woods, the veteran out of B.C., and it's anticipated that he'll take a spot next to Jameer Thurman, but the other spot is up for grabs, and it's going to be interesting because A.J. Allen was such a ratio breaker last year for the Riders being Canadian. So Are the Riders going to go with the Canadian at that spot? Are they going to see if they can shuffle something around? So that's the linebacking core. And then the defensive line, Malik Carney, who really led the pass rush for much of last year, is off in Edmonton right now. And then you've got Hava Baldonado, who went to Ottawa, and then Micah Johnson, who traded in his helmet for a whistle and is now the defensive line coach. So all of a sudden there's 3 defensive linemen that spent significant times and reps last year on your roster that have also departed as well. So you bring in guys, Winnipeg, joining him also out of Winnipeg. And again, seems like Winnipeg people like coming to Saskatchewan, and I'm just going to leave that there. You can make your own joke. But again, you look at some of the guys that they brought in. Devin Adams, again, was one of those other Winnipeg guys that came over, and he's having a terrific camp so far. So while there was concern on that side of the ball, we'll have to wait and see. And then on the offensive side, it's largely intact year over year. The one thing that is a bit of a question mark are the Canadian receivers, because Joe, as we know, was released by the team. Tommy Neal, he went to Winnipeg, and I think both were counted on to be parts and big parts of the offense if they were going to be in Riderville this year, especially a Joe. So we're seeing a lot of draft picks taking a lot of different reps in camp right now, trying to figure out if a 4 Canadian receiver core is actually possible or not. So
that is some big changes for sure for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We got to take a break. When we come back, we'll get a quick update from the Global Newsroom and then back to play-by-play action with Mark and Greg here on the home of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota B's. Lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Now this update from the Canadian Press. 6 Canadians on a mission to deliver aid to the Gaza Strip have been detained by Israel off the coast of Cyprus. The Global Sumud Flotilla says 5 of its Canadian members and 1 from the Freedom Flotilla were detained. The U.S. says it's pausing a long-standing military board that's existed with Canada for more on its defense commitments. The Business Council of Canada warns the country isn't on pace to restore housing affordability despite an increase in home building seen in much of the country last year. Vice President of Policy Mark Desormeaux says Ontario will need to pick up the pace and the other provinces will have to sustain their momentum to hit the Liberal goals of doubling the pace of home building in the next decade. From the Canadian Press, I'm Lisa Laporte.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
What did winter really do to your trees? Damage isn't obvious. Dead wood and weak limbs to tree care professionals for expert pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford It's a Big Deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is receiver and returner Kaylon Horton.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football. We are live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth presented by South Point Toyota at McMahon Stadium, ready for the third quarter, and we're ready for Dave McIver.
Wind's picked up here quite a bit here, fellas. You can see the flags on top of the goalposts. They're starting to move quite a bit. The wind has gotten bigger. Also, Daniel Joseph, who went down in the first half, big ice pack taped onto the arm. Don't know if he'll be back yet. Still waiting official word.
Given the circumstances of this game, I would say probably not, but that's up to Dave Dickinson. So the Stampeders will be returning from the north end of the stadium. McMahon is deep along with Janusis, as Kim is ready to kick the ball off for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Will open up the second half. That ball is kicked off, and McMahon looks up across the 20-yard line, makes the catch inside the numbers. He's at the 30, 35, finds a seam at the 40, at the 45. Tackled right in front of the Saskatchewan bench on the far side. Brought down on the play, so a nice return by Deontay McMahon. Greg, how about do we have some opening half stats? All right, let's pick it up here with Woldridge as the quarterback coming in for the Stampeders. He's at the 44-yard line, and this will be his first chance. He's from Louisiana, and we'll see how he does. Ben Woldridge, we'll get to those stats momentarily. Adams in the backfield as the running back, and he will get the call. He makes a move, busts it to the outside, gets out to the 45, drags a tackler to maybe the 46-yard line. Pate, the end, brings him down. Greg, back to those stats.
Yeah, sorry, Mark had the wrong button, not pushed on. First downs, Sask had 10, Stamps 9. Total offense, net offense for the Stampeders, I should say, 193. For Saskatchewan, 129. Offensive plays, Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 26. And time of possession, though, 12 minutes for the Stampeders, 17 for the Riders.
Stampeders are second down and 9. Woldridge is the quarterback. They send a solo receiver to the near short side of the field. That's Watley. Woldridge takes the snap. Woldridge in his retreat. Standing, waiting, rifles a strike across the middle. Janusis reaches up, makes the catch. Saskatchewan 40, and that's where he is tackled and brought down.
Mark, a beautiful football play, and they did lots of protection and just standing back in that pocket, and then gets through a beautiful pass about 40 yards right over the middle. Had called what's an over-under and threw it to the over guy, and a good catch and a good throw. Good way for the young quarterback to start the game.
Time now for the Stampeders opening drive, and they're on the march to the Saskatchewan 40-yard line. One back set with Lynch Adams. He gets the call on first down, finds a seam right side, gets to the linebacker level, and the Rough Riders drive him right back. So a gain of 4 or 5 on the play, with Kabenda making the grab for Saskatchewan. Let's make that 5-yard gain, 2nd and 5.
Oh, Woodrick, he's a big guy, 6'2", 214 pounds, from Louisiana. Signed a little bit earlier and did a lot of pre-work before camp even started. Got familiar with the offense, and he's impressed in camp.
He has 36-yard line, right going wide left. Calgary Stampeders send a receiver to that far side. Hunter that way as well. Dave Dickinson motioning for something to happen on the field. Play clock is at 2. Woldridge takes the ball. Play fake to the line. He is back, pulls it down, runs, gets about 2 or 3 yards before he is dragged down by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. On a run, Jones the linebacker, so it's 2nd and about 9. Dave Dickinson on the field with his arms crossed across his chest, I think saying, guys.
Well, a little bit disappointed because you got the guy on the wrong side of the field. They had to wave to get the quarterback, a wide receiver over to the other side. A little draw play up the middle, but didn't go anywhere, so we got the team on for a field goal.
McMadamy will try the field goal. This is a little more makeable than his last one. This is from 42 as opposed to 62. Here it is. The snap, it is down. He'll drive the ball. It's going, and it is wide to the right. The Riders are going to return. They'll bring it out. 5 at the 10, at the 15, trying to get it outside, up to the 20 on the far side. Lynch Morris runs him out of bounds into touch as the Saskatchewan Roughriders bring the ball back with Johnson on the carry. All right, the Stampeders sending the defense on the field. We step aside. The Stampeders 14 and Saskatchewan 6. This is Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1H Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Tevin Jones, receiver number 4.
Thank you to Big Tevin. Thank you to the Stampeders as they lead 14-6. And thank you for listening as the Calgary Stampeders are ready to send the defense on the field. Tommy Stevens takes over at quarterback from Indianapolis, Indiana. He's going to take over. He's been known as a short yardage guy, but he's going to do some quarterbacking here for Saskatchewan as we're in the third quarter. But he'll keep it on the ground. Handoff inside, trying to bust it outside. Looking to get some room and finally dragging it to the near side. For the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Bertrand Houdan, Powell over the linebacker tackling.
A pretty good run, Mark. Broke a couple leg tackles, but that was a good job to pursue to the football by the Stampeder. Defense limited that gain to 4 yards just by good hustle and pursuit.
Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. The score, Calgary 14, Saskatchewan 6. The Riders are 2nd and 6 at the 27-yard line. Stevens leading the way. Stevens calls out signals. Empty backfield. Stevens is back, looking short side, throws downfield, coming back, making the grab. Wilcox catches, gets up to the 31 before the Stampeders rally to bring him down. Powell, the linebacker, tackling. And we'll await the placement of the ball.
I think they're going to be short and a good route to where he came back to the football, but good job by the Stampeders again to hustle to the football. I'm really pretty impressed by the Stampeder defense, how they're hustling to the football, and they limit that gain to only a couple of yards. Third down, a good long 2, and they're going for it.
Well, they got the right guy in there to go for it, Tommy Stevens. Third down and 2, Saskatchewan at their 31-yard line. Stevens will again be up and under center. Lines are down. Steven hesitation move. Cuts to his left, past the center, and Stampeders think they stopped him. They did not. First down.
Yeah, first down, and Tommy Stevens just seems to have a sense of where to sniff out that hole where it's at on those short yardages and get that big 6'5", 6'6" lunge across the line of scrimmage. Always gets the first down.
9:35 remaining in the quarter. It's 14-6 for the Calgary Stampeders. Saskatchewan Roughriders with the ball moving right to left to the patio end of our stadium. Lights have been on. There was some dark clouds above the stadium. They've kind of moved away now, so we do have some nice sunshine. Connolly in the backfield for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They track receivers to the near side. And Connolly, Stevens takes the ball. Play fake, rolls right, throws to Rung out of the backfield, and he lost it again. His second drop.
Yeah, he's not the best wide receiver. He's a big fullback used to block, and he's going to come out of the game now. And He just has kind of brick hands there. Just dropped that one. It wasn't the best throw by Tommy. He even threw it a little bit behind him, but still, you touch it, you can catch it.
Those of you in the stadium, you're starting to see sort of the crazy numbers on the field. The Stamps have a defensive back wearing 50. There's 00 for Saskatchewan's running back, just trying to get everybody in uniform. That's just the way it goes with the expanded rosters here. 2nd and 10 at the 33-yard line. Stevens lines up in the gun. Stevens is back, looking short side. Now throw across the middle. Ball is caught by Wilcox. He's hit right away by one of those defensive backs. Alexander brings him down in 00. That's a gain of maybe 7.
Yeah, good play by Alexander. He just, and don't tell me they're going to go for it. No, they can't. They're a good 4 yards short, but had his guy just do a quick slant, and Alexander took the legs out from underneath him right after he caught the ball. It's a good play by the rookie corner from Louisiana State.
Well, those are the tackles you got to make. Rookies get very, very few opportunities.
And as a defensive back, he's a number 50. I'm sure if he makes the team, he's changing his number.
First thing he'll do. Yep. Here comes the punt by Saskatchewan. Merkel pounds it downfield. Watley from ASU runs up, gets the ball across the 30, gets to the 35, looks left, trying to get the edge, trying to bust it outside. He breaks a tackle. He's at the 40, brings it inside, but finally Saskatchewan pins him and turns him inside as they tackle him at about the 43-yard line. Well, let's take a timeout and step aside here, shall we? This is the third quarter of Stampeder football. The score, Calgary 14, Saskatchewan 6. Got HD radio. Tune us in to 105.1 Channel 2 for high-def radio quality.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Comfort can turn into a crisis quickly. Good thing there's a team built for emergencies. The Plumbing and Heating Paramedics. From burst pipes and broken water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, we handle it all 24/7. Fast response, skilled pros, no delays or surprise cost. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're just one click or call away to save you from any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
This is Markel Lee, linebacker for the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Markel, thanks you for listening to Stampeder Football, and our crew thanks you for listening to Stampeder Football, our 35th year of broadcasting Calgary Stampeder games. And here we go with the red and white having the ball at the 43-yard line. Woolridge is the quarterback, has Lynch Adams in the backfield. Woolridge is back, standing, dancing, pitching across the middle. Caught by Harper, gets up to the Saskatchewan 50-yard line, down to the 46-yard line. That was a nice grab. He had to reach back, Greg, before he was able to do it. Tackle made on the play by Saskatchewan, but it's a big pickup as Zexube in on the tackle.
Well, and good blocking up front. The offensive line is giving Woolridge lots of time to just sit back there and read the defense and make strikes, and that's what he's doing. So good job by the O-line, good job by the quarterback.
Hunter comes left for the Calgary Stampeders. Caught that ball. Stampeders with an overload left. 7:34 to play in the quarter. They'll give it to Lynch Adams. He dances, he darts, he pushes ahead. Gets about 5 or 6 before he is brought down. Nice gain on the play as several Stampeders help block up the way. Weaver on the tackle.
Well, again, pretty good forward push by that O-line. As you said, dances, and but that's not something you want to do in the middle of the line. You just got to plow forward. But I'm pretty impressed so far. O-line doing good protection. That time, pretty good run blocking.
6:46 to play in the quarter. The Calgary Stampeders lead the Saskatchewan Roughriders 14-6 as we play cat and mouse with the sun and the clouds here at McMahon Stadium this afternoon. Devin Jones in the slot right. Watley outside him. And Wooldridge goes. Full blitz is on. He's in trouble back at midfield. He dances. He comes to the line of scrimmage, carries the ball inside the 40 down to about the 38-yard line. Close to the first down as he escaped disaster, Greg. Some nice footwork.
Yeah, he was pressured right away. He did the best job he could because he was pressured and had a guy right there. I think the Riders blitzed that one, and nobody got the blitz stamps. They're going to go for it here, third and a good two, but good job to pick up something because that should have been a sack.
Well, find out a few things. It's third down. It's not a gimme. It's about 2 1/4 if I had to label it. 14-6 Stampeders. Big Vaughn is in the game, but Wooldridge stands in the gun. Vaughn lines up as a tight end right. Wooldridge with 3 on the clock. Gives to Adams. He runs right down the line, tries to turn the corner. He's hit, drives ahead. And
I think he got it.
It's going to be close. We'll await the spot. Hey, welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. And after the game, be sure to get close to the team at Stamps House. Entertainment, live music, and your favorite stamps after every home game. Normally I go there. Normally I love it. But I'm going to bypass it today, Greg. I spent enough time inside this weekend.
Well, that last play, Mark, great running by the running back because he was stopped 2 yards short. He just kept his legs going and power forward, and that was all the running back. Good, solid play to get that first down.
Wooldridge at the controls for the Stampeders. 3rd of 3 quarterbacks. 1st and 10. Saskatchewan 37-yard line. Jones in the slot right. Watley outside him to the near side. Snap taken by Wooldridge. He throws a look in. The ball caught by Watley. He's hit right away. Gets ahead to about the 32-yard line. Zap on the tackle, and it's make it about 5-yard gain for your make that Tomlinson. About a 5-yard gain.
Yeah, just keep nickel and diming, and quarterback doing a pretty good job. Wooldridge, just that time, a little snap screen to the wide side. Just get it out there and pick up 5 here, 5 there, and they're just methodically they're doing 3-down football.
Stampeders huddling up as this is about as bright as the sun has been all day as it busts through. Saskatchewan showing a 4-man front. Wooldridge looks it over. Wooldridge takes the snap. Back, dancing in the pocket. He escapes one tackler, then pulls it down, then runs 30, up at the 25. Weaver knocks him down, really close to a first down at about the 51-yard line for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
It's going to be real close, but again, Wooldridge just had a guy right in his face and showing pretty good maneuverability and escapability that time. I think it's going to be a first down. So, as I said, methodically pushing the ball down the field. Wooldridge doing a good job.
Whole team is back again. Mark Steven, Greg Peterson, Jock Wilson, our host, Dave McIver on the sidelines, Jeff Crane, Gio Kajiat, our engineer operators on site, Rennie Kaiser running the controls at our 17th Avenue Castle. We're on the air a week Friday from Edmonton at 7. 1st and 10 at the 27-yard line of Saskatchewan. Stamps grinding the clock down. 3:22 to play in the quarter. 3 receivers right. Give on a counter to Lynch Adams, but this time the Rough Riders were waiting for him. They sniffed that out. No gain. Bennett leads the way on the tackling. No gain.
Yeah, they sniffed that one out all right, Mark. A little bit read pass option, but I think the defense of the Riders know Wooldridge is not wanting to run the football. The only time he's had to run is when he's been scrambling, but they were doing run the defense all the way, and they dropped him for -2.
Yeah. Good Sunsplash crowd here. The cheerleaders with their cowboy hats on in the northwest corner, trying to get the crowd going. 2nd down 11 at the 28-yard line. Wooldridge looks in. Makes the ball. Wooldridge is back. Throws it out to the far side. It's low, though. No real chance. That was McAllister on the far side.
Yeah, just that was
too low. To make that Hunter, it was too low.
Yeah, worse so. That time he pushed that one, released it late at a little bit of a low throw, but not bad quarterback play. Got it into field goal range.
Yep, another field goal try for the Stampeders with 2:29 remaining. Matt McNamee's on the field.
Well, last time they were at this exact spot almost, and he pushed it to the left, so let's hope he doesn't do the same thing.
Wind has stopped. There's no wind. The flag's hanging limp.
No, there's nothing down
the
there.
northeast corner.
Sun's a shining and no wind.
Here's the kickback at McNamee. He pounds it. It's going, and this time it is good, and the Stampeders add 3 to their total. The Stampeders 17, Saskatchewan 6. Timeout in the field. You're listening to live third quarter football action on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR.
2026 is the year of the horse. And the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam Linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampede Football on QR Calgary.
Welcome back as the action resumes at McMahon Stadium. Saskatchewan takes over on the 40-yard line. Stampeders booting a field goal, and with 2:08 remaining in our third quarter, the Stampeders 7, the Riders 6. It's the best part of the day, isn't it, Greg, when the sun is out?
Yeah, pretty good day, right? You're right. No wind whatsoever, sun out, blue sky in some parts. So,
yeah, see what the Rough Riders do here. With their quarterback, handoff to the right. They've got their quarterback Schrager in now.
Stampeder D-line have done a pretty good job of stopping the Riders' running attack. Now, I know the Riders don't have all their best guys in, but so far I've been pretty impressed with that defensive line. I think they got 3 sacks and no real long runs against them.
Connolly the runner. Schrager's in at quarterback for the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Third quarterback for them. They had some time on the practice roster last year from Hawaii. So he'll direct the attack. 2nd and 8 from the 42. 1:16 to play in this quarter. Schrager to the air. Looking across the middle, pitches and finds the target. That ball is caught over the middle by Winfrey. Bulldozes ahead to about the 52-yard line, where Enialabici helps tackle him. So the Rough Riders moving with now 1 minute remaining in the quarter.
Yeah, Riders like to just flood one area and just have everybody do stop routes and have the quarterback pick up the open guy. And you have 5 guys stopping about 7 yards. You can't get to them all, and if it's a quick throw, it's pretty hard to stop.
Here come the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Schrager leading the way. Schrager facing a 4-man pressure. Dancing in the pocket. Scrambles to his right. Throw on the run. That ball is caught. Receiver's thrown out of bounds by Sombach as the ball was caught on the far side by Saskatchewan as we pulled it in.
Yeah, it's coming back. There's a holding call on the offensive line.
Number 69. It's a 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Parry picking up the infraction.
Yeah, Hunter's just, I think that's Hunter, or just telling the referee exactly what happened as he's going through the motions of I was held.
Just so you can see the players are learning the nuances of the CFL game. Alexander on the near side corner, Greg, he got up on a Saskatchewan receiver, but you can see the coach saying, get back, get back, get back. You have to give him that 1 yard. Yeah. Just, you have to break a lot of habits.
Mm-hmm.
Marner out of the huddle left with Johnson in the slot this way. Make that Wilcox in the slot this way for Saskatchewan. Could be the final play of the quarter. Drager with the ball, dancing in the pocket. Sets up, throws a long strike across the middle. Wilcox catches up at the 40 of Calgary. Polk makes the tackle. Saskatchewan to the Calgary 38-yard line.
Yeah, got him a first down after being pushed back 15 yards. And it's a solid throw by the Saskatchewan quarterback. And not much of a rush. The Stampeders' defensive line, they're rushing 2-3 guys in and taking a couple of guys out. And
Sexton in on the tackle. Here makes the catch. Should be the final play of the quarter. 17-6 Stampeders. From the Calgary 38-yard line. Traeger play fake to the line, throws. That ball is tipped at the line of scrimmage and goes down courtesy of the blitzing linebacker Kalichi and Yalabici. All right, that'll end the quarter. The score, Calgary 17, Saskatchewan 6 in 2 minutes. We're back into fourth quarter play-by-play action. Get the iHeart Radio app to listen to our football broadcast or tune in on your smart speaker.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
Calling all youthful foodies and future chefs. QR Calgary and the Element Hotel downtown want to expand your child's culinary curiosity with Le Petit Chef, a family-friendly immersive dining experience where a 3D animated tiny chef and his family take you through a delicious 4-course meal. For your chance to win a family dining experience for 4, listen to QR Calgary and collect the 5 code words all week. Then enter them every Friday at qrcalgary.com/contest. Brought to you by QR Calgary and the Element Hotel downtown.
Hey Stamps fans, this is Jackson Sombach, safety for the Calgary Stampeders. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
And all season long, your Alberta Ford dealer Stampeder football on your Stampeder radio station QR Calgary. We'll be back in a minute with more fourth quarter action on Stampeders football. This is QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota giant, Country Hills Toyota.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1A Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Opening up the fourth quarter, Saskatchewan pitching to Wilcox. He gets down to about the 18-yard line. As we open up the fourth quarter, here we go from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. This is fourth quarter action. First down and 10 at the 18. Traeger, the third quarterback for Saskatchewan. Connolly in the backfield to his left. 3 on the clock. And he'll give to Connolly. He dances in a hole, goes to his left, and then right away is brought down by Pollard. No gain, maybe even a half-yard loss on the play. Greg, do we have, after all the changes and everything, do we have some third quarter numbers?
Yeah, after that 3 quarters mark, first down, Saskatchewan 14, the Stampeders 13. Total offense for the Riders, 209 for Stampeders, 263 penalties. Stampeders had 7 going into the second half, and they still only got 7. So obviously I think Dave Dickinson had something to say about that.
I bet he did. Second down and 10, Stampeder, 18-yard line for Traeger, leading the Saskatchewan attack. Pressure is on from the outside. He's in the grasp, and down he goes.
Good
At
job.
The 25-yard line, that was Pollard that busted through.
Yeah, Pollard second. He's really playing well right
That's
now.
just Kepe at the at least the draft pick for this year.
That's so good job to he just went beat his guy right up the field. So quite a few sacks by the Stampeders now, and that defensive line holding the running attack and doing a good job on the pass.
The Kepe, a rookie from Queen's University. So Saskatchewan will bring in Kim, the kicker. This will be to try a 33-yard field goal on third down.
Jonathan King, 32-yard field goal attempt.
Here's low snap. It's pinned, it's kicked, it's going, and it splits the uprights, giving the Saskatchewan Roughriders a field goal. All right. We're going to break as the Calgary Stampeders hold a 17-9 lead over Saskatchewan. Let's get things going with fourth quarter action from Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak. They're proud to be game day sponsors of the Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric DZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
It always happens at the worst time. A pipe bursts, the furnace quits, the AC taps out, or the boiler decides it's done. That's when you call the team trained for it all. Plumbing and Heating Paramedics. Plumbing, heating, cooling, boilers. Handled quickly, properly, and whenever you need it. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're one clicker call for any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue! Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Hi, this is Bryce Bell. Congratulations to QR Calgary for 35 years of Stampeder football broadcast.
And welcome back. The fourth quarterback of the day, Jacoby Criswell, is in for the Calgary Stampeders as they will start out at the 40, 17-9 for the Stampeders.
Yeah, Criswell.
It's a big guy.
Yeah, 236-1 and a good athlete. Just hasn't struggled a little bit getting the offense, but we'll see how he does.
McMahon finds a hole on a handoff left side, has room, gets up to the 50, has near first down yardage. Before the Rough Riders are over, Exhume, the linebacker, brings him down. That's about a 9-yard gain.
A good, solid run up the middle by McMahon on that run-pass option with Griswold.
Well, not going to play around. No short yardage. Or are they going to gamble here? Yeah, they are. Up and under center. Criswell pushes ahead and has the first down. Hey, listen, when this game is over, those of you in the stands, be sure to head on over. No need to rush home. Be part of the team at Stamps House with players, music, Stamp fans, and so much more. Stamps House after every home game. Great fun. Always love being there.
Yeah, Griswold, his brother played in the NFL, Mark. He hasn't picked up the offense as quickly as the others, but he just signed. But great athlete, and he's got a good solid arm. And
at the 52-yard line, that's where the Stampeders are. They send Vaughn wide right, along with Robinson and Sibley. Snap back to Griswold. Now he rolls right to the wide side, still on the move, throwing downfield. That ball is caught by Sibley, the Calgarian. 45 at the 40-yard line. He might get up and give this to Tomahawk Spike. He is so excited to be wearing his hometown team colors, but he picks up the first down. All right, he's restrained externally. Internally, he's out of his mind.
Well, and that was a good catch. It was thrown a little bit behind him. He had to reach back and get it. So, yeah, as a Calgarian, to get your first catch as a pro with the Stampeders at McMahon Stadium, big highlight reel there for he and his family.
Well, not only did they draft a receiver, the Stampeders, they drafted their biggest fan. He just has lived the Stampeders. Him and his family, they've had season tickets for over 2 decades. So here we go. Griswold is the quarterback. McMahon gets the carry out of the backfield. He runs into the teeth of that defense. Pushes ahead for a couple more yards before the rider Sapp puts him on the ground.
McMahon's run the ball very hard. He's not the big guy. He's not a Dietrich Mills bruising back, but at 185 pounds, still, he's run over a couple guys. He's got a good 5 yards. That's not bad on a first down.
Make sure you join Jock and Greg after the game for the fifth quarter call-in show. Stampeders marching to the 36-yard line of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They get set to break the huddle. Davison goes right. Sibley, the wide man, to the far side of the field. Hunter in the slot that way. Jacoby Criswell takes the snap. He looks far side, throws it across him out into the backfield. McMahon ran before he had the ball and dropped it. Nice throw, almost a nice catch, but Greg, I think he had visions of the end zone before he had the ball.
Yeah, and that should have been caught. Could have been an easy first down. Can't fault the quarterback. Throwing a little bit low, but still, you got to point your thumbs out and bring that in. That's a catchable football. Could have been first down, isn't. And
here's Hodge on to kick. So Stampede is using both kickers. Dawson Hodge ready to kick the ball. In, not really a wind at all. It's from 43. Right side hash marks. Ball down. It's kicked. Bit of a line drive, and that splits the uprights, extending the Stampeders' lead. All right, we step aside. The Calgary Stampeders 20, the Saskatchewan Roughriders 9. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeder Football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
What did winter really do to your trees? Damage isn't obvious. Dead wood and weak limbs can quickly become a safety risk in the spring. Get your entire yard spring ready. Call Prune It Up, Calgary's trusted tree care professionals, for expert pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
This is Dejon Brissett, receiver. Now back to more Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders scrimmage on the 40 as the action resumes here at McMahon Stadium on a holiday afternoon. 9 minutes, 12 seconds to play in this quarter. Saskatchewan Roughriders cycling through their quarterbacks. Traeger remains in the game at quarterback, and he'll go to the air. He is back, throwing the far side, coming back on a route, makes the catch on the far side. As that one is pulled in by Johnson, he's triple team tackled, including Roscoe, the Stampeders' first pick.
Riders are just going to go hurry up offense now. They're shuffling people in and could get a little bit chaotic with 75 guys on the sideline and who's going in, who's going out. But
well, I tell you who's in for Saskatchewan right now. It's Tommy Stevens.
I want to get as many reps as they can for these young guys.
Sure. Stevens is up and under center. Lines are down, and he'll push ahead, getting the ball across the 50-yard line. Hey, listen, I said it before, but it's kind of an odd season. The Stampeders playing early, so they had to push FanFest back. That's the Saturday, the day between, or the week between games. So hope to see you at 1 o'clock here on Saturday. Always like FanFest. Great to hear comments from the fans. And
so it's going to be after 2 preseason games.
What preseason game? After it's on the 23rd.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, not that. Yeah, we play following Friday. Yes, it is confusing. Not as confusing as Saskatchewan stuff. 1st and 10 at the 51-yard line. Traeger is the quarterback. One back set. He is back, dancing, waiting, throwing a ball, and reaching up. Couldn't pull it in on the far side with Johnson. Nice try, nice throw. Yeah, here's the weird Saskatchewan schedule. They play here, and they play at home on the weekend in Saskatoon. Then they have the last week of the preseason off. Then they have the first week of the season as a bye. Then they play. But they do get an extra home game this year, so it all balances. So, there you go.
Lots of strange things going on in the CFL right now.
So. At a 10th team. I wouldn't be talking like this. 2nd and 10, 51-yard line. Saskatchewan. Traeger is the quarterback. Conley, the squat back, is beside him in the backfield. Drager to the air. Drager is back. He's going to step up. Line of scrimmage. Gets to midfield. Weaves his way to the Calgary 50 where he's brought down. And that'll be close to a first down as Rasko, the linebacker, making the tackle. Greg, you know what some of the coaches told me about the first rounder, Rasko? He's fit in so well that other rookies who have just as much experience to him, which is to say next to nothing, are coming to him for advice. He's just picked it up so quickly.
Well, they're looking to have him contribute a lot on special teams. He's long and lean at 6'1", 210, perfect type of body composition for special teams. So, yeah, I'm hoping he does really, really well on teams. And if he has to, step in and play some football on the D position.
Short yardage play as Tommy Stevens lines up in the gun. He'll give it to Connolly in the short yardage play. He bursts up the middle. Stampeders man pulls him down. But it is a first down and about a 4-yard gain down to the 46.
They've got all these rookies in right now. And as I indicated at the beginning, some of them might not. Could be their last football game. But, yeah.
I've got to ask, guy asked me, he sent it online. Stampeders are, and for that matter, the Riders are under no obligation to make transactions. They don't have to have their roster down until the 31st. But practically speaking, got to eventually get down to your numbers. Right?
Well, some positions you want to get some numbers where guys are getting more reps in practice.
Yep. First down and 10 at the 45-yard line. Traeger is the quarterback. Awaki lines up as a tight end right. Play fake to the line. Traeger is back, sets up, pitching deep. Home run strike deep downfield, and he overthrew the intended target. As unable to catch up with that ball. Great opportunity for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Just couldn't have McBean pull it in incomplete.
Well, Mark, attendance today just under 17,000, 16,986. Not bad for a preseason game. So,
well, and look, it's early in the year. I mean,
early in the year, lots
the way it's going to be.
Yep.
I don't know how many people went out of town for the holidays.
Well, that's another thing. It's on the long weekend, so.
Yeah. At the 45-yard line, here come the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Peter defense, second down and 10 at the 45-yard line. Peter show a 4-man front. Traeger to the air. Dancing in the pocket. He pulls it down and runs, gets the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. Pollard brings him down, finishes him up as he started off field. So the Rough Riders will be third down and 10, maybe more.
Yeah, Norrell Pollard, the 6'1", 283-pounder. He's been all over the field, Mark, from Virginia Tech. He's had himself a pretty good game, and Stamps coaches have been pretty impressed with him in his camp as well.
Well, there is a job with Jalen Hutchings pursuing NFL opportunities. Riders third down here. Going to go for it. Why not? 4:46 remaining in the ball game. Riders empty the backfield. Pressure coming. Back is the quarterback, pitching across the middle, going down to make the catch. A nice grab before he is swallowed up. Balls makes the grab. That's way short of the first down. They'll turn it over on downs. All right, we got to take a break here. Stamps 20, Riders 4:30 remaining. You're listening to fourth quarter Stampeder football actions. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1H Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant. Safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
2026 is the year of the horse and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
This is Dave Dickinson. Congratulations to QR Calgary for 35 years of Stampeder broadcasts.
And Dave's been around for just about all of those years, save for the very, very early years. Let's hear from Dave McIver at field level.
Yeah, guys, Daniel Joseph will miss the rest of the game. Just got word from Max Campbell. So he's out with a right arm injury. You saw him taped up with all the ice at halftime and coming back out for the second half.
All right, Criswell is the quarterback for the Stampeders. McMahon in the backfield to his left as the Stampeders take over at their 39-yard line. McMahon gets the call, but he runs into trouble, bounces off a tackler, but only gets a yard or so more before he's upended. That might be about a 2-yard gain. 4:02 remaining in the game.
Yeah, McMahon's run hard this game, Mark. That time didn't have any, but he's broke a bunch of tackles. I thought he's done quite well. Is again, not a real big guy, 5'8", 185 pounds. 3 years with the Argos, but he's got that breakaway speed. Just hasn't had a chance to use it yet.
Owens and Watley, two rookie receivers, splitting right for the Calgary Stampeders. Second 9.5 at the 40-yard line. Criswell leans in, takes the snap. Criswell retreats. Dancing, he's in the pocket, he's in the grasp, and he's thrown down. Rough Riders sack him. He busted through, and
I just decided a little bit late to try and escape into the pocket, and that pocket just collapsed around him, and he just couldn't get out, and kind of shuffling his feet, dancing in there. Eventually, he was just brought down.
3rd down and 8.
They're going to punt this one away, and Bissett has done a great job on punts this game. He's kicked it outside the numbers almost every time. I've been very impressed with his kicking.
So we'll see what the Stampeders do as we come up to the 3-minute warning. Reminder, our next game is in Edmonton on the 29th when the Stampeders take on the Elks. 5:30 pregame show, 7 o'clock kickoff. And the regular season opener, June 5th here when the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in town to celebrate, well, the opening of the season and the 25th anniversary of the 0-1 Grey Cup champions. I'm not sure what the hang-up is here.
Yeah, we got both teams ready to go, and the referee just hasn't blown the whistle yet. There's obviously no TV timeouts, but maybe
I think that, again, there's problems with the game clock. 35 versus 20 seconds.
Stampeders had replay 3rd down.
Well, they're not taking anybody off, so they had the right number of players on the field. They just took that time out. Obviously, it was something wasn't ready, so they're going to take the 5 yards.
We'll be in the dressing room talking to a few of the stalwarts of the game. Well, Mark Bassett ready to kick it away. 3:21 remaining. Yeah, good kick, little flutter to it. Rough Riders will catch at the 35, straight ahead to the 40-yard line before Miller Melanson is there to bring him down. Weeb on the return, about a 4-yard gain. So with 3:10 remaining, the Rough Riders will take over at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, both cover teams have done quite well. Nobody's really broke out and got a big return.
Yep. Well, we'll take a timeout here. The clock says 3:10 remaining. The Stamps 20, the Rough Riders 9, and this is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
When something goes wrong at home, you don't need a quick fix. You need someone you trust to put your best interest first. At Plumbing and Heating Paramedics, we handle it all. From plumbing to heating, air conditioners, and boilers, for emergencies or cost-saving proactive solutions, our trained professionals are available 24/7. And we do it right for you. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
This is Josh Love, quarterback. Now back to more Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
Saskatchewan Roughriders have the ball at their 40-yard line coming up on the last few minutes of this game. Stampeders showing a 4-man front as time is whistled in. Now we go back to the 20-second play clock because we're at the 3-minute warning. Back is Schrager, and he eludes. He steps up. He gets to the 40 to the 45 before he slides. About a 7 or an 8-yard gain.
Well, it's about the fifth time a quarterback, either the Stampeder quarterback or the Riders quarterback, have shot up the middle and got pretty good yardage.
Well, that's for sure. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary coming down the stretch. Yeah, the 2001 Stampeders will be honored in the season opener. Perhaps the greatest upset in Grey Cup history was that team that year, and they'll be honored here as we kick off a brand new season. And Greg, this game, I get it. The bar is low. But as far as a preseason game goes, I rank this as a pretty good one.
Yeah,
I understand where the measuring stick is, but it's a pretty good game, I think.
Put it this way, we've seen a heck of a lot more flags thrown on previous preseasons. Stampeders had 7 penalties the first half, and I don't know, only had a couple this. So obviously they paid attention to more detail, and the quarterbacks have done quite well. So yeah, it's been a pretty good preseason game.
Yes, but underline the word preseason, as much for evaluation as it is for performance. We'll be into the dressing room, though, and talk to some people and, just get an idea. Meet some of the brand new Stampeders. Obviously, there's a lot of returnees, but there's a lot of guys that are just looking to make their mark. We'll see how they do. And as mentioned, this game certainly will make some decisions, but there's no obligation requirement to send some players home for either team. But
I've been pretty impressed with the execution of both offenses, because you think about it, they've only had 7, 8, 9 practices, and to get the polish on the offense you need to with that few of practices, that's pretty good.
I would agree. Yeah, that's what I mean, And the Stampeders, they had a scheduled day off during the week, and then they actually didn't go on the field yesterday because of the terrible weather, and so they haven't had a lot of obviously there's meetings. It wasn't a complete day off, but it was a lot of meetings. So coming down the stretch with the Stampeders leading 20-9. You know what? I found this out. Max Campbell from the Stamps PR department. These guys haven't played each other in the preseason since 19. Like, how do you do that? How many options are there for preseason games? But somehow they've avoided each other. From the 47-yard line, Traeger is back, throws a stop route downfield, caught at midfield. Alexander on the tackle, bringing the receiver down on the far side.
That's been
as Jawan Winfrey catches the ball. First down, Saskatchewan.
That's been Saskatchewan's best play, that little stop route, as Calgary plays a 3-deep zone where they have the halfback bail back and they just stop right in that hole, and quarterback's done a good job of releasing it right on time to get the play.
There's the 10 at the 53-yard line. Traeger with the ball. He'll again go to the air. Short drop, pitching downfield, and that is broken up. A nice play by the Calgary Stampeders. Moulton, the linebacker, got a handout to break up that pass. Maybe Powell will make that. Got a handout to knock it away, and it's an incomplete pass.
Powell has played a real good game, Mark. He's broken up about 3 passes, been all over the field, and one of my candidates, I think, for defensive player of the game.
That is not easy with 73 Stampeders on the field to sort all of it out.
I'm having a hard time with all my picks right now.
Here come the Saskatchewan Roughriders, 2nd and 10 at the 53-yard line. 2:42 to play in the ball game. 4-man front as Schrager takes the ball. Schrager is back. He's in trouble. He gets it away just in time on the far side. That ball is caught, turning it upfield, getting to the 50, the 45-yard line before he blasted out of bounds is Janet for Saskatchewan.
Yeah, Moulton had the guy right there in the sideline. He's lucky it was 3rd down or 2nd down and a lot to go, because
I just Bersh, the Canadian.
Yeah, if you're going to make you got to make that open field tackle. That time you missed it, but 3rd down, and Riders are not going for this one. They're going to bring their punt team on.
Yep.
Maybe they're going to try a field goal. This would be another
56. Would be another bomb, yeah.
Yeah, he had a 62-yarder, now a 56 bomber.
Well, you just make the field goal, make the team. You can kick it from this distance, right?
Riders missing one guy, and
Alex Hale, 56-yard field goal.
Hale will try the field goal, yeah. All right, well, there's a gentle breeze behind him. Here's the snap. It's down. It's kicked. It's going. It's a line drive. It's got a chance, but it is wide to the right. Stampeders are going to bring it out of the end zone. Harden with the ball at the 5. Absorbs a hit, then backtracks. Comes to the near side. He may gain the edge here. Has it at the 10, at the 15, then is chased out of bounds by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, so the Stampeders will scrimmage at the 17.
Well, Horton at least brought some excitement to the game. He tried to go all the way one way and then backtrack, hoping that the Riders over-pursued. And talking with Craig Dickinson this week, Mark, he said that's one thing we have worked on, in the fact that last year we would over-pursue a lot of big kicks and they would come back the other way, and this year we're working on eliminating that.
Well, that's one thing I heard too. One of the coaches just said, did you guys have trouble tackling on special teams last year? One of them was that reason. The other reason, they said they were downfield quick enough. They specialized speed on special teams so that they're in position to make tackles, not diving at guys.
Mm-hmm.
Griswold is the Calgary quarterback. All 4 quarterbacks have played. Deontay McMahon crouches behind him in the backfield. And they go on the receiver sweep on the end around. Sibley with the ball. Has some room. 20-25 up to the 30-yard line. And I think has the first down.
Yeah, it was good to see somebody run outside. They've been going up the middle, and finally get a fly sweep by Horton. And he got around the corner and got a good one.
Sibley clapping his hands. Product of Ernest Manning High School and played at the University of Calgary. And as mentioned, his family, season tickets forever. Loved Kenyon Rambo growing up. It's a good role model. Sibley splitting wide left for the Stampeders. First down and 10 at the 31-yard line. Griswold again will take the ball. This time he goes to McMahon, but he runs into some heavy traffic. No gain on the right side of that line. Maybe a yard as he falls forward. 20-9. 1:49 remaining. Second down and 9. Stampeders sending Vaughn in the ball game. Extra help on the line.
Second down.
They just want to eat out the clock now. They've done a really good job this game. 2019, they're definitely going to win it, but it's just a matter of getting reps for a few other guys.
Well, I think this game's had pretty good flow, all things considered. Often you see penalty followed by penalty, and maybe I've spoke too soon, but nonetheless. Sibley going wide left for the Calgary Stampeders. He lines up on the numbers in front of the Stampeders bench, looks back at the formation. Griswold calling out signals. Griswold, and that play is blowing down. Took the ball, and everybody seemed out of sync there.
Well, procedure. I don't know what happened there, but usually when the back judge throws it, it's going to be procedure.
Procedure. Calgary, number 58. 5-yard penalty. Repeat, first down.
Third time one of our O-linemen had popped out of his stance a little bit early, but that usually happens if you got new quarterbacks. They got a different cadence, and they're all different, and just don't get used to the guy. By the end of the year, you don't see that much.
58's defense, so I'm not sure who the infraction was on. Regardless, 2nd and 14. Real key for both teams now is get out of here without any injuries. Vaughn out of the huddle. Watley goes to the far side as well. Now Vaughn back to the formation to back to the tight end. Ball is handed off out of the backfield for McMahon. Up the hash marks, breaks one tackle, gets up to about the 37-yard line where he's tripped up and brought down by the Saskatchewan Roughriders' Tomlinson. That's about a 6-yard gain, 4 yards to go.
Pretty impressed with McMahon, how powerful he can run at a body type that's only 5'8", 185, but Stampeder's going to punt this one away.
Roughriders will send Sexton back to return. Hodge on to punt. I think Bass has had a fabulous game punting today.
Yeah, he really has. He's done an excellent job. He's got it outside the numbers and lots of hang time, so really no competition this year for him for being the starting punter.
Here we go. Ball is snapped back and kicked away by Hodge. High kick, tracking to his right. Wilcox takes a Calgary bounce and then bounces out of bounds at about the 36. Hits the ground, bounces out. 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining.
Pucksails out of bounds, official spots it.
So a nice sun-splashed crowd here at McMahon Stadium. They'll go home. Best weather of the weekend was today, and right now, as a matter of fact, with some bright sunshine chasing away all that rain and cold.
Well, right now, we started with a beautiful day and ending with it just as there's no wind whatsoever, sunny sky. It's pretty nice out there.
And glad you've been with us today. We'll be in the dressing room after the game. Strager, the quarterback. He'll take the ball. He'll dance in the pocket. Loads up, pitching deep down the far sidelines into triple coverage. And that one is broken up. I think, not sure who got it. Ashton Miller-Melanson, I think, got his hand up to knock it away against the rider receiver who runs back towards the huddle. But that was a tremendous ball thrown very deep by the Calgary Stampeders. Knocked away from Walls, the receiver.
Yeah, good job by the safety to get over there, and ball's up there. You have to look back and reach with your inside hand and knock it away. Good job by the safety.
That's Ashton Miller-Melanson, a 2025 draft choice, back for his second year, and they're really impressed with how he's growing. Snap back to the quarterback trader on second down. Dancing, waiting, firing a strike on a crossing route. That ball is caught across midfield. Break a tackle, get up to the 45-yard line, then brought down about the 44-yard line as that ball is pulled in by the rookie McBean for Saskatchewan, down to about, what do we got, the 45-yard line. And 1 minute exactly on the clock remaining.
Yeah, trying to get as many reps as they can before the end of this game.
Exactly. Warman front for Calgary. Traeger takes the ball. Traeger back throwing a slant. That ball is caught at the 40-yard line. Roscoe on the tackle of McBean, a pair of rookies.
Eric Roscoe on the main tackle.
Shager in the game at quarterback.
Second down.
Marsh in the backfield to his left. Second down, 2 yards to go at the 37-yard line. And Shager will again go to the air. Backside pressure. He's on the move to the near side, looking downfield. Tucks it away and then runs out of bounds before he is blasted out of bounds by Moulton, the linebacker, in full pursuit.
Shager scrambles out of bounds.
Shager from Hawaii.
Yeah, Moulton does a good job, Mark. He's got to go inside out, leverage, running from that MAC position, middle linebacker position, and he does a good job of not over-pursuing. He's got lots of speed, can go field to field. I'm looking for big things from him this year.
39 seconds remain as the ball was out of bounds. 20-9. Cheerleaders now waving to the crowd as they head to their dressing area. McBean going wide left with Weave for Saskatchewan. And Peters leading 20-9. Shager the quarterback. Shager takes the ball. His back throws a slant on a look in, and that was behind the intended target.
Yeah, it was low and
behind. Low and behind him, and didn't have much touch on it. That was a bullet, so I'm not going to fault the rookie McBean on that one.
No, I'm not. It was just badly thrown football, but it's okay to be low. But if it's going to be behind you, that's the most difficult catch to make, low and behind.
So it's second down Saskatchewan as crowd begins to file out into the holiday afternoon. Nice to see the fans. Barsh in the backfield. Jager with the ball. Four-man pressure by the Stampeders. Jager backside pressure, rifles a strike over the middle, and that was too high. He tried to set the target. Wilcox off his feet, incomplete. Turnover on downs. And 30 seconds remaining. I would think the Stampeders will just sit down.
I got one more down, but that was a rocket he threw there, but no touch at all and not on target, so.
All right, wind this one up.
Down in 10.
Reminder, we're in the dressing room, and a reminder, we're on the air from Edmonton a week from Friday, the 29th. Roddy's on the 33-yard line of the Stampeders, four-man pressure. That was back to Shager. Shager dancing, looking, throws to his check-down man. Barsh in the open field, has it at the 30, at the 20 before he's tackled. First down, Saskatchewan.
Well, made a great move in the open field. Had a guy out there, our linebacker, just kind of sitting in that flat, waiting for that flat route. Came up, though, and he was kind of waiting for the one move, and next thing you know, the guy's by you, getting the first down.
Product of the Regina Junior system. He plays with them. Won't say I'm getting old, but he was born in 05. Wow. Shager takes the ball. Shager again standing in the pocket. Nobody open. Scrambles to his right. Motioning downfield. Gets the ball. Turns the corner. 15 at the 10. At the 5. Lunges for the pylon. Did he make it in the corner? Touchdown, Saskatchewan.
Well, that was a good play by Shager. He just took off and ran. It looked like Stampeder defense a little bit worn out. I don't know why they would be, but it was a great drive. Brought it within 15, a little bit too late. 5 seconds left.
Let's have a little fun with it. Hey, good job. Saw the opening, took advantage. So we'll see what the Riders do here.
Yeah, they're going to go for 2, Mark. Don't tell me they're going to be trying a short kick. But they... I don't know why you would do that preseason, because you have more injuries on a short kick than any other play in football. But we'll see what Corey Mace decides.
We'll see, if it goes that far. Remember this. There's only one team the Rough Riders did not beat last year on route to the Grey Cup. So I'll leave that there. I don't know if they can extract small revenge now. I don't know.
Yeah,
Shager takes the ball to the 2-point convert. Shager back, dancing in the pocket, scrambles to the near side. He's being pursued and was in the grasp, was thrown down as Mena had a grasp on him and put him on the ground.
Yep, he's a little getting up quite gingerly, but that should be pretty much the end. One kickoff and Stampeders can go away. Say pretty good preseason game.
Yeah, overall, I think there's more to be happy with than not, but I'll let Dave Dickinson pass judgment on his team. Same thing with Corey Mace. He'll play in Saskatoon on the weekend. He's got to make decisions. I mean, the score, sometimes they aren't looking for the score, Greg. Sometimes coaches are looking for certain people performing in certain situations and see what they see and like what they like. And each coach will be grinding on the film after this game.
Well, the next game you'll see a lot more of the starters, and you got to, it's always, I don't care if you've played in the league a long time, if you're a 10, 15-year veteran, except for maybe being a kicker, you really want to get some playing time at you. And we talked about that in the pregame, where you don't want to just go in and have your very first game, without having a preseason game. So even if you're a seasoned veteran, you like to have 1 or 2 quarters of live football.
Totally. So Janusis and Watley are deep. The Stampeders, Watley, a little speedster, signed just as camp opened. Kim on to kick. He comes forward, strokes the ball downfield. Watley watches it bounce. It bounced to the goal line. He picks it up on the hop there. Starts upfield. 5-10. Looking to run left and get the edge. Instead, he runs out of real estate. Pushed out of bounds. And there's your ball game. And that'll do it for preseason game number 1. The Calgary Stampeders handling the Saskatchewan Roughriders by a count of 20-9 in game number 1. For both teams and for the CFL preseason. The final score, the Calgary Stampeders 20, Saskatchewan 9. Up next, the Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC post-game show. This is QR Calgary Stampeders football.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
The final whistle is blown. What went well? What went horribly wrong? Time to reflect on how things unfolded with the Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC postgame show. Up next on your home of Stampeders football for 35 seasons. QR Calgary 770.
So this preseason game kicked off at 1:09 this afternoon Calgary time. It ended at 3:42 Calgary time. Whether it be the new game clock, whether it be a shorter intermission, that had to be the quickest preseason game I have ever seen played in the Canadian Football League. Just over 2 hours and 30 minutes. And for preseason football, that is very, very rare. The Calgary Stampeders do beat the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15. And yes, the 2026 CFL season is officially underway. Welcome to the postgame show. The postgame show brought to you by Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Check out their new state-of-the-art location at 768 101. That's 101 Street Southwest. Or you can check them out online at wolfcalgary.com. The good, the bad, and the ugly, that's preseason football, Greg Peterson. But I will say, just over 2.5 hours, that's a win for me.
Win for me as well. You know what? That's one thing they want to do is speed up the game, and it's just action, action, action. And I really like that. I like the new rule that forces you to do it. So you're right, 2.5 hours. You go to an NFL game now and you're looking at 4.5, 5 hours, so it's twice as long.
Yeah, we'll see how that one plays out. We did see the new rules come into a play in this game. Obviously we thought there was an early punt single, but no, that ball went out of end zone, so no rouge for the Saskatchewan Roughriders early. And then, of course, we saw the 35-second play clock come into play. Obviously, it's a 20-second play clock coming out of the timeout, coming out of the 3-minute warning. The longest period of time was actually the final 3 minutes of this game that took over 10 minutes to play, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders were trying to get back into it. Mark Stephen is on his way down to the Calgary Stampeders dressing room. We're going to hear from a few players in a few minutes' time. We've got all of our regular features back, like the 4 stars of the game. We got the game turning point for Wolf at Cadillac, and of course we will have a reset of our marquee matchup and the game turning point as well. Well, this game actually turned very early. After an early interception by Vernon Adams, the Stampeders get the ball right back thanks to an interception by Kyle Wilson. And 4 plays, 70 yards later, Jalen Philpott is in the house. A beautiful 70-yard touchdown catch and run. The Calgary Stampeders opening the scoring in the first quarter at the 9:04 mark. It was 7-0 after the convert. Couple of Saskatchewan field goals, 45 and 28, made it a close game, 7-6 early in the second. But then Josh Love engineers a 6-play, 60-yard drive, and the Calgary Stampeders take a 14-6 lead into the half. Ben Woolrich, he starts the third quarter for the Calgary Stampeders. He comes out throwing some dimes as he threw a couple of beautiful spirals, and he sets up a 37-yard field goal for the Calgary Stampeders. The Stampeders led 17-6 through 3 quarters of play. The fourth quarter, well, you give that to the Saskatchewan Roughriders because they outscore Calgary 9-3. They get the late touchdown run by the quarterback Braden Shager. No convert on that one. The team does exchange, or at least the teams do exchange field goals. So 20-15 is your final in this game. It was interesting, Greg Peterson. You heard Dave Dickinson after the first half. He wasn't real impressive, or at least wasn't real impressed with some of the play and some of the execution, too many penalties. Did it get better in your opinion, or was it just typical preseason football?
It got a little bit better second half. It got better in the fact that they didn't get so many offsides. I think he chewed out a couple of defensive linemen and said, look, you start lining up on side and not getting that one. And, there was a lot of pushing and shoving and a couple of URs, unnecessary roughness penalties, and those stopped. So you eliminate those, and the flow got a little bit better. But otherwise, you still had a lot of basically preseason type football.
Let's take a look at the quick stat story for your Calgary Stampeders. Vernon Adams starts the game. He goes 3 for 5, has the interception, has the touchdown pass, 87 yards. Check mark for Vernon Adams. Josh Love comes in late in the first quarter and plays the second. He completes 5 of 10 for 68 yards. Ben Woolrich comes in. He completes 3 of 4 for 50 yards. And then Jacob Criswell, he comes in, completes 1 out of 2 for 17 yards. the big battle, and this is what we were focusing on, Josh Love, Ben Woolridge. Josh didn't start well. He ended his play a little bit better. How would you assess the quarterbacks?
Yeah, tough. I mean, you're right. Josh Love did not start well at all, and I think went 2 and out, and then
2 and out twice. Yeah,
2 and out twice, but just got better as the game went on. But I thought Ulrich stepped in, and really his very first pass was a dart right over the middle. Looked pretty good, and Jacoby Griswold really didn't have much of a chance, but threw a couple of had some good runs through some. So, did it solve anything? I don't know. The coaches will look at but coming out of it, you had to be impressed with Woolridge, and you got to say, well, at least Love bounced back. So I don't think anybody really stepped forward and really grabbed the job or anything like that.
Yeah, from a quick game, it is going to be tough to assess the offense because Stampeders only had 16 first downs in this game. They only had 45 offensive plays. That's not a lot of offensive plays.
No, it's not. And why, you don't know. And they had a couple of big strikes, but yeah, I like the fact they went hurry up offense to try and get in more plays. And yeah, usually football CFL game, most teams got anywhere 60, sometimes 70 football plays, but only have 45. It's not many.
Yeah, without a doubt. So let's take a look at some of the other individual efforts. I thought there were some nice individual efforts on the defensive side of the ball. Anabolici, he had the big hit, the forced fumble in the second quarter. We saw some sacks from Elijah Hills. We saw Daniel Joseph also get a sack. Then he left the game with an arm injury. Stephen Kempany, he also had a sack in this game. So, defensively, I thought, the defense is always a little further ahead than the offense.
Oh, exactly. They're a little bit further ahead, but still, they played with passion. The defensive line played pretty well. They got quite a few sacks, and I thought they really did a good job on the running attack of the Riders. Obviously, the Riders didn't have their top guys in, but I was most impressed. I think if I had to pick out a position that did the best, I thought it was the D-line.
Okay, so that's interesting. We are hopefully going to go to Dave Dickinson and the post-game coaches huddle in a few minutes. That's going to be brought to you by Hearth and Home Fireplace. Is Mark ready to go? We're just waiting to see. We're getting some word from our technical producers here. So before we go there, what did you think of the Riders? Anybody stand out in the Riders for you?
Not really.
You weren't really focusing on them, were you?
I wasn't really focusing on them at all, and they were a bunch of rookies that I didn't even know who they were. But, I don't think. I mean, their starter that they had in at first, Cone, I thought he did okay, but nobody really wowed you at all. Some guys played okay, but I wasn't really focused on them that much.
No, I understand that. Let's take a quick time out. We will get to our post-game coaches huddle with Dave Dickinson in a couple of minutes. This is the post-game show. This is QR Calgary.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant, safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth and Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth and Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1 Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play for 35 years. QR Calgary.
All right, good timing on our commercial break as we're going to go right down to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room because Mark Stephen is standing by with the coach, the post-game huddle with Dave Dickinson. Mark.
And it is with head coach Dave Dickinson. Well, Dave, lots of players, lots of things to sort through. Just what's your overall impression of what you did in preseason game one?
It was good intensity, and we played hard. A lot to learn. It's very simple.
both sides. Sass didn't do a lot. We didn't do a lot. It was just trying to evaluate our guys and see who could make plays. And it was physical, though. You could see the hitting going on out there. And both teams, were competing for jobs. So definitely felt preseason-like. Still happy to get the win.
I thought Ben, your number 3 quarterback, came in and certainly showed some good elusiveness in the pocket, moved the ball well.
He did. I mean, he's been doing well in practice, too, and he's pushing. So I like what I'm seeing on that. He's got a good handle of our offense. Hadn't seen the running style, like you said, because that doesn't happen. Josh got out there, and Vernon as well. We did some good things. I mean, first touchdown, Vernon made that happen with his legs. So all of our quarterbacks, Jacoby didn't necessarily run, but they at least showed that they can slip in and out of the pocket and make it tougher on the defense.
I thought your punter, Mark Bassett, showed why he was the all-CFL punter last year, just picked right up where he left off. I thought he was tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, they're good. I mean, I every time I watch them, I'm amazed how good they kick and how consistent they are. It was a tougher day, too, because there's a lot of wind up there. And what I really thought he did a great job of is downwind, not just bombing it through the end zone. And especially with these new rules, you don't even get a point, and it's out to the 40. That's really cost Sask when they did that. I thought Mark just did a great job.
How about your front 4? I thought you kept some steady pressure on their quarterbacks. I thought Narelle Pollard, 76, fit in very well.
I thought Pollard, I agree with the Hills. Georgie had a good day. Steve got a sack. Man, I thought for the most part, yeah, we did create some pretty good rush. Their quarterbacks got out and ran quite a bit as well. Good on them. But I think we did. Yeah, we affected our quarterbacks, and it's easier when you have the lead, no doubt, because it's just a lot more pass. Certainly they kind of leaned on that. But, it was a good day for our D-line.
Heavy dose of penalties in the first half. I thought you looked a little frustrated at times. Seemed they cleaned it up completely in the second half.
I will see. I mean, there were some good coaching points on that, too. I mean, even the clocks, first time we've ever been around the clock, that both teams handled it more than fine. I mean, credit to the coaching staff for making sure that we were prepared and ready to go and in and out of the huddle. And I do think conditioning is the big thing. If you saw at the end of the game, we were tired. And we suited 75 guys up. In a season, we're going to suit up 45. So that'll be huge for us. And can the guys continue to work on that conditioning so that we're as fresh as possible late in the fourth quarter?
Dave, thanks very much. Game 1 in the books, and thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Head coach Dave Dickinson. Guys, more guests coming up in a moment.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. The post-game huddle with Coach Dickinson is brought to you by Hearth and Home Fireplace and Home Renovations. Whether gathering for a game night or enjoying some me time, Hearth and Home brings the heat. Love and family, Hearth and Home. Visit their website. Visit hearthandhomefireplace.com. We have to get to our drive of the game. The drive of the game is brought to you by the Alberta Ford dealers. And you got a couple of options. Oh, we're going right back down again to Mark? Okay, Mark, go ahead.
And we have receiver Matt Sibley here, a Calgarian who got on the field, made a couple of catches. And Matt, just what were your emotions pregame, then actually getting your hands on the ball?
Yeah, I think coming into pregame, there's so much prep, and so training camp's been a heavy workload. Obviously, hard on the mental, learning a new system, getting into a completely new environment for me. So that was definitely a big adjustment. But once I ran out with the flag and got on the field and started just playing football, I felt very comfortable, very in my zone, and then it kind of just went from there, and it was awesome.
And that's just it. We can hype all the stuff, and once the ball's kicked off, it doesn't matter your school or what team you cheered for growing up, you got to play football.
Exactly, yeah. And once that ball's kicked off, like just go play ball, and that's felt comfortable. I thought I'd have more nerves, actually. I felt not so nervous. Just I had prepared so much throughout the course of camp, and I definitely felt ready. But it was just it was good to get hit for the first time, and I was on punt return for one snap, and just getting in. That was my first snap, and getting in, getting comfortable, then I was kind of in that flow state. So,
how many family, friends, teammates were watching you?
Too many to count. I have no idea. I had a whole bunch of tickets that I gave out, and there's people I didn't even know that were here that I've told were in the stands, and so all my family, my girlfriend's family, the whole squad was out here. Lots of old teammates, and everybody's been super supportive. It's pretty cool to see. Yeah.
Guys, any questions for Matt from upstairs?
16,986 in attendance, so 900 of them were friends and family of Matt Sibley. But but Matt, I got to ask you, you got that first catch, 17 yards. You had a nice run, which also went for 15 yards. So 2 big plays, which is kind of nice to get on the scorecard.
Yeah. Getting my hands on the ball was definitely special. I'm still kind of chapped about that run that I had. I thought I could have gone further. I thought I was going all the way, but couple big plays, and that's my job. That's what I want to do for this team, and that's what I hope they brought me here to do, and I want to keep doing that going forward.
I know Mark chatted with you during training camp, and maybe just for new listeners that are in their cars driving home tonight, what does it mean to be a Calgary Stampeder, being a Calgary boy?
It means everything to me. Like, I can't even describe how long I've dreamt of being a Stampeder. Many people probably remember the big Stamps bus that was out in the parking lot. That was the family bus. We tailgated every week. We packed our section 8 rows up from the away bench, and I've been coming to games since I was, I don't know, a couple weeks old. So I'm so stoked to be here, and it's awesome being a Stamp.
And it's even better beating the Riders, right?
yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Well, you got to take the first step sometime, Matt. You took yours, and congratulations. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah.
Matt Sibley joining us. More guests in a moment, guys.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Greg, we do have to get to that drive of the game. Drive of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers, as I mentioned. A couple of touchdown drives in the first half.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 6th drive. Second quarter score was 7-6. The drive was a 64-yard drive. It ate up 4 minutes on the clock, 6 plays. As I said, 64 yards. It was Josh Love finally getting in the groove after struggling a little bit at first, and he was lucky enough to cap it off himself with a 1-yard plug and made the score 14-6. I picked that as the drive of the game. Yeah,
no, it was good to see Josh Love get into the end zone because, he's the veteran. There's pressure on him to be the number 2 quarterback in this game. And, as Dave Dickinson mentioned, all the quarterbacks got involved, especially with the running game. Ben Wilridge carried the ball 3 times. Vernon Adams, he had a carry for 10 yards in this game. Obviously, Josh Love had a couple of carries for 22 yards, and Criswell had a carry as well. So, if you can have a little mobility from your quarterback, it's not a bad thing.
Well, I think you have to in the CFL, and you just can't be a target back there. And all our quarterbacks took off and ran up the middle, and we saw Vernon Adams do what he did best. That's make something happen out of nothing. That's just a CFL. You can't be a guy that just goes back there and throws darts. NFL maybe, and even in the NFL they don't do that now. In the CFL, you got to have a guy that can make plays out of nothing, and all 3 of our quarterbacks showed they could run with the football.
All right, Mark, I believe, has another guest for us down in the dressing room. Mark, who do you got for us this time?
Well, we've got Norel Pollard. Coach Dickinson mentioned he was very happy with the pressure that a lot of the young guys got. And your first game as a Calgary Stampeder, admittedly preseason. Norel, how was it?
It was great, just to go out there and play football, just the brotherhood of it and just the team camaraderie. It's always fun to be out there on the field with the guys.
Well, how do you think you're fitting in? Obviously, it's your first exposure to the CFL, the game, and this organization.
I would like to say I'm fitting in pretty nice. People tell me I had a good day. I don't think I had just the best day, but it was fun just to be back out, get the feet of the cleats in the grass, and just to, compete.
Yeah, and chasing down the quarterback, it seemed, Cone got away a couple times, but I think you more or less kept him and Shager in check.
For sure, man. That's big emphasis, just affecting the quarterback. If you can affect the quarterback, you can affect the game. And just, that's always just affect the quarterback. That's the only thing that's on our minds.
That's right. Guys, any questions upstairs for Norel?
Norel, give us your backstory. Let us know when you got involved in football and how you ended up in Canada.
Well, I started playing 6th grade. My dad put me in 6th grade. I always did, football training, footwork and all that in elementary school. And then I started playing 6th grade. I was more of a basketball player than a football player, but once I realized football was my route, then that's why I decided to go. So freshman year, I put down the basketball and just stuck to football. Started as a sophomore in varsity all those 3 years, and then ended up going to Virginia Tech for 5 years. Played a little bit with the Washington Commanders. Hurt myself the last preseason game. Just rehabbed my wrist the best I can, and then came out to Canada to give myself a shot just to play, see what I could do, coming off a wrist injury. And, I'm just having fun, just trying to, I know a lot of people don't get the opportunity to continue to play ball, so I'm just trying to make the most of it every day.
I think that's a fantastic backstory. And, did you know much about Calgary? Did you know much about the Canadian Football League before you came here?
I knew about the Canadian Football League. I got a couple homeboys that played, a couple teammates that I played at with Virginia Tech at Hamilton. So those guys are always putting me on game about the CFL. And you just, I didn't want to put down the cleats because football is something I love, so I just decided to make the trip out to Calgary.
It's going to be a battle on this defensive line. Obviously there's some players competing.
For sure, man. That's a part of the game, though, and really, if you're competing with yourself, you're going to give yourself the best opportunity. I try to compete with myself every day just to get better each and every day and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, step one of the process concluded, a strong opening preseason game, and good luck the rest of the preseason and as the camp progresses.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Rob Pollard joining us, guys, from the Stampeders dressing room. We'll have more guests in a moment.
Good stuff, Mark. Appreciate that. We got lots more to come on the post-game show as well for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Greg is going to select his 4 stars, always a little tougher in the pregame show. We're going to take a look at the game turning point. We'll do that when we come back. This is the post-game show. Calgary Stampeders knocking off the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15. You heard it all right here on the home of the Calgary Stampeders. This is QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are wrapping up at South Point Toyota. Save up to $10,000 on in-stock 2025 and 26 Crown Signias, Tacomas, Prius plug-ins, and fully electric BZ models. Plus, financing as low as 0%. Plus, free winter tires and a free tire and rim warranty. Plus, up to $10,000 off in-stock 2024 and 25 models. Red Tag Days end soon under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Spring has sprung at Spruce It Up. Spring bulbs, seeds, and grower supplies are now in stock, and our annuals and veggie plants are arriving daily. Freshen up your space with beautiful houseplants, pots, and home decor as well. Ready to transform your yard? Book now with our landscape design team before spots fill up. And for the greenest grass and healthiest trees on the block, sign up today for our Green It Up fertilizer program and deep root injections. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now! Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
Traffic headaches. Traffic mornings and afternoons. Traffic when you need it all day long. QR Calgary 770.
Welcome back to the postgame show. Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson here in the Billy Powers broadcast booth at McMahon Stadium. Mark Stephen is still down in the Calgary Stampeders dressing room. We're going to hear for at least one more player after the Calgary Stampeders knock off the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15. The preseason schedule is underway. Good opportunity now, Greg Peterson, to get to our game turning point. The game turning point for Wolf Cadillac. But before we go there, we got to go back to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room. And Mark, who do you have for us this time?
Well, we got Jalen Philpott, but he got hung up on the way over. So somebody congratulating him on his touchdown. Oh, there he is. He did. Yeah, we were going to congratulate him on the touchdown too, but somebody else beat us to it. Okay, Jalen is here. Jalen, just first overall preseason game. Suddenly you're a grizzled veteran of 5 years. How's it stepping on the field, though, to get this season going?
It's always awesome to get back out there. You know, I've been itching all offseason just to get on the field and kind of get that bad taste out of our mouth from the playoff game last year. And it's just good to come out here and fly around and get a win with the guys.
Touchdown pass was the marquee play of the game. Tell us what happened there. Vernon really stepped to the line and let it rip.
Yeah, 100%. You know, VA's always going to tell you, man, I'm going to put it in the area, go make a play. So, second and 25, you know, we needed to get a lot of yards for the first down. So just trusted him, trusted the route, and it was wide open. So I had to make a play.
So many familiar faces on this receiving core. How has that worked out in training camp? Unfortunately, DeJean Brissett couldn't play, but the rest of the guys you're familiar with.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we feel like we got that great continuity between the receiving group and also with VA, man. Helped to get down south with them in the offseason, and we just feel like we're a well-oiled machine, and it doesn't matter who you put out there, we're all going to go out there and execute. So it's just super fun and exciting to be with this group.
Okay, any questions, guys?
Well, Jalen, the question I get from all the fans, and, you know, you're a lot closer to it than I am, is is when is your man Reggie Begelton going to return? You went down to California. He was part of the mini training camp. Stampeder fans are just itching to see him back with this receiving core. When do you think we're going to see your buddy back?
Yeah, obviously Reggie's dealing with his injury, so I can't speculate. I'm not sure 100%, but as a receiver, would love to have him back out there. I know what kind of weapon Reggie is when healthy, so man, if you think we got a good receiving group right now, just wait till we get Reggie back. So hoping it's soon.
Well, I do look at this receiving core, and I do believe with Dietrich Mills in the backfield, Vernon Adams throwing the ball, you guys got some weapons there.
100%. Hey, we see what the media puts out there, so we just use it as fuel, and we know what we got in this locker room.
That's right. All right. Well, you got a good receiver yourself, Jalen. Any goals you got set besides team goals? Any personal goals you're thinking of as you get ready for this season?
Going into my 5th year, I'd like to become an all-star this year. That's obviously a good personal goal, but at the end of the day, we know where the Grey Cup's being played in November, so we just want to be a part of it.
Yeah, the season starts here and it's going to end here, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Jalen, thank you very much. Jalen Philpott joining us from the University of Calgary. Had the game's touchdown, and that's the dressing room story here. Obviously, a lot of excited players. Stampeders have a scheduled off day tomorrow. Then back to the grind of training camp. Our next broadcast is May 29th from Edmonton. 5:30 pregame show and the kickoff at 7, and we'll catch up with you then.
Great stuff, Mark. Appreciate that. Jalen Philpott, Greg Peterson, he's got his twin brother playing for the Montreal Alouettes. His twin brother Tyson has a one-up on him because he's already got a Grey Cup championship. So I know the brothers like to battle a little bit, and I think Jalen, Mark's already said it on the broadcast today that he's expecting big things from Jalen this year.
Yeah, this is his year. As you said, Mark called him a 5-year grizzling vet. He's still a young vet. He's still got lots of football ahead of him, but he's got a lot of football behind him as well. So there comes a time in your career where, personal goals, you want to become an all-star, but most thing is you start wanting to have that big Grey Cup, and that's really what drives you, and I can start to see that right now with Jalen.
Yeah, no, and hey, everybody, you can't look too far ahead. Yes, the Grey Cup is going to be here in Calgary. Yeah, it's Grey Cup on 3. I get the excitement from it, but we also know in this league, even though it's a 9-team league, it's tough. It's tough to play in a home Grey Cup.
It really is. That's why you don't see too many teams ever winning a Grey Cup at home. It's a rarity, if anything. So, yeah, Calgary, they got a chance. It's a very tight league this year. Anybody can beat anyone, and, it's the start of the year. But I think they had a good step forward with this preseason game. What you got to do is just take it a game at a time. That's all it is. And, I know it's a big cliche, but it's the truth.
Well, you're bang on, because I look at the Western Division. I do believe Edmonton, they're on the cusp. You've got to think they're ready to be a playoff team. The BC Lions have Nathan Rourke. The Saskatchewan Roughriders are the defending Grey Cup champions. Winnipeg is in the mix as well. Like, a good team is going to miss the playoffs this year in the West.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight, and it's going to be maybe, I think, a very, very tight race, and every game's going to count, especially in the West. So, yeah, I just don't see any real weak teams. Every year you have some team that just, doesn't produce, and they end up being the weak team, but right now you just don't know who it is. Other years we've gone in, we just kind of known who it was going to be. This year we don't know.
Well, I did my way too early Sports Talk with Jacques power rankings. Yeah. Winnipeg is the team that misses the playoffs in the West, in my opinion. Do you want to agree or disagree, or call me out to lunch?
No, I for the first time in my 26 years broadcasting, or however long with you, I probably agree with you on that
one. Let's get to our game turning point for Wolf Cadillac. And yes, a game turning point. I get it. It's preseason. Is there anything that stands out for you in this game?
Not really, but I'm just going to, it's a game that's pretty close, but in the third quarter, Stamps come out and they just get 2 drives with 2 field goals to push the score to 20-9. I thought, well, that's a pretty big lead, and that really got them, I think, where, all right, I just kind of knew at that time that the Stampeders were going to win this game. The gap just got too big in the type of game it was. I would think it was just, not big, they didn't score touchdowns, but they got 2 field goals, 20-9. I look at the score and go, 29, holy cow, we're going to win this game. I think that's maybe the turning point.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, and I know you hate it when I always go too early with the game turning point, but, Vernon Adams throws the early interception. He's picked by, Lacombo in the end zone, but then right after, the Calgary Stampeders get the ball right back. The interception by Kyle Wilson. That seemed to give, Vernon Adams a little mojo, and it set up the big play by Jalen Philpott. So I thought that interception, played a big factor early in this game.
I agree with you. I just can't pick a turning point in the first quarter.
I know. That's
the
why,
game's
that's
still
why
up for
I set
grabs.
that up.
But you're right. There's always turning points or momentum swings throughout the game. I'll call it one of the huge momentum swing that got him to the turning point.
There you go. I like that. The game turning point by Wolf Cadillac, a luxury experience at their new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or you can check them out online at wolfcalgary.com. Well, we're just getting rolling here on the post-game show. Greg still has to select his 4 stars of the game, and we are going to have a look at the marquee matchup, a reset of the marquee matchup. We'll do that for Country Hills Toyota, and then we will open up the phone lines for you to have your say. 403-974-8255. The text line is always open. Same number, 403-974-8255. We'll take our final timeout here on the post-game show. He's Greg, I'm Jock, and this is Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Only in Calgary can you wake up to snow and need your air conditioner by lunch. Fortunately, when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. From plumbing emergencies and water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, the Plumbing and Heating Paramedics have your back 24/7. Certified, local, standing by when you need us the most. Don't wait. We're one click or call away for any comfort crisis.
Plumbing and heating paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
2026 is the year of the horse. And the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride.
The 0% event is back at the all-new Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, featuring the all-new Buick Envision, designed to make every day an occasion. The compact SUV featuring stunning design, intuitive technology, and the power to explore new horizons. Available now for 84 months at 0% OAC, only at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, giving you more. Become part of the Wolf Pack. Check out the new state-of-the-art dealership at 768 101st Street Southwest or online at wolfcalgary.com.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770.
Jonathan G. on the text line, 403-974-8255. He says, Jock, 2 quick things. I don't mind the 35-second play clock. And second, there's some ballers on D.
I think he hit it right on the button. I like the pace of play now with the new clock or rule, and yeah, our defense looked good.
Mm-hmm.
But the defense always has a little bit of an advantage or a big advantage first part of the year. So.
And hey, Trevor Harris was not in the game. Right. A.J. Ouellette was not in the game. So, there's a lot of different factors. But hey, you want the competition to happen on the defensive side of the ball because we talked about it in the pregame show. No Jalen Hutchins, no Jacob Roberts, Flo Malade coming off the torn ACL. So there are some holes to fill.
Clarence Hicks,
yeah. Well, Clarence Hicks didn't play in this game, but he's a big part of it moving forward.
Yep.
He claims he's going to get 20-plus sacks this year. What do you think?
Well,
he needs flow. He needs flow to get 20 sacks.
Exactly, because it's like I said, two-edged sword. If you only got one sharp and the other one's dull, it's not going to work.
Then you got the double team and everything else from that standpoint. But when you got the 2 big rush ends, that is definitely a difference and a game breaker from that standpoint. So in the pregame show, your keys to the game, do something to get noticed. You know, and I think a few players did that tonight. Take advantage of your opportunity. I think a few players did that tonight as well. And play with confidence. You know, there were some players that I think played with confidence, and I'm sure the coaches will break down the film and find out there were a few players that didn't play with confidence. And, you know, as Mark Stevens said during the broadcast, that there's no reason to make cuts because the cuts don't have to happen until your final game. But maybe we will see some cuts because there's no sense hanging on to 75 players if you don't think they have a chance
I think they're going to make some cuts just because you want guys now getting lots of reps in practice, especially when it comes to what's called the team aspect where they kind of scrimmage. You know, it's not full out, but that's where they're doing plays against one another. Really, during that period, you want to get your guys as many reps as possible, and you want some guys to get all the reps, and you can't do that with 75 players.
The marquee matchup for our friends at Country Hills Toyota. Where do you get free tires always? Well, you get it at Country Hills, the Toyota Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your marquee matchup, you know, you were keeping an eye on the right tackle Barnes. But, you know, that's tough. Until you actually break it down in the film, it's really tough to break down the offensive line. But it's easier for us to break down your second marquee matchup, and that's the quarterback position. You wanted to see what Josh Love could do in this game, and so let's reset it. How did Josh Love do in your opinion?
Well, he didn't do very good starting out and just got better as the game went on and finished off on a good positive. So I thought, you know, if Josh would have kept going the way it was going at the beginning, it would have been not good. But I don't think much was really answered here. But I was more impressed by Woodridge, even though he only played for a little bit. He was very sharp with his throws and with his
dimes,
runs. Yeah, so I was pretty impressed with him. And I thought if I had to go out of all, you know, Vernon Adams is the guy. If I had to go with the other three, right now the guy, and it's there's expectations out of Love that are a lot bigger than expectations out of Woolridge. Well, Love maybe satisfied your expectations, and Woolridge exceeded the expectations.
Well, you know the interesting thing, last year you had Vernon Adams, you had Love, and you had PK Walker. They were all older quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Then the bottom line, and Dave Dickinson even said this, your number 3 quarterback really does need to be a development position. So whether it's Criswell, whether it's Woolridge, I think it's important to have a real development position, because who is going to be the next Jeff Garcia? Who is going to be the next Henry Burris? Who's going to be the next Dave Dickinson? That's what you're hoping in that number 3 spot.
Yeah, you are. And you mentioned some guys that started number 3, and look what they did with their careers. So that's exactly right.
Bo Levi Mitchell's another one.
Bo Levi Mitchell, yeah. Now, there was a guy that was confident.
You think?
Well, I had my
Still is.
Well, yeah. So my first interview with him, he was just, I'm going to be a starter. I'm just going to be a starter. And I go, well, maybe you will, maybe you won't. I don't know.
Jeff Garcia, I go down the list. It's amazing. And that's where that development position really comes into play. So before we wrap up the post-game show for our friends at Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, we should get to our 4 stars of the game. And again, it's preseason, so cut Greg some slack if he gets it wrong, which he normally does. On offense, where are you going?
Well, I really like Deontay McMahon. Carried the ball 5 times, 30. He really broke a lot of tackles. Longest was 12. 30, but I decided I'm going to go with some rookies. So I went with Woldridge, Ben Woldridge, the QB rookie out of Louisiana. 3 for 5, some darts, stepped in and did really well in a very difficult time. Your first game as a pro and all things happening, your mind going wild. So I'm going to go with the quarterback, I think, between those two.
Ben Woolridge completed 3 of 4 for 50 yards. He did, throw some darts without a doubt. He carried the ball 3 times for 9 yards. So, yeah, a very nice opening debut for Ben Woolridge. He was the number 3 quarterback in this game. Who are you going with on defense?
Lots of guys on the defense I could have picked, but at the end of the day, I'm just going to go with Elijah Hills, defensive tackle out of a rookie guy. But he had 4 defensive tackles. He had 2 QB sacks. 2 pressures, just real good mix was all over the place. So there were a lot of guys, the defensive line, the linebackers that did well, but I'm going to go with Hills.
Elijah Hills played his college ball at Wisconsin. That's a very, very good pick. How about your top special teams player, the 3rd phase of the game?
The only rookie I'm not going to pick, and that's Mark Lissette. He had 3 kicks, 52-yard average. Longest was 59. Had a really good game. I thought he was the best special teams player.
I will say this, though. I thought their coverage on special teams,
very good.
They didn't give Saskatchewan much in this game.
Well, and they focused. That was one thing that they really wanted to improve on. They wanted to, get, and they drafted. They drafted guys guys that can play special teams, because drafts usually don't start your first year. So they draft some linebackers that have the special team bodies with the long arms that you can't block them because they get that arm out there and you just can't get to them and you can't get control of them. And so they're focusing a lot on that. And they had, a couple of big long returns, and they're really focusing on eliminating that. So you with the focus, you're going to get better, and that's what they did. Now, will it continue? We got to hope so, but this year it's going to be a big focus.
Are you going to consider Eric Rasko a fake Canadian this year or a real Canadian?
I'm still debating all that Canadian. It was just so much different. I like developing football in Canada, so I think the CFL's got to do things to promote Canadian players, but you know what? I'm not going to argue with how they say you're a Canadian or not.
You got a parent that's a Canadian citizen, and he just found, it's such a funny story because he didn't even know at the time. And then he finds out, I can apply for national status. And hey, Alex Singleton was a big part of it the same way. And
I just don't hope they don't chisel away at that rule so it doesn't mean anything, because the way you're going to promote football in Canada to the younger players, is that they're going to have a chance to play in the CFL. And if you don't have that chance because they're going, so I'm kind of torn about that one.
Well, and it goes back. Remember when your kickers and punters used to always be Canadian, and that was a real good Canadian spot. Now it seems to be a global player. And not that I hate it, because Mark Vassett is a really good kicker. But the fact of the matter is, and I talked to Dwayne Cameron about this. He's the director of Canadian Scouting. Where is the global rule going to go moving forward? Because that was a Randy Ambrosie rule, not a Stuart Johnson rule. So does that get eliminated, and then we see more opportunities for Canadian kickers?
Well, it could, Jock, because the whole reason they brought that whole global thing was to expand it and to make money. They haven't made any money off it. They're losing money.
The NFL is making all the money on global.
Well, not only that, we were going to make money because we were going to get a TV rights in all these places like Mexico and that. None of that materialized. Yeah. So this whole global thing did not turn into what we wanted it to be, and that's revenue for the CFL. It turned into basically you're getting a bunch of players again from global to play a chance to play in our league.
Yeah,
that's all it turned out.
And it's true too. And again, I was talking to Dwayne Cameron about this, and the fact is the NFL has the rule where they can, the NFL teams can have an expanded roster with an extra global player that doesn't count against their numbers. So the best global players are basically hidden on practice rosters in the NFL.
The difference there, and I know we're getting way off topic, the difference there is they are making money globally.
Yeah. Well, hey,
we aren't.
They're playing 9 games, internationally.
Yeah, and they're selling product there. We're not. We did this global thing to bring in more revenue for the CFL. It has not brought in hardly any money.
That was really a long way to get to our top Canadian star in this game. So who's your top Canadian?
Stephen Kempe, the Queens rookie defensive end. You got to go with the way he had a sack and do 2 defensive tackles. Pretty good for a rookie's first game.
Yeah, very good rookie for a later draft pick for the Calgary Stampeders. An honorable mention to the gentleman that Mark had in the dressing room, Matt Sibley. It was great to see the Calgary boy get a catch, get a run, and have a post-game interview with Mark Steven. That was probably the highlight of his day.
Yeah. He'd been dreaming about that his entire career.
All right, that is a wrap for the post-game show for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Calgary Stampeders knocking off the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15 in front of 16,986, just under 17,000 here at McMahon Stadium. It was a beautiful afternoon for football. Yeah, we had a little bit of wind in the second quarter. We had a few drops of rain, but all in all, it was a great way for the Calgary Stampeders to kick off the preseason, a game that lasted just over 2 hours and 30 minutes, so that was a bonus from that standpoint as well. We've had our say. Time for you to have your first say. We can only take it up until 5 o'clock tonight, so we've only got about 30 minutes for the fifth quarter call-in show, but the phone lines are now open, 403-974-8255. If you want to talk some Stampeder football, now is your time to do it, as this is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary.
Think you know football? Have a hot take on what went down? Get your phone ready. The Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC postgame show is done. Up next, the fifth quarter call-in show with Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson. Call or text 403-974-8255 on your voice of the Calgary Stampeders for 35 years. QR Calgary 770.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant, safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
It's the final weeks. This is it. Hearth & Home Spring Savings Event ends May 31st. Savings like this only happens once a year. Demo and discounted units are up to 80% off. New models 10 to 25% off. These are showroom specials. Beautiful fireplaces built for your home, not a warehouse shelf. Limited quantities are available, so shop early for best selection. When they're gone, they're gone. Hearth & Home Fireplace, bringing family together. Visit their showroom at 5740 1H Street Southwest or hearthandhomefireplace.com.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right. Only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now! Hurry in to lease an eligible 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca.
All right, Stamps fans. Our hosts have shared their views on the game. Now it's time to hear yours. It's the fifth quarter call-in show. Call or text 403-974-8255 to have your say. This is Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770.
You heard the numbers. Phone lines are open. 403-974-8255. It's our first fifth quarter call-in show of the season. The text line is open. The phone lines are open. He's Greg Peterson. I'm Jock Wilson. We are live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth as the sun is out on a holiday Monday here at McMahon Stadium. And hey, the Calgary Stampeders have opened the preseason with a 2015 win over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And on the text line, Ed says, it's always a great day to beat the Riders. It's going to be a great year with lots of ups and lots of downs. Hopefully, they are healthy down the stretch. Go Stamps. And health always plays into it, Greg Peterson, because, you know, we saw what happened last year, but then all of a sudden you lose Flo, you lose Reggie, you lose Gary Johnson, you lose Damon Webb, and the injuries can catch up to you.
Yeah, and we got to hope that doesn't happen this year, but it happens to every team, and which team can adjust best. So that's why you want to develop your depth as well. So we're going to have injuries, and it's going to be a couple of them are going to be key injuries as well. It's just the nature of the game.
Yeah, it's so true. It's such a physical game, and there's 18 games during the regular season. First caller of the year. Let's bring Big Don into the conversation. Hey, Don, how are you, my friend?
Hey, guys. I'm doing good. You know, I streamed the game, and I thought it was pretty decent for a pregame. I thought it was decent. I liked the Stampeders' defense. I wanted to ask about a couple players. Is Malik Henry gone now?
Yeah, Malik Henry is officially gone. I don't think he's officially put his retirement papers, but no team has signed him, and so he is just sort of waiting in the wings right now. So it's too bad. It's too bad he suffered the injuries.
It was very sad. And Jalen Hutchings, now he got cut by the Vikings. Is the team still got interest there, or is he done?
That's my understanding, that, you know, there's still an opportunity. He's dealing with a little bit of a hamstring injury. They were just, it wasn't supposed to be that serious, but, you know, as Mark said in the pregame show, they have a new general manager now with Minnesota. It is going to be interesting to see what happens with him. Here's the deal. If he comes back to Canada, there's going to be not just the Calgary Stampeders lining up and offering him a big amount of money. He is a free agent, a full-fledged free agent, so he can sign anywhere he wants. But obviously, Calgary would have the inside track. Unlike a guy like Damian Alford, if he comes back to the CFL from the Saints, he is Calgary Stampeder property.
Yeah, that's correct. Johnson and Webb, are both coming back from injuries?
Damon Webb is definitely coming back from an injury, and hopefully he'll be okay. So he's in that veteran category. But yeah, that was a pretty serious injury that he had last year.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I could say I liked the game. It was very, very decent game for a preseason game, and I was impressed with the offense. They got to cut down on the penalties. I mean, that's always been a problem with the team. But outside of that, hey, I'm looking forward to a good season. Unfortunately, I won't be at the games very much because of my mobility. But hey, 71 years as a Stampeder fan. I think that's pretty good.
Well, you know what, Don? I know you've been a long-time season ticket holder as well. So, hopefully you get your mobility back, and hopefully we'll see you a few times out at McMahon Stadium this year.
Well, I hope so, Jock.
That's all we can do is hope. Thanks, Donnie. I know you can always listen in, and you can always call us here on the Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll try and get in there maybe in August when I hit the big 8-0.
The big 8-0.
You got it.
Well, maybe you'll have to come to the Grey Cup 113 at McMahon Stadium on November 15th.
That's what I just might. If I can find a decent ticket, I may. So anyways, you guys have a rest of a great afternoon, and take care.
All right, sounds good. We'll take our first time out. This is the Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. Jock Wilson, Greg Peterson. Phone lines are open, 403-974-8255. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
What did winter really do to your trees? Damage isn't obvious. Dead wood and weak limbs can quickly become a safety risk in the spring. Get your entire yard spring ready. Call Prune It Up, Calgary's trusted tree care professionals, for expert pruning for all types of trees and safe removals to protect your home. Ask about our tree and lawn package and bundle your services and save. Improve tree health with deep root injections and green grass with our Green It Up fertilizer. Spruce it up, green it up, prune it up. We got you covered.
Experience design as thoughtful as it is elegant, safety that protects what matters most, and technology that helps make every journey more seamless. From now until May 31st, lease the 7-seat XC90 from $439 bi-weekly on a 36-month lease with $7,250 down, and experience Volvo for yourself. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or online at volvocarscalgary.com to book a test drive and for more offer details.
2026 is the year of the horse and the year of the Calgary Stampeders. It all kicks off with our home opener on June 5th, presented by Tim Hortons, when we host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Don't miss the start of the season and see the 2001 Grey Cup champion Stampeders team who will be in attendance. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. and tickets are available now. Visit stampeders.com to secure your seat. 2026 is the year of the horse and the Calgary Stampeders. Together we ride. Catch us on the go with the iHeartRadio app. QR Calgary is 770 CHQR AM, a Chorus Entertainment radio station.
A couple of texts coming in on the text line, 403-974-8255. This one from Brendan in Crossfield, and Brendan says, lots of intriguing options on the defense to move forward with this season. Hills and Pollard were very noticeable. The quarterback room still leaves me a little worried, as an injury to VA puts us in a really tough spot.
I think he was bang on both those comments. Who was that said that?
That was Brendan in Crossfield.
Brendan, good comment, because I feel exactly the same way. I couldn't have said it any better.
Okay, so there you go. Brendan, appreciate the text. Here's another text from Jeff, and Jeff says, Jock, I can't pronounce his name, but I thought 51 was really impressive, and that's Kalichi. I just call him Kalichi because I can't pronounce his last name either. But Kalichi was very, very impressive in that second quarter. He had that big hit on Jack Cohn, forced the fumble, and that looked like it hurt Jack.
Yeah, Kalichi had a good game, and really I could have picked him as well for defensive player of the game. He just played so well. So defense, we're got a lot of good young players with speed that are excited to make a mark. There's good competition there, so he was another one just to put into the mix of about 5-6 in there.
Yeah, without a doubt. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's bring Martin into the conversation. Hey, Martin, welcome to the Fifth Quarter Call-In Show.
Hey, thanks, guys. Kind of an offbeat question, not about the game. I'm just wondering, since the government introduced single-game wagering on the CFL a few years ago, has there been any data released about how much money is the CFL taking from this, and has it been helping us at all?
Wow, that's way past my pay grade. I'd have to do some research into that. It's a good question, but I have no idea.
Yeah, neither do I. I just.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry about that, Martin, but I'm not into the gamble.
On top of that, where would you go to find that data? And like, any idea? Like, it's not on the WCLC website or on Government Canada website anywhere. So, like, where would someone try to find that data?
Yeah,
of the distribution going to the CFL.
I think it's a fair question to maybe ask the commissioner, Stuart Johnson, if I get him on. Maybe even Jay McNeil, the president of the Calgary Stampeders, might have a little bit of insight on that. But yeah, I just don't know where to start. But it's a great question. I'll put it in the back burner and see if I can get some more information for you.
Okay, awesome. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I think Martin's point is there's a revenue stream out there that maybe the CFL deserves some of it, and they're not getting it. Is that where he's coming from?
Yeah, well, let's be honest. There's some advertising revenue. Play Alberta, has some sponsorship, not only in the NHL, but I think on some CFL teams you see Play Alberta. So there obviously is some money coming towards the teams, and revenue in the Canadian Football League did go up last year. The salary cap, did go up. So those are positive steps forward for this league.
Yeah, well, the more money they have, obviously, the better, though. So if there's a revenue stream that they're not getting that they should, then they should, is all I'm saying. I have no idea about the gambling stuff because I don't gamble, and who knows? So that's, as you say, beyond my abilities to answer that question.
Gambling in pro sports is always such a tricky subject. It's kind of like back in the bad old days where the tobacco companies used to sponsor sports, and then you go, maybe that's not such a
go watch
good
the
idea.
marathon and it's run by Filters Light.
I remember going to Spruce Meadows as a young media guy, and of course DeMaurier was the sponsor, and on every media table there was packs of cigarettes. So I wasn't a smoker, but I always took them from my mom because she liked to smoke. So. Hey, it was just all part of it. I think smoking used to be involved in the Canadian Football League. Wasn't there a tobacco sponsor back in the day? I can't remember.
Before my time, but I was just wondering where Martin was coming from. I was feeling like what he's saying is if there's a revenue stream there that the Stampeders, the CFL is not getting that they should, maybe they should. That's all I thought.
Well, no, and revenue is always an issue. We know, the new TV deal is in play, and Stuart Johnson said he was going to announce the new TV deal prior to the start of this season, so we'll see how that looks moving forward. I went to the rally, the Red and White rally that was hosted by the Calgary Stampeders at the Red and White Club. President Jay McNeil did a great job, but he said, look, two things we didn't do last year. We didn't hit our goals. We didn't win a home playoff game. We didn't win the Grey Cup. We didn't meet our expectations for revenues. And this year is a Grey Cup year for the Calgary Stampeders. They have high expectations. And one game can take you right out of the mix, because you look back to last year, that Ottawa game where they maybe had 3,000 people in the stands, and I don't blame for the fans for staying away, but that just kills your bottom line.
Well, and look at the NFL. Don't even have to have anybody in the stands, and they're all making billions of dollars. It would be good. The CFL is still a totally gate-driven, where their revenue is by people who buy, seats. So are there other ways to earn revenue or whatever? I mean, I'm quite sure that the new CFL contract with TSN is going to be an increase in the monies. Maybe I should speak not out of tune, but here I'm quite sure it'll be more money. But you need more money in the CFL. The CFL is not a rich league, and the more money we have, the better.
Well, the new TV deal is going to look a little different. Yes, TSN, I believe, will be the main rights holder, but we saw some games on CTV. Of course, they're the parent company of TSN. I do think there's going to be a streaming component to it this year. You see so many other leagues now going with, Prime or Netflix or whatever the case may be. So I think that is going to be into play. It was one of the reasons why they hired Stuart Johnson as the commissioner of the league, because he had the background with television, and obviously that TV contract is going to be very, very important. Brad in Mackenzie says, just wondering what happened to Gary Johnson Jr. I know he was injured last year, but showed real promise. Yeah, the Calgary Stampeders went out and they got Gary Johnson Jr. He was going to be a big part of this team moving forward. He was injured, and right now, I'm not sure how the injury is, but obviously he was not re-signed by the Calgary Stampeders. He has not been re-signed by any CFL team, so right now he's a player in waiting.
Yeah, and I don't know, sometimes they know more in the background what's going on than we do. So
let's go back to the phone lines. Let's bring Bill into the conversation. Hey, Bill, are you going to stump us too like Martin just did?
Well, I don't know about stump us, but because I'm not really a gambling guy, so I'm not going to go down that road. But I do want to ask a question about rules. I realized that when Mr. Johnson came on board, he announced after a few months, he announced plans for a bunch of rule changes. And, older guys like me who've grown up with the CFL and long-time season ticket holders, people push back against change, whether it's in sports or the workplace or whatever it is. But the fact is, you need to change and you need to adapt or else you die. Baseball, which is one of the most traditional games around, went to the pitch clock and made some changes, and they have been really good changes for the game. So I'm not against change, but I do want to ask you, what are the rules? I know they're coming in phases. What are the rule changes that fans like myself should look for in this current upcoming season?
Well, I think the big one, Martin, is, and we saw it. We saw sorry, Bill. We saw it early in this game because of the 35-second play clock. So the 35-second play clock is continuous play. We saw a preseason game that was just over 2 hours and 30 minutes today, and it did speed up the game, and that's what they were hoping. Hey, the final 3 minutes of this game, it was like a snail's pace because they went back to the old 20-second play clock, and of course teams are running out of bounds. That took almost 15 minutes to play the final 3 minutes. And in saying that, I think the 35-second play clock, which is new, and I think it is going to speed up the game. So that is the first one. Now, again, if you're here at the McMahon Stadium, you'll see the play clock in the corner of the field, and the 20-second play clock will come on after a timeout and after the 3-minute warning. But other than that, it's just continuous play. It used to be you place the ball, and then the referee has to blow it in, and that's when the 20-second play clock started. Now you can't have teams like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers that seem to take forever to get all their players in play and for the referee to blow it in. It just seemed to give Mike O'Shea and his team, a lot of flexibility to extend the game. So that is the biggest one. We also saw the modification of the Rouge, and Dave Dickinson mentioned this in the postgame show. The very first punt, was it a punt single? No, it wasn't, because it went out of play and it wasn't touched, by the returning team. And so the ball goes through the end zone or out of the end zone. There is no single point on it, and that's on kickoffs, on field goals, and on punts. So we saw that play come into play. A couple of other minor tweaks for this year. Ties are eliminated. There will no longer be tie games. You'll still have the mini games, but if the game is still tied after the 2 mini games, then they'll just go to converts to see who wins the game, so we won't see any tie games in the Canadian Football League this year. The other one I think that is interesting, and it's not in effect here in Calgary, but at a couple of stadiums, team benches now have to be on opposite sides of the field, and that just makes so much sense to me, Greg Peterson, that I'm surprised that they even allowed that back in the day anyway.
It was all because of signage. They wanted more signage, and it just didn't work out.
VIP areas and stuff like that. So does that answer your question, Bill?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. That's very, very, very helpful.
Okay.
The other thing is a comment, not about the game today because it's preseason and, it is what it is. But I think one of the things the CFL needs to do better is they need to tell the stories, the backstories of some of these guys, because in a public way, like in, whether it's short clips or whatever it is, be creative, use social media, all of that. Because, one of the things that makes, for example, when the Blue Jays went on their run last year towards the World Series, what makes a team, and even the Montreal Canadiens right now, some teams are really easy to root for because you get some insights into the players, some of their bits about their personality, about their background, and you connect to, as a fan, you connect to a lot of guys. David Schneider's a great example. Mm-hmm. There's an underdog guy. Everybody passed on him, and what does he do? He works his way into the lineup, and with his mustache and glasses and his talent, gets a chance, and he becomes a fan favorite. These are the things that the CFL needs to do better. I heard you guys say earlier in the broadcast talking about the Canadians. Well, we are a Canadian league, and we are at a time when feelings in Canada, nationalism is very strong, and we need to tell, the Philpotts stories. That's well known. But there's other Canadians out there that we need to tell their stories. So the Women's Hockey League, all these young girls now have, see this Women's Hockey League, and they know the stories of the Marie-Philippe Poulin and others, but now they sort of aspire to be like them, to have a chance like them, because they get to know that about them. Not just nameless players and with the jerseys and helmets where you don't see their faces and all that stuff. The CFL needs to do a better job of telling those backstories, and especially so among our talented Canadians, because then it just becomes that's one thing the NFL is really good at. And I know they've got $1 billion marketing budget, but to tell the stories of the players who are on the field, to get behind them and, to cheer for them as well as the team. So that was just a comment. And the other little comment I have, being in the stands today, they have a fellow who's doing the sort of the voice of the Stampeders, and God bless the fellow who passed away a while ago. He was, sort of a classic voice of the Stampeders.
That was Dan Carson.
The fellow who they've got now, great, wonderful, deep, radio voice. But when you guys are having a beer with him or a coffee with him, tell him very politely, put some passion in your voice. Don't sound like, a robot. You're a home announcer. You've got a wonderful voice, great voice. They should definitely keep him, but put some passion there, because that's what a hometown announcer can do, right? He's not being like a journalist who has to be very, very objective. So
I hear you. You know what? We all think of Beasley at the Saddle Dome for the Flames games. Does a great job, and I'm sure. I'm not even sure who is doing the PA now. But you're talking about Dan Carson. We lost Dan a few years ago. You're right. He was very passionate. So hey, great call, Bill. Great call. Thank you very much.
Thoughts, guys. Not about the games today per se, but more about sort of the overall. My take as a fan. So.
It's preseason. I get it, without a doubt. So from that standpoint, we'll say thank you very much to Bill here on the post-game show. All right, Bill, thanks.
So first off, Jock, you did a miraculous job of overviewing the rules. That was incredible. Thank you. Very good.
I have them written down here in front of me.
Oh, okay, that's why. Your cheat sheet there. Okay, no, you're really good. I couldn't do that. Jock's that was really good recap of it, so good. Second off, his comments on the background of players. I totally agree with it. Part of that would be the teams too, though, because I know I played my college football at BYU, and I'm a big BYU fan. And on YouTube, I can go and I can get these little 5-10 minute things that BYU does on the players and their background, and I find them very, very interesting. And I think he's really right there. If especially as he said, the Canadian players, you give their background, I think that could really sell. But maybe the CFL does it, maybe the team does it. I don't know, but I totally agree with that.
Yeah, but back to Bill's point, the big changes in the Canadian Football League don't come into play until 2027. That's the 100-yard field. That is the smaller end zones from 20 to 15. Yep. The goalposts go to the back of the end zones. You have the new playoff format. They're moving up the season. So that's going to be the more radical changes for the Canadian Football League. But Bill makes a great point. To move forward, sometimes you do have to make changes for your game. He mentioned baseball. You can talk about, the mound, increasing that in Major League Baseball, the pitch count, the ABS. NFL is always tweaking their rules. Hey, the NFL used to have their goalposts at the front of the end zone. I think it was 73 when they changed that. So sometimes you just have to look at things to make your game better. Is it going to make it better? We're going to find out.
Well, I think everybody goes, we're not going to have the Canadian game anymore. As long as you have 3 downs, as long as you have pre-snap motion, As long as you have Canadian contact, as long as you have 1 yard rule, it's Canadian football.
Yeah,
the rest of the stuff, it can be changed.
You have the wider field.
Yeah, wider field, that's another one.
Yeah,
but
so all of
don't change that stuff. But all the other stuff around putting the goalposts to the back, I'm if it's going to make our game more sellable to the younger generation, fine. But it's not. People say we're totally making an American game. Don't change these core elements, and it's still a Canadian game.
Excellent point. He's Greg Peterson. I'm Jock Wilson. We'll take our final time out. It is the fifth quarter call-in show. We got to come back and wrap things up on a holiday Monday here at McMahon Stadium. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks so much for listening to QR Calgary.
Red Tag Days are coming to an end at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. It's your last chance to save $10,000 on Prius plug-ins, Tacomas, Crown Signias, and Toyota BZ models with financing as low as 0%. Get free winter tires, lifetime free oil and filter offer, and free tire and rim warranty. Plus, save over $10,000 on remaining 2024 and 25 models. But hurry, sale ends Saturday, only at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Comfort can turn into a crisis quickly. Good thing there's a team built for emergencies. The Plumbing and Heating Paramedics. From burst pipes and broken water heaters to furnaces, air conditioning, and boilers, we handle it all 24/7. Fast response, skilled pros, no delays or surprise cost. Because even when the forecast fails, the experts at Plumbing and Heating Paramedics don't. We're just one click or call away to save you from any comfort crisis.
We Plumbing and Heating Paramedics to the rescue. Don't forget cooling and boilers.
Calgary, come on down to play Prize is Right, only at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
Enter your free ballot Friday nights with hourly draws from 6 to 10 p.m. for your chance to spin the Prize is Right wheel to win your share of over $5,000 cash. They've already given away over $105,000 with lots more to go around. Prize is Right every Friday night at Deerfoot Inn and Casino.
We're fun!
Wolf Cadillac has brought back the 0% event. Get 0% financing on 2026 XT5s, 2026 Vistix, Lyrics, and the all-new 2026 Optic. No matter your needs, no matter your roads, there's a Cadillac for you. Wolf Cadillac makes the car buying process efficient, hassle-free, and transparent. Discover the Wolf Cadillac Advantage today and become part of the Wolf Pack. A luxury experience at our new Cadillac location, 756 101st Street Southwest, or online at wolfcalgary.com.
This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. QR Calgary 770 or online at qrcalgary.com.
Big win for the Calgary Stampeders as the preseason schedule is underway. They hang on to knock off the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15, over 200 yards of offense for the Calgary Stampeders. That's important because once again this season, Shane Holmes is partnering with Kids Up Front in our Yards for Kids program. Every offensive yard during the regular season, Shane Holmes donates $1 to Kids Up Front. Last year, the Stampeders offense netted 6,777 yards of offense, and thanks to Shane Holmes, they bumped up the grand total to $10,000 for Kids Up Front. All right, I said we have a hard out at 5 o'clock. That's okay. We got time for one more quick call. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hey, Terry, welcome to the fifth quarter call-in show.
Hi, guys. First thing, congratulations on their 35th year of broadcasting Stampede football.
Thank you very much. It's amazing. Mark and Greg have been a team for 29 years. Mark's in his 30th season. I'm in my 20th season. You know what that means? We're all freaking old.
Yeah, sure does. I'm not quite as old as Don, but getting there. First of all, as you know, I watch the games on CFL Plus.
Okay.
Being in the States. And for this year, I'm excited because Greg and Mark, I get to hear your play-by-play on CFL Plus.
Yeah, if it's a stamp game, I guess you do, right? Is that the way it...
Yep.
I don't... Okay. Well, that's good. Yep.
That's good. When the last caller was talking about ways to improve, well, on CFL Plus, when you go to commercial, all we get is pictures of the players with an advertisement for gambling. So maybe the better thing to do would be put the player profiles up there, let the player come on and give a 30-second blurb about who he is, where he's from, where he played his college football, and do that instead of the gambling thing. And we could also do that during halftime because we don't get any of you guys is doing that.
You don't get my halftime show, which is great primetime radio. Wow, I'm disappointed about that.
So am I. And I'm not joking. And the other thing you talked about, the time. Well, one of the reasons the game was so short is because we didn't have any replays.
Yeah, that's true. And we had a shorter intermission, too.
Yeah.
And then, of course, nobody took a timeout.
Which is always good.
So
but hey, I'm good for 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's fantastic. And I think the play clock does come into play.
It's better than watching NFL. Like Greg said, 4 hours by the time they get through. So those are some good things.
Excellent. Well, Terry, I hate to cut you short, but you called back, and we appreciate you calling in tonight. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you have a good day.
All right.
You too.
Final comments, Greg Peterson, as the preseason schedule is underway.
Well, football finally, getting a little football juice going. I thought the Stampeders, it was a good preseason game for them, but just looking forward to see how things develop. It's just it's going to be so tight and so wild this year, and everybody's going to be so tight with it, or we're going to have to continue to get better each time.
You're old enough. You probably played some games at Clark Stadium back in the day.
I never did.
Never did?
No,
you're not that old.
No, I'm not that old, but I did play him at the Big O, and I remember my first year in Toronto, we played at old Exhibition,
okay.
Before they did the Sky Dome, but nope, never played at Clark. I'm not that old.
Well, I bring that up because that's the next game for the Calgary Stampeders.
Yeah, back to the old Clark Stadium. Yeah.
Yes, it's a night at the Knothole. Clark Stadium should be interesting. They have added some temporary seats. That is Friday, May the 29th, 7 o'clock kickoff. The pregame show is live from the Deerfoot Inn Casino. Dave McIver and myself will be live at the casino starting at 5:30 in the afternoon. Stampeder fans, they kick off the regular season, the home opener here at McMahon Stadium, Friday, June the 5th. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in town. That is a 7:05 kickoff. And just a reminder, Stampeder fans, next Saturday, it is Fan Fest here at McMahon Stadium. So bring the family. Should be a great day to hang out with your favorite Calgary Stampeder players. That is a wrap for the post-game show and the fifth quarter call-in show. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for calling in. Calgary Stampeders do beat the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15. On behalf of our entire broadcast team, thanks so much for listening. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your long weekend. Make sure you join me tomorrow night on Sports Talk with Jock because it's the first coaches show of the season. I will be joined by Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson at 7:05 tomorrow. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders and has been for 35 seasons. Thanks for joining us on the voice of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary 770.